Alright, let's go get some water and then we'll be back on this bullshit. Alright, we got that, we got that, we got that. Da, 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 da. Okay, hey, we got one. What's up? What's up, Sus? Sus. Okay. Let me type in the Discord server. Everyone, we are live. Come on. Okay, there we go. At everyone, we are live. There we go. Hey, what's up, cool man? How you doing? I am the originator of Sahate. Did you forget that too? Isn't it sad to play the clown, John? Jean-Luc Belmondo, Nicholas LeBanner. Nicholas, didn't I tell you to stay out of this, Leo? Also, the name's John. Don't you see just how outclassed you are? You can barely even breathe. Don't be so full of yourself, Nicholas. I've got strategies to counter the effects of Sahate. Shouldn't that be obvious? It's as much my technique as it is yours. Did he just undo his own paralysis? I see. He delivered a second strike of Sahate at the point I struck him with pinpoint accuracy to jumpstart the nerve that I stopped. You make it look so easy, but it takes godlike skill to pull off. I guess I was wrong about you. I have to take advantage of Nicholas's anger and arrogance. What's up, XGC? That's the only shot I have. I forgot, if you get serious, it'll be too late. Oh, shit. Oh, now it kicks in. Ooh, shit. Did it ever occur to you that my Sahate might have evolved? The only arrogant one here is you, Jean. This is Kangen Omega. Ooh. How did a strike to the arm make him cough up blood? What the hell's going on here? Blood vessels. Yes, my dear Liu. Blood vessels. I'll give you a special explanation since you're serving as witness. If I use Sahate to instantaneously put the blood vessel under immense pressure, what do you suppose would happen? Oui, c'est vrai. The answer is the blood vessels bursts, and by now I've developed a way to make the blood vessels burst somewhere other than where I put pressure on it. Of course, the time and location of the burst is random, so there's still room for improvement. Weave, punch. Ooh. Oh, what's the matter? You look pale. Did this remind you of when your friends died? Oh, shit. Now, hold on. Are you sure you should be ignoring him? If you act fast, you might be able to save his life. You son of a bitch, I'll make you pay for this. Then you better save his life so I don't get disqualified. The worm, you see, they forbade me from engaging in combat outside of self-defense. Isn't that just heartless? Of course, I'll do as they say. Don't bite with the hand that feeds me. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me. So with that being said, if you run into me again, feel free to make the first move. A crushing defeat. Everything went just as Nicholas wanted. No, Nicholas had made a single mistake. He angered a man known as a rare prodigy of Chinese Kung Fu. Jean-Luc Belmondo eliminated 61 remaining. Yeah, this is Kangen Omega. What's up, Six? This is Kangen Omega. Just catching up for it. What else out there is good? What were we gonna do today? What were we going to do today? Let me check out yesterday's live stream real quick. I need to see what the fuck this is I said I was going to do yesterday. I kind of just got don't remember. How's everybody doing though? Hope everybody's feeling okay today. Hope everybody's having a good one. Have you beat the main story of Expedition 33? I haven't even touched it since I hit Act 3. I'm not gonna lie. My friend and I haven't been able to sit down and play together because they've been busy. So I just been fucking around until then. Okay. Hey, what's up, Aster? How you doing? UG patting Gojo on the back makes sense now. I don't know what that is. Starscream OVA. The voice actors for Smiling Friends. Dude, yeah, you guys have to get into Smiling Friends if you haven't yet. It's so good. Let me know when you do so I can discuss the scaling with you. I got you, man. I got you, Six. Don't worry. I've definitely got that in the back of my mind. Also, I did peep the video Bob asked me to check out. It wasn't Optimus Prime. It was Wheeljack and Ultra Magnus versus Predaking. That was a really good fight. Like, in all honesty, I'm kind of glad I got a chance to just look back at it on my own time. I checked it out just before the stream, actually, just because I didn't want to. Let me see. No. Just got a playlist live stream. Okay, let me just check this out real quick because I think I crashed out towards the end.
Characters' birthdays. He has. I didn't think I was gonna be looking through all of these issues, all of these situations, all of this crap.
You started working on your Bleach review? I haven't yet. Technically I have. I started. Something I like to do is voice record whenever I get it on a flow. In terms of the next video idea, I just I open up my phone's voice recorder and I go from there. I start going on from there. So I just start talking to my phone. I start recording my voice. I just start saying whatever the hell comes to mind, and then whenever I really sit down to write up or fix a script up, I really imagine being in school this week. That sucks. You're literally in school right now, Skull. That's unfortunate. Well. Unfortunate state of affairs for you. Caught me at a horrendous time. Yeah. But happy you're here nonetheless. Yeah, usually I usually just talk to myself on my recorder. I just write down whatever it is that I need, and then I go back to it later on when I'm typing in, and I just start adding in points or whatever and just refine it a little bit.
Review. I don't know how long it's gonna be. I'm gonna complain about this and come into the story thinking, hey man, this is terrible, this is awful, I don't like any of it. I honestly did not want that to be the response that came, or maybe just thinking about it too in-depthly, right? I'm a very detail-oriented person. I like to know the why behind things, right? Or else I feel like I'm just not satisfied with certain responses. And Bleach constantly makes me think, why? This isn't even a fair question to ask. You're asking me, which series I like more? Which series is these issues, and I shouldn't have to wait for
you're in Canada?
a fucking light novel
that's
series to come out, 9 light novels to come out.
I hope your Thanksgiving was good, was all good and well, Skull. Oh man.
Each written by a different fucking writer, which I hear constantly, mind you. I hear the light novels are great. The light novels explain so much. The light novels should not have to explain anything. The light novels should be used to expand the story, to build upon different plot points or different characters, or maybe bring up different little tidbits about the story that maybe weren't that important in the grand scheme of things, but it shouldn't be used to explain why a character did the things that they did. That's not good writing. If I am a fan of a series, I shouldn't have to go and look at an author's Q&A from years later in order to get my answers. You don't want to know what the difference between an SBS, and before I get any disingenuous ass claim saying, well, what about the SBSs? Oda also likes SBSs. He explains things. You know what Oda explains in SBSs? He explains characters' birthdays. He has fans acts. Hey Oda, do you mind? What about the specific item of the character? What's the weapon called? What's Kaido's Kanabo called? And then Oda literally writes a little doodle, literally draws up a little doodle and writes a little explanation as to what Kaido's weapon would look like if it
have a good
were
one, Skull.
being. He gives little explanations.
Yeah, we'll be here past 3 p.m.
What should one do if an L attacks them? Oh, you should duck it.
You guys don't have anything close to Thanksgiving like that? That's unfortunate, man. Well, I guess from perspective, I usually just view like holidays in of themselves as nothing more than like just days off. It's what's up, brown pants? Hola, cómo estás tú? What's up, Boros? Um, I don't really look at holidays. I'm not really like bah humbug about it either. Like holidays are fine enough for me. They're a nice time to spend with family, friends, etc. But like I don't know. I think it's because I partially also spent like a good number of holidays on my own. They kind of just devolve into just regular days. Why are we watching the last part of your stream? I just wanted to kind of go through the. I just kind of wanted to go through like the rant just to see if there's anything I can probably take from it. I'm just listening through it right now just to see if there's anything I can take from it and maybe throw it into the video. I'm trying to think of like how I set up the review because I'm not sure like what angle I should shoot for. Should I shoot for more of a go arc by arc? Should I go more like free flow style? Just go into things I did like and then go from like the start to the end things I didn't like? Should I maybe tackle the arc separately? Should I go like arc character, arc character, arc character? I'm my when I think I've told you guys this before, but my brain is constantly going. I had a conversation with my therapist about this a while back. She's like, yeah, no, you're constantly on go. You really don't stop thinking. So for me, it's less about like just like listening to like the last stream and more so thinking like, is there anything I can take from this? Can I maybe transform the stream partially into like portions of the stream into like, or not just this stream but other streams in general, into like mini clips for the video itself? Or should I go, in my opinion, you should just go over Bleach as a whole and cover the good and the bad? Yeah, I'm gonna cover the good and the bad, don't get me wrong. It's just like, how should I format it? That's mostly where I'm stuck right now. I mean, we frankly don't even celebrate Thanksgiving as a whole since, well, turkey ain't popular meat product. I can understand that. Honestly, I think turkey is just fine. You know what I mean? I think it is like one of those meats. It's definitely as like a meat product that you genuinely just eat every now and then. I feel like it's one of those types of meats that like you really have to have somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, because dry turkey kind of sucks. It's not the worst thing in the world, honestly. It really isn't, but dry turkey is one of those things that like when you've had a juicy turkey, when you've had a dry turkey back to back, you kind of realize like, okay, there's definitely a way to make this, and the motherfucker that dried it out probably didn't do it right. Like, there's a lot of ways you can do your turkey, don't get me wrong. Like, there's also depending on like the stuffing that you used, but I think that kind of like also depends between like family to family. It's definitely one of those meats that like I'm kind of happy we only really eat once a year, mostly just because it's a lot, dude. Like, you really, unless you're getting like turkey ham or something, I don't know if you're really gonna be finding like, I don't know, unless you have like a really big family in general, like that you're constantly near. I don't know. It really does feel like it's just one of those things that you really just do eat once a year and that's it. It's all right. I like the meat. It's okay. It's nothing crazy. Ham is low key mid. I'm not a fan of ham. I'm not a fan of ham, but that's just because I don't really eat. That is probably ADHD. Did you ever test for it? Yeah, I actually did get tested for ADHD when I was a teenager, late into like my teenage years. I do have it, but I usually try to. There's usually ways I circumvent it. Like sometimes I play around with like my spinning pen when I'm like doing something, just because it helps me like formulate thought and it helps me keep my hands busy while I'm thinking. Shouldn't say probably, but it could be. Probably for what? I don't know. First off, were there things you did like about the story-wise about Bleach? Not really. You may want to start off with that. So, you know what's funny? So the way I was actually thinking about like formatting this, was just going into my experience growing up, right? I was gonna talk about like what was like the event that kind of got me into watching Bleach in the first place, checking it out at my friend's house, so on and so forth. Just taking in the story as a whole, thinking about like, yo, why the fuck is Ichigo have a giant katana and not that cool ass butcher knife? I don't like the brown sash belt. I want to see the red beads chain that he's got around himself. Things like that. Just like small things here and there about like just small things here and there just about things that like I experienced as I was watching it growing up, you know, like maybe like a little mini exposition as to like my experiences with Bleach up until up until I finished watching it back in my early days. I'll then circumvent it by saying that if you've noticed that if you've noticed that I'm talking about the anime in a manga review, it's because the anime provides all of these provides small little tidbits, like let's say like the music, that really do help reinforce the experience as something that's fun and interesting. And then I go from there on out to say that like I can't say anything good about the manga, but like unlike the anime, I don't know if I can say anything good about the manga, and then I'm just gonna go into it. What's up, Julius? How you doing, man? What's your favorite Thanksgiving food then? I don't know. Thanksgiving meals are kind of weird because like I come from a Hispanic family, so they also have like pernil and arroz con gandules and habichuelas and all that stuff, but that's beans, so I don't eat that shit. Um, it's funny, like the whole beans joke from like a while back when I made it with my boys. It ended up really devolving into a joke where like I essentially tell like I legitimately just don't consume beans like even in real life just because I'm like I can't get caught with this joke. I can't get caught. We took the joke too far. I'm not a fan of sweet potatoes. I don't know. Like Thanksgiving for me is just, don't you take medication for that? I don't take medication. I've tried to like stay clear of medication. I've tried to before. I've had ADHD my entire life, but it doesn't really affect me too much since I found ways around it. Yeah, I found out about it like late into my teenage years, so it took me a while to like kind of get it under wraps. It took me a really long time to get it under wraps. I tried to take medication for it, but I don't like the way the medication makes me feel, so I'm just like, whatever. Not gonna lie, Thousand Year Road is incredible animation, especially the Squad Zero fight. I'll check it out whenever it comes. Whenever Core 4 comes out, I'll check out because I never looked at 3. I've been reading some Greek fables. Plot manipulation is crazy. That's funny. That's crazy as fuck. I like mac and cheese. If done right by somebody who knows how to do mac and cheese, I'll eat it. I'll fuck up some mac and cheese. But it really just depends on who the fuck is making it. In terms of like Hispanic foods though, I mean I don't really eat pork. That's the thing. And not even out of like religious reasons or whatever. I remember watching a documentary from like years ago that said that like pigs do eat a lot of garbage and their bodies they absorb a lot of like the bacteria and stuff from all like the slop that they eat. If you cure, even if whether you cure, not cure like heal, but like cure as in like whether you cure the ham as in like like the cooking process, whether you cook it, smoke it, put it on a skillet or whatever, it doesn't kill all the bacteria that was inside the trash that they ate. And it just kind of turned me off of pork forever. Not gonna lie, I have PTSD from mac and cheese. I've had PTSD from ribs. I don't do ribs anymore. Ribs are a kind of food that like they are delicious. I am aware of that, but I had really bad food poisoning from them once, and I just don't do it anymore. Have you watched Golden Boy swimming scene? I've seen the entirety of Golden Boy. That is a fantastic. That is not only a fantastic anime. It is one of the funniest things I have ever fucking seen. I probably put it just underneath, maybe actually relative to Smiling Friends in terms of dumb bullshit that random motherfuckers thought up of, bro. I have eaten tamales. I'm not a fan of them. I don't like corn. I don't like corn-based products. I don't know. They're not for me. Corn. I would eat some cornbread. I can't like take out all corn-based products. I just don't like. I don't like tamales. I've had Mexican. I've had the ones from my country. They're just not. It's just not a food for me. I prefer sweet potatoes in its truest form. Sweet potato fries are the thing. I'm not a fan of sweet potatoes, dude. I don't know what it is about them. Like the salty sweet that you can get from it, but I don't know. It's weird. Although I will say, when it comes to like French fries, this might be a hot take for some of you. McDonald's French fries are the best fries out there. I would legitimately inhale them. I remember that I got a girl to like. I remember I was with a girl once with a bunch of friends at a movie theater, and like I think I grossed her out because they were like, "Yo, bro, get some McDonald's fries, and I was just being a fucking dickhead. So we went to the McDonald's. We all got some food because it was like late at night, and I just started waterfalling them. I'm talking about I literally just got like the large pack of McDonald's fries, turned it up, and literally just tilted my head back and just had them all fall down. That shit was so fucking funny. McDonald's fries are so good, dude. Arby's have the best fries. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my stream. You know what? How do I remove moderation, man? How do I remove moderation? I can't have somebody who likes Arby's as a moderator. That shit is crazy. McDonald's. I don't know, man. Some people hate McDonald's. Like, I don't know. Arby's is fucking garbage. It's crazy. You interacted with a real girl? I've interacted with many, my friend. That's crazy. I'm offended by that. To be fair, Not successfully, but I've interacted with many. I feel like people who say the anime fixes everything in the anime, it's a backhanded to the series because it's an adaptation of Kubo's work, not his work directly. Yeah. I could kind of agree with that. Morning. Hey, what's up, Drake Cross? I can assume the washer has finished. Yes, the washer is finished. We finished pouring all of that detergent on our clothing. It's finally off of us. You guys ever seen that clip where the dude's like, "Get this fucking black shit off of me"? I feel like that's me with like bleach. All the wasted ink that Kubo ended up, discarding throughout the last couple of years and shit. I don't know, man. Finally, we got it off of us. We got Yuhabaha's a gross, weird-looking black cape/shawl on top. We got that shit off of us, man. We don't no longer have to deal with that crap. I technically have 3 Thanksgivings since I do with my Boy Scout troop, nice, and one with my grandma, nice, and one with my mom. Oh, I mean, hey, man, that's a lot of free food. You know what they say, dude? That one of my friends actually loves Thanksgiving specifically just because of the food, because you just get to eat good. Honestly, that's a very justifiable reason. Y'all have Arby's, Eon inhaling them like Patrick from SpongeBob. Type shit, actually. I don't like Arby's, but their fries slaps. That's fair. Okay, that's fine. By the way, Bob, I did check out the Predaking versus Ultra Magnus and Wheeljack fight. That was pretty fucking sick. Like, I like the slow-mo at the beginning with, like, Wheeljack attacking Predaking. I like the idea that, like, Ultra Magnus and Wheeljack were trying to, like, bury Predaking that with their blasters when they shot up at the stalactite. I think those are called stalactites. It was pretty sick. No, it was pretty sick. The only thing that like always throws me off about the Transformers series is that I for whatever reason I always expect them to like have like more visual damage. Hey, Flygon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Can we get some W's? I haven't eaten in fast food in years. Really? That's interesting. I know some people that actually don't do fast food whatsoever. They're very healthy from that perspective. They do eat out, but they don't like do fast food. I got the reasoning though. I get the reasoning, but it's fine, man. Hey, what's up, Big Loss? Floating cat thing. He spit Blitz Gear 4 Snake Man. What are you guys talking about? By the way, Flygon, how do you feel about not having a Mega Flygon yet? How does it feel to have Pyroar? Remember everyone's favorite Fire-type Pokemon, Pyroar? How does it feel to know that thing got a Mega Evolution before one of the coolest Dragon-type Pokemon of all time? Genuine question. I haven't even gone to Wendy's or Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is fine. I don't know why people say it's so good. It's really just okay. Wendy's does have really good burgers, though. Wendy's has fantastic burgers. Girls, I don't know what that is. Yeah, as power scalers, we likely the concept of women and the female reproductive system is completely new information to us. It's one of those things that for like a power scaler like us, we just don't even comprehend what the concept of it is. We were in chapter 8, right? I'll read up some of this in a little bit. 4 times weak to ice Pokemon. Type shit, yo. Type advantages are crazy. Imagine getting taken out by an ice beam. Could never be me. In-N-Out has the best burgers. I can see that argument. I can definitely see that argument. I also like what's this food? What's the place? Not In-N-Out. Fuck. Smash Burgers. Smash Burgers are really fucking good. For everyone who gifted, remember to check your perks, the ability. Yep, thank you for letting them know, 6. Have you stayed away from yesterday's Fairy Tail chapter? Oh, I stood away from it. I definitely stayed away from it. I ate a shit ton on Thanksgiving. I'm happy you get to eat good, bro. That's one of the things that I kind of like about Thanksgiving, that like people just get to eat really good. Well, a good number of people. Yeah. Five Guys is all right. Five Guys is okay. Crash Out is justified. Type shit. Five Guys is all right. I don't know if it's like the best series I could talk. Not best series. The best burgers, and I say that primarily because like Five Guys burgers are also really fucking expensive. You guys ever had Five Guys, man? That shit is expensive as all hell. Also greasy as fuck too. I gotta be careful with the kind of like burgers that I eat personally.
Lightspeed. Oh, What should I do inside this scenario? What are Robin's breasts like? Things that don't need to be explained within the context of the story. They add a little bit.
Would you like to be in Urza's place in that chapter? I don't know what place Urza was in, because as we mentioned before, I stayed away from that chapter. You see? I can't eat at Five Guys, so it's automatically terrible. Why can't you eat there? In-N-Out is overrated as fuck. I tried it once while I was in I think, New Mexico, and it was okay, but not amazing. It's only considered really good because of how scarce it is. It's their marketing tactic. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. In-N-Out Burger probably has, like, really good shakes. What the fuck happened in Fairy Tail? Don't worry about what happened in Fairy Tail. Don't worry about it. Also, recently we got a Vegapunk character in my game and legit pulls up in a two-wheeler as his ability. What game are we talking about?
Building, they add a little bit of whimsy.
Food allergies, perfect.
But with Bleach,
got you. California, yeah, I could see that there.
Q&As are all about him just explaining shit he didn't explain in the fucking story, man.
Oh yeah, we also have to open it up.
That's not on me as a fucking reader for not reading it. That's on Kubo for being a dog shit writer. He is a garbage writer. He can draw. That is the only fucking bit of information. Not bit of information. That's the only fucking nice thing I will ever say about Kubo. He can draw. That is it. That is the only fucking praise I will ever give that man. Everything else that he has constructed is absolute garbage and dog shit. I don't want to read Burn the Witch. I don't care about the Hell arc. This thing came out years ago. Why the fuck should I care about it now? Why the fuck would I want to read
so
Burn
these
the
were added
Witch
recently.
if the same fucking writer that wrote this heaping pile of dog shit is gonna be the one also writing this shit, man? I don't care. Like, Bleach fans kind of put themselves on this fucking high pedestal of, like, our fan base doesn't attack anybody. Our fan base never talks shit about it. No, it's because nobody...
I'm not reacting to my own crash. I'm just trying to see if I should add anything like this.
Your fucking series. The only people that talk about Bleach are the people that like Bleach. And the moment that you bring up, to anybody, even somebody that watched the series growing up like I did, especially in their angsty, edgy teenage years, where you see a guy wearing a suit jacket and an all-black suit jacket with a fucking all-black sword, you think, oh, that's the coolest shit ever. You're not looking at the fucking narrative. You're not looking at the characters or little plot points. You don't give a shit about any of that. You're just seeing Ichigo go ham for the 50th time with a cool-ass mask. That's all that matters when it comes to Bleach. It's so ironic to me because people have for years made me believe throughout hearsay, not even about like or any stakes to the series, because here's the thing. You could argue, if this is through your first read-through, right? If this is your first fucking read-through through a story, right? You've never seen anything about this. You don't know any of the fucking arrows or whatever, but you ask yourself, oh man, Yukabaga's coming back. They have nothing left that they can do. Holy shit, this is gonna be crazy. These are stakes right here. Yes, I can agree. These are stakes. Yukabaga came back. He undid his own death. All of this bullshit. Just for a Deus Ex Machina arrow to come out of nowhere that was shown to me 2 or 3 chapters earlier, and somebody's gonna say, oh, but they explained this earlier, Ichigo, actually before, when Uri was thinking about his dad. You see when they show that his dad was operating on his mom, fixing on his blah, 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 blah? Oh yeah, no, that's the exact same thing as Madara talking about Kaguya to Hashirama for 1 fucking chapter before the bitch spawns in. And look how much everyone fucking hates that whore. Yeah, no, there's just bad writing. It's okay. You can have a series with bad writing. That's fine. Don't sit here and try to defend any of this crap.
Alright. Bro's crashing out so hard his voice changed from Hispanic to a chat of color. Crash out matured nicely like a fine vine. I appreciate it. Something about our enemy cutting her strength with how freaky the series is. That's a surprise. Bounty Rush is a gacha game. Trust me, I'm embarrassed. I know, but I've played the game for way. Oh no, don't. There's no need to feel bad about playing a gacha game. Sometimes you get into a gacha game. Sometimes you just end up spending some money on it. At some point, you just realize, man, I put too much amount of time into my. I'm actually reading through your comment just before I start. I did look through your comment just before I start up the stream. I actually didn't get a chance to fully finish it because my mom ended up walking in, and I just ended up having a chat with her. I was actually going to read it. I was actually going to read through it. The only thing I really hear Bleach fans talk about is how cool the Bankais are and going over character designs, which I understand, but still, not much about the story. No, they try to defend the story. They always, I've seen enough. I've actually been looking at like a lot of like Bleach videos that pop up for me here and there. Let me see. Do I have anything here? Wheeljack. Yeah. There's a Pokemon stuff. This stuff over here. There was a thing with that. yo. Yo, look.
I don't think hair matters as much as you think.
Okay, that's great. Hold on to that thought. I want you to tell me what you think this guy does for a living, okay?
Is he a construction worker, a mechanic, like just someone who works with his...
Interesting. So sort of like blue collar.
Uh-huh.
Bottom
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
society.
No, nothing like that. Of course not. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, he does look like he works with his hands. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, all right. Perfect answer, right?
There's no trick. Let me just, okay, now.
Now,
What is this
this
guy
I
do?
do.
You just put hair on him.
Ooh, right? Ooh.
Still a construction worker?
I love his face.
Cool. Like, yeah, I mean...
Oh, okay. Really?
Really.
You would
You have to
say
say such a
CEO
or
president,
today
you
we say
labor.
brr.
Really?
That is
Come on,
still, dude. Come on, dude.
Kinda
Come on.
see a point.
I agree that me killing schmalugos is totally justified now.
So you agree me killing schmalugals is completely justified? What the fuck? The Norwood scale. Dude, this episode came out Monday. I was in fucking tears. Dude, I'm literally lying in my bed. I put up the episode on the side trying to fall asleep, and I'm in fucking actual tears. Why did I bring up my history? I think it was because I've been watching like a couple of bits every now and then about like Bleach. Like I get like a couple of videos to pop up every now and then. I'm constant. Oh, there it is. Like I get a couple of like shorts to pop up for me every now and there, and it's bro has a villain laugh. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I have been checking out like a good number of shorts every now and then. Like they do pop up for me, and I always check out the comments. That's why I brought this up. Yeah, so you can actually see that like people are constantly bringing up. Like, let me actually show you guys this fucking.
Someone on Reddit asked.
Let me ask you guys something. So why didn't Unohana heal Kyorako's eye? Right? Did bro just say he's in he's fucking his tears? No, this man is crazy funny. I said I am in fucking tears. But yeah, I can understand why. Also, you want to check out some Smiling Friends fan-made rap battles? I don't do rap battles. I don't do rap battles. Rap battles are kind of cringe to me. I don't know why. Like, I don't know. Not for me. The funny thing is that the oldest Bleach YouTube videos are AMVs. Yes, yeah, Big Mom gets word. Okay. Bleach fans, y'all have good righty Bleach fans. Well, we have aura farming moments. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of Bleach channels are just pure glazing Bleach and everything about it. And Mespi is a good example of this. Well, we'll check that out in a second. That kind of goes for every heel in the Soul Society. Let's see. There's a video of Zach, one of the creators of Smiling Friends, making music, and he makes one about balding. That's funny. And then a 1v1 video in a long time. I haven't. I was actually thinking about doing a short for Itachi versus Ace. Just kind of providing like the arsenal for both characters, and then instead of me making a whole video about it, I'll probably just leave it like, who do you guys think would win? Like it just brings up conversation within the power scaling. I was actually gonna make a TikTok as well. I really have to get no Bleach today. You know, most people stop before hitting peak after chapter 698. Yeah, a lot of people just can't sit through and finish the rest of the series, man. A lot of people can't. Like, I feel like chapter 686 or whatever the fuck it is, that chapter, man, it really just makes the series really hard. I know there's like 50 other chapters to go through, but like it just makes it really hard to like sit through it after chapter 686. We're gonna watch that Johnny Flash video today. Which one were we talking about? I do have the list of like the watch later stuff. We were gonna check it out today, so I could do that in a second. Let me close this up. No Nemu short. That's right. The Nemu short.
Why
We'll get to that.
Stay
Don't worry.
one-eyed grandpa rather than healing it up. And the reason isn't what you think it is. We all know that during the Quincy revenge arc, Oryu's grandpa used his American Quincy technique to destroy one of Shunsui's eyes. But even after the war, Shunsui chose to put on an eye patch instead of getting healed. Now, if you are an average Bleach fan, your answer would be that he remained one-eyed for honor like Old Man Yama or something like that. But
Okay. So guys, let me ask you something. So Yuhabaha versus Sengoku. Sengoku would absolutely curb stomp Yuhabaha. I mean, let's be honest here. Pre-time skip Luffy. I don't expect Sengoku to be strong enough to beat pre-time skip Luffy, but Yukabaka's fodder ass, I'm pretty sure he could get curb stomped. It's not even close. It was the Transformers 1-1 Nemesis Prime versus Metacron. Okay, yeah, we can check that out. We can definitely check that out. It's AI voice, so it's obvious this is so cooked. Oh, 100%. But that's not the point, right? The point here is that this guy's trying to say that, like, if you believe that Shunsui didn't get his eye healed, or didn't have Orihime fix his eye because of some weird reasoning, like honor or whatever, this guy's telling you, no, you're probably wrong. Like, it's not because of that, right? Let's check out what the reason is.
That isn't the case with Shunsui, since he's the type of person who was recruiting Aizen and telling other fellows that Honor died on the beach. So, besides the fact that it looks cool, the only thing that makes sense is that initially...
The only thing that makes sense. Let's listen to this. The only thing that makes sense.
He actually didn't get the time to get
Weird thing for you to say? Don't worry about that.
And later, after seeing his Zanpakuto...
So, Shunsui, according to this person, according to this AI-ass voice, the reason why Shunsui didn't get rid of his eye patch, didn't get his eye healed, is because he wanted to look more similarly...
spirits, he chose to be one-eyed forever for two obvious reasons.
He decided to just do that for his fucking Zanpakuto, for no reason. Bro is just legitimately lying. He didn't get it fixed because he doesn't fully need to for combat. Kubo's at a club, like other at his level, relies on sending physical pressure and Reiatsu to judge the distance and position of their enemy, and perception is fully needed. Well, Shunsui is also an exception to the rule. He also uses his eyes as much as spiritual because both have uses. That's the point of his Oni game. Then leaves you open to hollows. Not that many hollows are that much of a threat, but Sonido, the hollow movement thing, is really hard to detect because he doesn't use Reiatsu. On Club Outside, in response to a question about a difference between Shunpo and Sonido, Kubo explained that while Shunpo is primarily achieved through training the physical body and hearing Kyaku through manipulating Reishi, Sonido involves converting Reishi within the body into something that is not Reishi. So if you're relying on spiritual senses, you can get snuck by Sonido pretty easily. Sonido is already more difficult to detect for Shinigami because it uses that unnamed type of energy. So they just make a whole new different type of energy to move around, and that for whatever reason. Wow. I mean, I figured it'd be someone that'd still rather lose half of their field of vision. If Kubo was is Kubo's unsatisfying answer on Club Outside, I personally think it's stupid not to get fixed by Orihime. You can literally refuse the fact it ever even happened, but it was Kubo's answer while ignoring how it makes no tactical sense. It's like a chef being fined with a loss of taste because they still have smell. Yeah. Still an issue if he loses his other eye in a fight. Might as well have a spare. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad to know that there are people out there that actually do just call out this bullshit. Alright, let's go check out the watch later list. The fuck do we have on it? Playlist? Where's the... while watching... Where the fuck's my watch later? The fuck's my watch later list? What if, Blue Lock? I guess while watching One Piece? No. Huh, weird. Hold on, let me see how the fuck oh, watch later, over here. Why the fuck do I have, there was a ghost, this is ectoplasm. Why the fuck did I have this? Oh, I haven't checked these videos out. Let me remove this one. I think I already watched that, and I already definitely watched this one. It's ectoplasm. Oh no. Oh man. The perfect chicken tender? Why the fuck did I save this?
What makes the perfect chicken tender? I ran tests for best brine, best coating, and best cooking method. For the brines, I tested all of these.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Now I remember. Alright. Hope you're having a good day too, Preston. How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good day. How is it ever implied in the manga, though? It's not even implied in the manga. It isn't. Let's see. It's either the injury that couldn't be healed somehow, or he refused to get it healed, so him really keeping that lost eye should be made clear. Yeah, I do hear that Ichigo has a good emotional journey of accepting himself, and that's how he's able to get stronger. What are your thoughts on that? I think it's fine. I don't think the execution for it is all... I don't think the execution for the overall story is great, but if... I think like Ichigo going through like a whole path of self-discovery... I think it's fine. It's just, why did it have to take over 600 chapters for that? Usually when a character from a series, I mean, even in Naruto, like Naruto kind of gets over his like personal demons and stuff throughout the throughout his training prior to the war. I feel like the kind of thing that like a main protagonist should be going through, especially leading up to the final arc, isn't still dealing with like problems of self-discovery. Like they should already have all that stuff done before they enter the final arc of the series, or at least it's customary that they do. It's not inherently a problem that Ichigo hasn't fixed all of his dilemmas, but I would say, wouldn't his Bankai spirit be missing an eye because he is? No, that's not inherently true. They're not stands. Most mythological guys can't beat modern fiction. Fair enough. Let's see. So how do you determine an extremely close battle like a hydrogen bomb versus a hydrogen bomb? What would be your own personal deciding factor to who wins 9 to 50? I mean, they're the same thing, right? At that point, it's just a flip of a coin toss. It's just a flip of a coin toss. I said coin toss. Of a coin toss. It's basically just a flip of it. It doesn't really matter. At that point, it doesn't really matter what deciding factor it is. You might be able to say which bomb went off first, or did one bomb's explosion slightly more powerful than the other. You might be able to go down to like the chemical compositions of the bombs or the materials used for it. But overall, it's like, if you have something that is just extremely close, like it really could be a flip of a coin, I think it's just fine to say that like it really could just be 50-50. So I'm out the speed bit, but the paragraph was too long. Gear Force Think Powers Kizaru, Speed Blitz Luffy. What does somebody do if the data books, Kyonis, and Light Novels are not available in their language? You better learn another language, or you better get that shit translated on Google Translate. That's what I'm going to tell you. Is there a connection between how both Soul Reapers and Quincy's live in Karakura Town and how Karakura is a Jureichi? I'm thinking that when people with a certain level of Reiatsu gather in where a Jureichi has formed, that's when the town becomes a Jureichi. Yeah, but you have things backward. And it's that things with high Reiatsu are drawn to Jureichi that's already been developed. It's weird. Shigekunik and Ryusai Yamamoto was extinguished by Yuhabaha, but Xylopero revealed he's now in hell. Do Soul Reapers not get extinguished if struck by spirit bows? Quincy spirit bows are originally made for hollows, so their bows and arrows only extinguish hollows. What kind of meals are provided to criminals imprisoned in Muken? Yada yada, restrained. Meals are not provided. Those in prison are essentially criminals that cannot be killed. Got you. It was stated that the effectiveness of anesthesia, Shinten, differs based on the strength of one's Reiatsu. Does tolerance to things like alcohol also differ based on one's strength of one's Reiatsu? They are unrelated even among new recruits. They are those who can hold their liquor remarkably well. When we first introduced the Soul King, he clearly has all 4 of his limbs. When were we first introduced into the Soul King? Adneus. Yeah. When is his first appearance? I don't care about that. Whatever. Let me go back to this. When did he actually decide to get rid of his limbs? Also, when did Pernita crushes the second-class Divine Soldier? They are shown to actually have normal left hand too, so I'm thinking back and hadn't been decided that Pernita was going to be the Soul King's left arm. Well, the setting I came up with was for them is that normally they can hold an imperfect human form, but when they lose themselves, they can no longer hold it together, and their true identity, that of the left arm, is revealed. But since it's pretty hard to grasp, I guess I could have scrapped this idea. Anyway, I really wanted to draw the bit in which their hood tears apart and they turn into a left arm. Yeah, you probably should have just scrapped it at that point. It was stated that the effectiveness of anesthesia... Oh, I already read that. What percentage of Shinigamis have an aptitude for Kaido? Since it's taught in the Shino Academy, everyone could use it, at least at a basic level, like scabbing over scraped knees. About 30% can perform hemostasis, useful in battle. Slightly less than 10% can perform pain relief in the foundational skill of the 4th Division. And 5% can achieve what people typically imagine as healing, treating physical injuries. Roughly 2% can heal internal organs. I'd like to know which Captain Class Shinigami can use Kaido, 4th Division, Hinamori, Hira. Most of the Captain Class Shinigami, albeit with varying proficiencies, fall about 5%. Fall into the 5% mentioned before. Conversely, among the current Captain Class, the only ones who cannot use Kaido are Renji, Kenpachi, Ikaku, and Soifon. Ikaku is Captain Class? Then why not do anything with him? If Ikaku is Captain Class, then why not do anything with him? The trigger for Hirako's Sakanade is scent, but is it effective against an opponent who has a cold and can't smell? Also, does it work on machines like BG9 that seem to lack the very concept of smell? It still remains effective. Scent is not the activation condition, rather those affected will perceive the scent. Old man doesn't get to try to reveal his name to Kurosaki in her world. Was this the work of... Yeah, okay. Regarding the animation production, you mentioned that it would make your stomach hurt while watching it at home due to discrepancies that arose from a lack of involvement in its early days. But from approximately what episode did Tite Sensei get his hands involved in the production? Starting from the Bound arc, I began to only do dialogue checks in the scripts for the characters belonging to the original works just before reading. Okay. Please tell us about any changes in the vow Chad made concerning his fists. After he swore to his abuelo that he would never swing his fists for himself, Chad did not retaliate by raising his fists on his own sake, not even during a fight where he was getting beaten. Then he met Ichigo. Both made this pact. You won't be able to hit anyone on your own accord anymore, but in turn you have to hit people to help them. I'll fight for you and you'll fight for me. If there's something you want to protect with your life, I'll stake my life for protected too. From then on out, he fought with Ichigo with his fists and grew stronger to protect his friends. However, in the final chapter, there's a scene where Chad has become a boxer and is aiming to become world champion. Why did Chad, who up until now had vowed to not swing his fists for himself, ended up using his fists in a boxing match in order to become the champion in the final chapter? Was this some sort of shift in feelings that made him think that he's ready to use his fists for himself, or is it someone has emerged whom he wishes to protect by becoming the champion? Nothing has changed. Chuck considers boxing a martial arts, not violence. Wow. Yeah, that is just a concept taken straight from JoJo's. What are we talking about? I think you got my video on the watch list. I do have it. It's right here. The most savage Transformers fight. Right here. Nemesis Prime versus Thing. We got it. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Is the reason why Uryu was not affected by Osvaldo connected to his grandfather? There's a bit of a complicating setup regarding this, but it might have appeared in the anime adaptation of 1000 Year Blood War, depending on the composition. I swear to God. In chapter 188, when Ishin regained his Shinigami powers for the first time in 20 years, he referred to the Vizards in this conversation with Urahara-san during the scene. Urahara, who had helped to contain their holification, acted as though he possessed no detailed information concerning their backgrounds or ideology. Was this information simply not revealed to Ishin and nothing more? Or is it truly he had no idea what the Vizards were planning at the time because he hadn't involved with them since the past arc, among other things? This is because he concluded that they would be more of a benefit towards the management of Ichigo's holification if he did not divulge the information to Ishin. How would it benefit Ichigo in the slightest bit for his dad not to know about his holification? How would that even remotely help? How many people could Kyoryaku Kageoni accommodate within the shadows, and what is the maximum duration? Depends on how much effort Shunsui puts in. Wow, okay. Yeah, whatever. What dog shit answers? Revealed things he should have revealed in the story in Q&A. Yep. What do you think about Chad bullying regular humans after getting washed in every fight? I think that Chad using his fists in quote-unquote martial arts to become a super famous boxer that can essentially win the world championships, is guaranteed to win the world championships because, yeah. Because, you know, it's easy to track the money. Like, I really do feel like Chad is just trying to... I don't give a shit what Kubo could ever tell me. It really does just sound to me like Chad is just trying to get his get back on regular people. His get back on all the villains that beat his ass and he never got his time to shine on people that, you know, also know how to fight. As long as he gets paid for it, it doesn't really matter. I was talking about the fact that spiritual beings attract each other just like stand users. Yep, they attract each other just like stand users. I agree. Yeah, that's why he needed Ichigo to watch him fight. If Ichigo's not watching him, how is he supposed to win those fights? I mean, even a normal human can beat him. All right, let's check out these 5 videos. Let's check out these 5 videos, and then we'll see where we go from here. We'll probably read up some verses, and then I'll probably just leave it like that. Playing this was appealing, but looking back, I'm like, why did I make him so gloomy and boring? This dude is literally using, whoever the sometimes Ellie is, they're using the music for, yeah, Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, I could tell this was Chunan. This was 100% Chunan. All right, we got a Sonic fan over here. Good shit, good shit. I might actually end up adding that music to my repertoire. Can the Byakugan see souls like Shinigami? I mean, Naruto characters just can see the soul. They just seemingly have the capacity to see the soul. I mean, at least it looks like it. I don't know. I don't think it was bad. I did look at the My Hero Academia ending. I did read those last chapters. Deku really was the guy that tried to go in for Shigaraki. He really tried to help him out even in the end. He was really going to just try to be there for him. That's fine. Deku loses his powers. He starts to work at McDonald's. Yeah, completely fine with me.
Let's start this over from the top. What is, unfortunately, the most talked about thing in the MHA fanbase? If your answer is ships, then
It was off screen, but Chad actually gave all of his enemies food and was mentally nerfed. Full power Chad, no divs, Yuhabaka. I believe it. I believe it. No, I believe it. 100%. 100%. Yeah, he blitzed everyone. He blitzed everyone when nobody was there, including Yuhabaka.
Congratulations, you have eyes and a brain, which coincidentally makes you smarter than most people in the fan base, but I digress, because while
I think that My Hero has an overall solid story. I mean, it does continue to show, like, the perpetuation of, like, hatred from, like, All For One. It has, like, themes about, like, you know, what it means to, like, really be a hero. You know, heroes nowadays only do it for, like, the glory and shit of, like, you know, just becoming sort of like mainstay celebrities and stuff like that because they're helping people out. I get like some of the themes of My Hero Academia. I think it's a fine enough story. I just don't care for it personally. Like, I think the characters are fine. I just don't like Deku as a character. Deku's story. This is how I became the greatest hero, the greatest teacher for the greatest heroes. Yeah. To the greatest teacher for the greatest heroes. Yeah.
shipping is only made as poignant and stable because of MHA's larger cast, that same cast kind of sucks. Izuku and Ochako, for instance, are the 2 main characters in the series. Their stories are intertwined by the desire to protect others, and the joy that lies at the end of disavowing self-hatred. Her character is a commentary on the archetypical girl character who's just there for support, taken to its extreme by literally being someone who can only support. She's not a fighter, and she doesn't even really want to be a hero for the same explosive and testosterone-stunted reasons as her classmates, wanting to simply help her family.
12-year-old Itachi versus the Bleach verse. He closes the book on them. He literally just slams the Bleach book closed, and that's it. They what can they do? What is Yuhabara gonna do? They're all weak as fuck, man. Bleach characters, you're telling me they're strong? Yeah, no, I don't believe it.
Make them happy. Furthermore, her desire to support people is extended to antagonists, not just protagonists, literally cultivating in her being willing to support a villain who just needs a second chance at a better life. But that's lame, right? Like, that's just an excuse. She states multiple times in the series she's going to be proactive, she's going to be a driving force in the story, and yet she's barely in this story. It's not her fault. She's in a shonen battle manga and can't do shonen or battle, so she's left behind by the origin trio, or the newest arc's useless Class 1A character. She's for all intents and purposes the Megami of the...
No, she's not, because she doesn't have an inherently broken-ass ability that simply is only stifled by her mentality. I don't think so.
My Heroverse. But at least when Megami was a total cunt while ignoring the feelings of those around him, it was intentional. That's like half the reason why her relationship with Izuku can't work, because there is no relationship.
We could have had Todoroki to finish the trio, but Death Battle already did that a year ago. Did they use Todoroki already? And Bakugo Apology Arc was behind horrible. Hey, I know you almost stopped yourself because of me, but Sawi, I don't know. She's just not a combat-focused character? I think so.
Sure, the story can have a bunch of exam arcs around the students. The students can make up songs for a concert. We got like 2 chapters of Aoyama and Deku dicking around about cheese, but God forbid Deku ever talks to the first person to never discriminate against him. This problem isn't specific to her, by the way. Ochako suffers just like the villains suffer, for instance. As the story goes on, they go from complicated, traumatized individuals.
Rezi beats Bakugo because I like her more. Maintaining the agenda is our top priority. Type shit. You always gotta maintain the agenda. You can obviously guess the connections. Yes, they were both scarred by their parents. One threw hot water, the other one burned their face off. I really like Ochako's final battle with Toga. It was very good writing behind it. And had some gay undertones. That's fine. Hey, shit. Itachi has unmeasurable speed because I don't know how to count. That's what I'm saying, bruh. Like, who gives a shit about quantifying how fast characters are? Just don't. Like, if you can't figure it out, then that just means it must be. It must mean it's just immeasurable, bro. It's just immeasurable. That's it. That's all that matters.
Just want a society that accepts them, even if they have to destroy the current one to get it. To victims with voices literally silenced or characterized by being evil from the day they were born. This is a story first and foremost about how discrimination can tear a society apart, a society that's already built on heavy bystander syndrome. And yet the story's consistent answer to these dark issues is just to be kind. But what does be kind even mean in the face of coming from a family of abuse, an abuse that made you feel trapped and lonely while everyone else stood by satisfied in their own delusional security? Or in the face of being shunned away by your loved ones because they were afraid of you, disgusted by a child, or when your reason for existence is ripped away from you because of your father's desire to be the best, and you have to see that same father praised on TV for the rest of your life. Class 1A as a group is not built to respond to these issues. UA as a school does not produce students that are built to respond to these issues, which is what makes Deku and his specific inner circle such outliers. And yet, even though the series is so intent on persuading the audience, at least early on, that the total destruction of Hero Society wouldn't be so bad, the same Hero Society represented through Class 1A is still here.
How can One Piece characters move at light speed if the mangas are made up of still
What is
images?
the most-
Oh no, One Piece characters aren't actually light speed. They're actually not even faster than the speed of sound. We just say they are because we have a really we just say that because we must maintain the agenda and we must make sure that that Naruto and Bleach fans can't actually beat our anime. Because if our anime isn't also the strongest, then we can't do. Then what's the point of living? It doesn't matter if One Piece is the most successful based on sheer numbers or popularity world round. The fact is that if our verse isn't also the fastest, the strongest, the most handsome, the most talented, if our steak isn't more juicy, if our fields aren't more fucking bountiful, if our crops don't have the least amount of insects in them, then what's the point of living, right? There's no point. There's no even point in liking the story if it's not because we're the strongest. I mean, they literally admitted they love each other and they're going to be in a relationship even if she didn't die. Okay, shit. Fuck it then, I suppose. That's kinda funny. Shit. Let's see, someone tried to argue that Naruto's faster than Luffy because the Otsutsuki fly through space. It has any specific meaning that specific as saying I ran down the street. It's because they like to say that because One Piece... It's so funny to me. It's like, well, the Naruto verse, they call their planet Earth, but it's not actually Earth. And I'm like, well, it's called Earth. So wouldn't it be about the same size as Earth? No, they just call it Earth. It's actually like 6 times bigger. Why is it bigger than the planet? Oh, because it takes them like a month. It would take like a month to get to Mount Miyoboku. And these ninjas can all travel at like massively hypersonic speeds, which means that the world has to be at least 6 times larger than our planet. Oh, but that's not ever remotely even implied. And it's not like they would actually be running for like a month straight. Well, no, you'd be disingenuous for saying otherwise. Okay, but then why are the Otsutsuki flying through space make them faster than One Piece characters? Well, because we we're using if we use like the Milky Way galaxy and like the difference between the Milky Way and our galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy and like a nearby nebula, then by using these examples, okay, but like aren't those examples of like the real world? And didn't you just establish that the Naruto planet isn't actually Earth and it's actually 6 times larger than our planet? Yeah, well, I can still use it because the Naruto cosmology is very similar to human cosmology. I mean, they got planets and they got stars, so you got what I'm saying? Like, if there's a nebula can only spawn from this distance away and can only be as big as the ones from our universe, right? So that's why they have to be so fast, because if they cross an entire universe in an entire, what is it, a nebula or like a galaxy in a year, then that must mean that it must be really far away. Sure. Not necessarily. Let's see.
About thing in the
Hey, what's up, Jake? It's been a
You
minute.
see, a common talking point in
Been a hot
response to
minute.
Bleach criticism would be a variant of "you just didn't understand it," etc., etc. While also suggesting a reread. Listen, I am all for Kubology. 5 hours is nothing to me after a gram of edibles. But if you're not interested in Bleach on the surface level, why would you go out of your way to explore the themes and symbolism? Hollows early on are presented as ghosts with unfinished business. They were humans who died with either regrets, repressed traumas, or held down by those in the world of the living still holding on to them. Soul Reapers not only restore balance to the world of the living, but also help lost souls enter Soul Society, a place of paradise and peace. However, after Soul Society, the shift from Hollows is seen via the Arankars, and especially the Espadas. In the Arankar saga, we're greeted with Hollows that have bridged the gap between Hollow and Soul Reaper, thanks to the final boss Aizen. A lot of what makes the Espadas in Aizen amazing is dumped deep under symbolism, parallels, and subtext. And Bleach does not do a good enough job of not only establishing these characters on the surface level, enough for me to want to dig deeper into them, but it also seems like the manga thinks this way of storytelling is superior to convention. Okiora's character and how it was
Besides flying through space and travel speed in a vacuum that has no influence on combat speed and atmosphere, it's the invincible scaling problem where they fly at FTL but fight at Mach 20 or so. I feel like it's one of those cases where, like, I feel like it's usually one of those cases where, like, the authors probably just think that, like, the characters can fly really fast when it comes to, like, because, like, they have to, like, build up that speed. You know, like how, like, in a vacuum of space, if an object is traveling, unless that object is, like, losing energy, but I think they lose energy at, like, a very low rate. So, like, because there's no gravity and there's no, like, air resistance to stop you, you're essentially just like constantly hurtling. Like if you get blasted away in outer space, you let the momentum carry you. That's why like rockets, they only really use the force of like those giant fuel tanks to essentially force their way out of Earth's gravitational pull. Once they're out of it, they're basically just kind of flying with, I guess they do have thrusters still, but they're kind of mostly just flying with like the momentum they carried. That's why I don't really like consider it like real like honest speed. I don't know. That's just me, though. Are we reviewing scaling today? If so, I have a pretty solid scale getting fodder One Piece humans to mountain level and island level. Sure. If you want to offer a video up, we can watch it. Did you ever look at my measurable? I haven't checked it out yet. I really haven't checked it out yet, dude. Once I turn off the PC and I get out, I go eat for the day. I watch some Great British Baking with my mom for as long as I've got her with me, and then within the context of this next week or two, and I just go to bed. Like, I really don't do much. For legal reason, that's a job. Bro can't even outspeed the absolute Flash, who doesn't even have the speed force. An object in motion stays in motion. What do you, a pure-hearted soul like Kaido, getting killed over some random villagers with a skill issue? I don't understand the question. What do you think about a pure-hearted soul like Kaido getting killed over some random villagers with a skill issue? Oh, I don't know, man. I feel like Kaido was completely justified in everything he did. I mean, he's kind of right. If you have just sort of the power to take whatever it is that you want, why not just take it? And the people in Wano just weren't strong enough. They literally just did not have anything to do with them, man. It just kind of sucked. Like, you telling me none of you could just walk up to him and tell him no? No one was trying to stop him? You all just kind of cowered away? Like, that's some real bitch-made shit. Me personally, I would have told Kaido, stop it. Stop it. Okay? Okay. And that's it. That's all you gotta tell Kaido. Like, hey man, just stop it. Like, we're kinda hungry here, bro. Can you like spare some food? You know, maybe if you just talk to him even. I feel like Kaido's the kind of guy that would probably like just stop doing what it is that you're doing. Whatever it is that he's doing, if you just ask him nicely enough. I mean, Kaido seems to be a pretty... Yeah, he was just trying to build up some military power. That doesn't exactly mean that, like, you know, he was gonna, like, just slaughter you for no fucking reason. They even took away the free will from one of his soldiers. That's what I'm saying, bruh. Like, why are his soldiers getting hit by Luffy just because they spilled over some beans? Last time I checked, that's a W. That's a W for everybody there. They literally spilled a fucking large can of beans. And if I'm gonna be honest with you, that literally nothing better could have happened. If anything, that was the objective highlight. That was like the objective highlight of the Wano arc. Are you out here telling me that like that wasn't absolute peak fucking cinema? Him spilling those beans and Luffy's out here trying to beat these people up for that shit? Nah, that's fucked up, man. That's absolutely fucked up. All I'm saying is that like Gear 5 was like okay, but like when they spilled those beans, man, I literally threw a fucking party. I was like that episode of SpongeBob where he decided to move out, live in jellyfish fields and Squidward, and I'm Squidward out here fucking just throwing a party on my own, just music, all the photos of me, just putting in fucking party hats everywhere. It did not look good. You're bugging out. Don't forget Orochi was also the one spreading ton of suffering in Wano because he hated everyone. Yeah, but that was Orochi just being a piece of shit. Kaido, I feel like Kaido would have been pretty chill about it. I feel like Kaido would have been like, all right, I'm just gonna commandeer a bit of your land. It's fine. Just leave me be. We're just gonna take some food too, and that's it. You know. Yeah, he gave the food to the poor. Yeah. Kaido 100% gave the food to a poor, and he gave him free housing. Like, you know how ugly Udon was before Kaido took over, and the fact that he basically turned that place into a location where like people can work out, they can earn their money, they have a place to stay. I'm just saying, like Kaido honestly was completely justified.
Example of this. Don't get me wrong, Orihime is the perfect character to address the sensitivity of the soul, the kindness that comes from having the heart, and what ideals come from believing in the people around you. However, his character isn't emphasized enough until he dies, and that backstory that tells us of his sorrow is locked away in external content. Same with Aizen, the antagonist of over a third of Bleach, also without a backstory or clear motivation before his actions.
If they're so happy, why do they laugh at everything? Kaido kind of improved their lives. That's what I'm saying. Like, these people are so fucking... I don't know, man. They just like to bite the hand that feeds them. Like, are you telling me that the whole village full of people smiling is a bad thing? They were literally smiling so much it would hurt their cheeks. Like, that's honestly crazy, man. I don't know. Oh god, I just remembered Mr. Beast thumbnail with Kaido on it. Is there a Mr. Beast thumbnail with Kaido on it? What's the video titled? I just want to check it out.
For his demise. And I would argue Hyuhaba. However, the issues with this character lie actually above the subtext. The beginning of the story is so focused on establishing the fact that these lost souls not only need, but deserve...
I trapped 1,000 villagers on Onigashima. Last one to not get killed wins a smile fruit.
Positioned into paradise.
Kaido stayed in Wano and led the people while Odin's deadbeat Shogun was off playing pirate. That's what I'm saying.
Families get separated.
Here in the Soul Society, at least in Rukongai, most people choose to live in families made up of strangers. Rukongai is a big place. There are dead people from all over the place. It's hard to find real family members. Do Soul Reapers ever reunite families? Nope.
As they enter, and there are some who straight up...
He even took out a degenerate like Odin from the country. He's just a little rough because nobody respects him. Kaido's the type of guy that honestly just wants to be remembered when he dies, and I feel like he did a good job in making people remember him, but he wanted to die in a memorable way, and Odin decided to take his fucking spotlight and ended up doing such a thing. I feel like Odin was honestly just a real asshole throughout like the whole thing. Like, why go play pirate? You're supposed to lead an entire nation. Why did a random stranger have to show up to your country in order to make everything finally work the way it was meant to be? Like, are you kidding me? You know, fucking bullshit. Eon would jump into the sky, fist raised as a beam of light grows bigger and bigger, then yell the impression impact at the slaves. I would not do such a thing. I would only want the best thing for the slaves. That's all I'm saying.
There's also a class system with the same Shinigami tasked with balancing the universe at the center of it.
My apologies, Lord IMAX.
This conservative and archaic society They're also
That's what I'm saying. Like, is Kaido really a bad guy? Like, listen. Let's not beat about the let's not beat about the let's not beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the bush, guys. Kaido has a child that wants to identify as someone else. And you know what? A lot of parents, especially in 2025, they wouldn't be up for that shit. And honestly, I don't understand why. Your child is just trying to be who they want to be and how they feel best in themselves, their name, and their skin. And the fact is that Kaido, he gets all of this fucking negative treatment, but the fact is he literally went out of his way to defend, protect, and even use the name that their child wanted them to call them by. Is he really a bad person if he's out here not only defending their pronouns, but also calling them son when they were born biologically as a daughter? I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, he even has his men refer to them by the proper pronouns. He cannot be a bad guy. He cannot be a bad guy under any circumstance. I don't know what to tell you.
really terrible people, and most of the character arcs in Thousand Year Blood War are all about them not changing their ways,
Yeah.
indulging in their worst tendencies,
Yeah.
and staying stagnant in their toxicity.
Is the most progressive character in One Piece, 100%. Him and Bon Clay, and Ivankov. Damn, rip Bon Clay. Rip the comic Bon Clay. And Ivankov. Ivankov's so good. They're some of the best characters in fucking fiction. What do you want me to tell you? They're great.
Ba actually approves of this. Like, his people nearly got wiped out centuries ago.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention
and he's
I
fundamentally
got my Discord hacked and literally got all my data mined and deleted, so I have to leave the server. If you want me to send you an invitation, you can either hit me or Six Up on Discord if you guys still have like each other's thing, and just you can get an invite back into the chat.
Soul Reapers go about their business.
Bon Clay's still alive?
However,
Nah, Bon Clay's dead, bro. Bon Clay died back in Impel Down. What are you guys talking about? Truly the grandson of the oppressor. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, no. He's dead, bro. He's dead. He died, bro. Bon Clay ripped the homie, died. Why do you think we haven't seen him in post time skip? Why do you think we haven't seen Bon Clay in post time skip, man? It's because they're dead, bro. They're dead. They got offed by Magellan. Magellan is a fucking transphobe. That's all I'm gonna call it right now for what it is. Magellan fucking works for the world government. He's part of the fucking problem. He hates everything. It sucks, man. Yeah, no, it totally sucks. Yeah, no, Bon Clay died that one chapter. You guys didn't see that? I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah, Bon Clay was just standing there. You didn't see like his dead, mangled body. You didn't see him just there covered in poison. You didn't see the things that Magellan did. God, Magellan is such a piece of shit for that.
by any of that. His reason for hating Yamamoto and his gang of fascists is that they're not fascist enough. They fell off. They used to be really passionate and bloodthirsty and cold-hearted individuals. Now they've grown soft.
What the does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Deku's character very much reflects the journey of his author, someone who, after many failed attempts at serialization, looked at MHA as his last chance to make it. In the same way, the world guides Deku into accepting that he might not be fit for his dream, as his instincts take over and his body moves on his own for one last
Didn't
hurrah.
Luffy literally try to kick Kizaru at the start of their fight with Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Also, Kizaru was also mentally nerfed and had his hockey weekend.
What makes the perfect chicken tender?
Here, I'm over this video. I know that somebody wanted me to watch the Some Call Me the Sometimes Ellie video, but that was whatever. Let's see, which one do you want to watch next? Which one do I want to watch next? I'll just go at it. This one's the second shortest. Let's just check it out.
Quincy's and really helps to change the course of the Thousand Year Blood War. It's a power that really defines both the cruelty of Yuha Buck, but also his immense strength and his ability.
Just saw a crazy good
to
theory video
freely
from Dawn
give
Dusk. Nice.
And then steal power. However, the Auschwitz
What's South Park thumbnail? Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. There was a ghost, and it was ectoplasm.
Inconsistencies in the way the ability is portrayed in Bleach. In this video, I want to take a look specifically at Yuha Buck's ability, the Auschwitz, and see how it affects those around it and how it affects.
Go back? No, I'm not going back. Why would I? What's your favorite Bleach fight? Fuck. I don't know. Hollow Ichigo versus Ulquiorra. They wanted me to watch. They wanted me to watch the episodes of videos. Well, somebody wanted me to watch all these videos and stuff. The Ausvallen thing. Just to watch later stuff from like a couple days ago that I never got a chance to finish.
Some of those inconsistencies in its playthrough, see if we can't come up with why that might be, and maybe look at some kind of alternative. Before we begin, though, if you're interested in Bleach lore and discussion...
It's crazy that Deku had to wait 7 years. It's crazy that Deku had to wait 7 years and also get a super expensive mech suit in order for him to be a hero again. If Nami was a celestial dragon, would you be her slave? Nami would never be a celestial dragon. She is my tangerine princess, and I will never ever allow anybody to even remotely talk shit about her in any negative light, because she is my perfect... She just is my perfect wife. Oda and I have the same kind of taste in women, for real type shit.
You haven't hit subscribe yet, you are in the perfect place. Make sure to hit that button now and keep...
Conqueror's hockey deals damage to one's soul? I don't believe that. Where is that even remotely implied?
On YouTube, and don't forget to hit the notification bell as well, just to stay up to date with all of my videos. Although Yuharbark and the Vandenreich partake in the first invasion of Soul Society and are around from the very beginning of the...
And his name is straight up gibberish with some connections to the Hebrew god. Yeah... You too broke for Nami. I'm too broke for Nami. Listen. Just because I get like $100 every month from YouTube because I just don't have a good enough subscriber and view count because my content is mid as fuck, doesn't mean that I'm too broke for Nami. All right. Can the Akatsuki solo My Hero Academia? If you believe that My Hero Academia is FTL, then they cannot solo them because they'd be too slow. If you believe that My Hero Academia is not FTL, then the Akatsuki probably could solo. Especially considering that they don't have quirks. Can you increase the volume? Yes, I can. I can 100% do that.
War Arc, the idea of this holy selection ability doesn't actually show up until volumes.
When are we getting more shorts? I can get more shorts out this upcoming week. I was thinking about doing an Ace versus Itachi thing. It's not going to be like an in-depth explanation as to who actually wins the fight. More so just kind of providing evidence for both characters, kind of giving them like a speed... kind of giving them like like different like stat outlooks, and then just putting it up in the end of the video to like kind of drive in conversation who wins of the two. Itachi can technically out-hacks Ace, though Ace is potentially way too fast for Itachi, so it kind of does depend. CP9 versus Akatsuki when? I don't know if you guys just wanted me to make a video about me just saying most of them get speed blitzed. I don't know if you guys want me to say that. Because it really just is a case of most of the Akatsuki just straight up getting speed blitzed. It's really not even close. Nami is sucking from you as your credit card. But she's still sucking though, right? Aren't even mountain level though. The top tiers might be faster than MHA, but they're going to lose against the whole verse, so they lose. Yeah, if they're going up against the whole verse, yeah, there's no way. Like, I'm sorry, but Nagato can only planetary devastation once, especially if he uses the pain bodies. There's just no way. The Espada get absolutely curb stomped. I already told you this 1,000 times, and I said this yesterday. I'm not... If anyone asks me any versus battle between Bleach characters, I'm just going to tell you, agenda piece, I'll just say the Bleach characters lose every time. I do not care for that series whatsoever. I think it's trash. I would pay Nami for a foot job. Look, what the My brother in Christ, you're technically still a child. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Don't just push it down like that, man. That caught me off guard so fucking... What would Amaterasu do? Burn fire? I mean, you can probably argue that Amaterasu, if it does seem to have like some strange kind of hacks where like it does have the heat of the sun, but if you believe that like the Amaterasu does have like, let's say like the heat of the sun, but for whatever reason, you know, it's only contained within like the flames and the heat doesn't actually spread out there, you could probably argue that he can potentially just burn Ace, since Ace was burned by Akainu. The only real issue there is that, again, you kind of have to just, like, truly believe the data book statement, but it's completely fine. Amaterasu's not inherently an issue. Amaterasu's not inherently an issue because Itachi does use up a lot of chakra in order to cast Amaterasu. He can't use Amaterasu too consecutively. You might be able to say Itachi's got, what, 5-6 shots of Amaterasu if he's already wasted 5 or 6 shots of Amaterasu at best, like, at full chakra. And I say this because he only really used, like, 3 or 4 shots when he was already semi-low on chakra against Sasuke. The Susanoo and the Yatamura, the Susanoo specifically, the Totsuka Blade and the Yatamura are like his win conditions. It's not really Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi is not really an issue. Amaterasu did kind of struggle to burn a forest. I mean, not really. That's what Amaterasu did against Sasuke. Yeah, it did overpower his fireball jutsu. Granted, you can always just argue that natural element is more intense. The natural element of fire is more intense than just the flames created by chakra. But that's kind of just one whether or not you think, wasn't it that magma consumes fire? I think the statement was something along the lines of like magma burns fire. But we can double check that real quick. It's really just a case of an issue of like Itachi having more definitive light speed. Like, when I mean definitive, I mean like, if you want to go with the data book statement for Kirin, then Itachi at least has light speed reaction time. Again, just reaction time, not movement speed. But with Ace, the only way you can really get a speed up is by comparing him to other characters. Yes. We know that Ace should be faster than the speed of light because of Luffy, Jinbei, Whitebeard, so on and so forth. But it again boils down to an issue of like having to use bridge scaling of like, or not really bridge scaling, but more so chain scaling, because you don't really need a bridge Ace. You just kind of have to just say, well, Ace did fight characters who do have light speed feats. Or at least fights alongside characters who do have light speed feats. So, with Ace, it is technically more consistent, but again, it's just the issue of like, it's not inherently a feat that he has performed himself. Okay. Getting careless because you're a Logia type. You're just fire. My magma can even burn you. Yeah, so heat of the magma is hot enough to burn him. Magma burning fire is a One Piece original. In real life, it's the other way around. Most likely just a Logia superiority thing. I know it's because of a Logia superiority thing, but I'm just saying, like, if the flames are stated to be straight up hotter, I'm fine with it saying that, like, it's just an advanced form of fire. I'm fine with that. Fire can't be harmed because fire is a process of matter change. Akainu is just built different. Alright. What version? I'm alive Itachi. Ace has no win condition against the Neto Tensei. I would just argue that Ace would get hit and just create a new body from fire. I mean, he never really does that, though. He never, like, really just makes up a second body of fire, at least as far as I'm aware. You know what I mean? It's like, does Ace just glob off his own arm and then just, like, make a new one? I don't know. If you find a different translation, just give me the website. I'll... Like, this isn't a matter of me, like, actually saying who wins. I actually want to leave it open-ended enough to where, like, I just give arguments for both sides. And I want to leave it up open-ended enough to where, like, it allows people in the comment sections to sort of just provide who they believe will win. I think it'll actually be a lot more healthy for me to do something like that, because at least it gives people room to make all of these arguments. He could. Kiji could, and there's no reason to believe that Ace couldn't. When did Aokiji remake a whole nother arm? I mean, Ace could... I mean, with Aokiji, it's most so like he's replacing his leg with just a leg made out of pure ice, but it's not his original leg. Ace died to dad jokes. Well, Kaguya is the tippity top of the verse. If anybody's saying another character isn't multi-continental, it's probably true. Are we doing Ace versus... No, we're not going to do Ace versus Itachi right now. This is just a short I'm going to make. I'm just going to make a short. I'm probably going to make up a couple more shorts. It's just like... I just sent you the scan and DMs. Sure. Alcohol did so after... Aokiji did so after getting cracked in half by Robin. I guess. Alcohol. A prosthetic versus an actual limb is completely different. That is true. Then Sasuke used Itachi's heat from the Amaterasu to create the conditions for Kirin. I think so. I think the original thing that he used for the heat was actually the dragon flame bombs that he shot up into the sky. I think it was specifically the dragon flame bombs. Okay, where are they? Because Itachi will use water style if they are near a body of water. I just say a plain white space. I usually don't really care for the environment. And either way, observation hockey. Itachi's not fast enough to just catch him off guard with a water clone. He's just not fast enough. Besides, it'd be just a blast of water. It wouldn't be, like... What is it really going to do? Is it really going to turn off his Devil Fruit abilities permanently? Not really. Also, Madara was approaching Hagoromo levels, so at least multi-continental. Bob sent me something right here. You're Achilles because you're a Logia. You are merely fire, and I am magma that consumes you. Okay. I'll keep this. I'll keep this one. Oh, such your friend request. I didn't know about that. Okay. I'll keep that one in mind. Naruto literally fought her one-on-one and fought the Otsutsuki. He's easily planetary. Ace needs to dodge until Kakashi kicks the bucket. Yeah. It should be Burns and Hockey as a whole. Okay. Okay. You guys can have that conversation while we watch this. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to let the video play. Actually, no, I should probably stick around. I think it'll be fine. I think Hagoromo did state that he was starting to draw near his power. Alright. Sorry. I have to have a little chat real quick. Okay. People act like a burst of water style makes Devil Fruit users helpless. A fully encapsulated jutsu be needed, which few people have shown. Yeah. Unironically, what's this dude's name? Kisame and Zabuza are kind of like two of the few characters within the whole story that can actually just completely encapsulate a One Piece character in water. And that's like only a few of the... Sign speed was hard for even Kakashi to keep up with. Yes, but Kakashi isn't as fast as Ace. You think a water jutsu would have the same effect as special water from One Piece? Because wasn't it said that water from One Piece specifically made... No, it stated that all bodies of water, but it has to be a body of water. It can't just be... And it has to be kind of like still water. It doesn't matter if it flows or anything. It just has to be like water that is covering the majority of your body for at least a decent amount of time. Like, if you can make a water-style jutsu that, like, floods a battlefield, like, let's say they're inside of a cave and it floods, like, the entire bottom of a cave, like, let's say up to, like, your neck, that would probably be enough. But if it, like, you're just getting hit with, like, a water bullet jutsu and it's just, like, a large blast of water, I mean, yeah, it could hit you. And you might feel, like, a little weak from being covered in water, but, you know, all you have to do is kind of just shake it off. Was dumb. They hype up Kakashi comping, but only his lightning element jutsu is strong. That's right, by itself, Sage mode, yeah. I miss when jutsus required more effort in hand signs wise, but at the end Naruto just no time, no effort. Yeah, I mean, they kind of did make it a clear case that, like, the more you evolve a jutsu, or the more proficiency you get with a jutsu, the less time you have to, like, really make hand signs. You can kind of just mold the chakra. I don't know if I would have liked that. I think they should have kept it up, and maybe, like, the level or difficulty of a jutsu. Maybe, like, the level or difficulty of a jutsu... Hey, Red Up, can you please stop spamming, or we're gonna have to time you out for a little bit. I think it's one of those cases of where, like... Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where, like, I think I would have preferred it if, like, maybe, like, more powerful jutsu. Maybe, like, a way of, like, not limiting it for the sense of, like... For the sense of, like, power scaling, not so much that, but more so for, like, the sake of, like, making jutsus... be a lot more, you know, balanced within the context of the verse. I think it would have been more interesting if you have to get a specific number of hand signs down for a jutsu depending on like not only the difficulty but how much more powerful it is, right? So like if you wanted to make a jutsu like Rasengan that required no hand signs, okay, fine, right? That's fine. But like larger scale jutsus, I feel like they should have required way more hand signs. You know what I mean? Like the Tengai the Tengai Shinsei, the two meteors that Madara drops haven't concealed. I know that, you know how like he has to have like his Susanoo up for it, and he has to like essentially get like 3 hand signs out at once. I feel like something like that would have been interesting, right? Where like ninja can either like try to find a method by which they can like get more hand signs out in a single instance, or in some cases like you could have had like puppet users even had the puppets themselves make the hand signs for them to like use like light scale jutsus. Oh, you said that, 6? I don't know. Oh, yeah. But yeah. Naruto literally her arm with one attack and managed to destabilize her with a Rasen Shuriken barrage. Naruto is stronger than Kaguya? I don't know about that.
At the tail end of the Everything But the Rain flashback. It's here at the end of this flashback that Isshin tells Ichigo the real reason for his mother's death. Despite being a powerful Quincy, she was somehow killed by the Hollow Grand Fisher, and now we know why. 9 years before the main storyline begins, Yuha Bark was almost close to completing his revival, and he steals the powers of all the Quincies he deems to be impure across the world. The mixed blood Quincies. He utilizes the Auschwalen for the first time in the series that we know of anyway, to steal their powers and kill all the Quincies he deems to be impure. Unfortunately, Masaki Kurosaki is one of those, and her powers are stolen from her. On this same night, Uryu Ishida's mother also had her powers stolen from her. Kane Katagiri, also another mixed blood Quincy, the wife of Ryuken, who was a pure blood Quincy, so he was spared from the Auschwalen. Yuha Bark robbed Katagiri and Masaki of their powers, along with every other impure Quincy in the world, the only one who survived being Uryu.
Yeah, Quincy inter-racism is crazy.
Auschwalen ability until much later on in the 1000-Year Blood War arc, when he uses it to steal the powers of the Sturmiters he has deemed unnecessary and help revive his elite guard, the Schutzstaffel, after they've all just been killed by the Zero Division. This is the first time Yuha Bark utilizes the Auschwalen in the present timeline, and you really get to see the terror inflicted on the Sturmiters down below as they realize their majesty has abandoned them. It's a really awesome moment, and we find out that the Auschwalen is unique in that it doesn't actually transfer Reiatsu or Reishi, it is a complete transfer of power. It is literally sending strength from one person to another. And this all stems from Yuha Bark's unique ability as a Quincy who can actually give power as well as simply take it. All Quincies are able to take power from their surroundings, take Reishi, and dominate it at their will. But Yuha Bark has the unique ability to actually give out parcels of his power as he pleases. And this is actually really interesting, and I honestly cannot wait to do an analysis on this character because I think he's really, really fascinating. In many ways, he feels like the devil of the Bleach universe. So many people make deals with Yuha unknowingly, essentially. Their lives are going to be cut short because he has this new hold over them. It's actually revealed in his flashback. You find out when he was a little baby, many people almost saw him as this miracle child because they could go to him, they would touch him, and a part of them would be healed if they were ill or injured or something like that. Unknowingly,
my question is, how does he decide what the power does, considering how crazy his top Quincy's abilities are? I don't know, man. Apparently Pernita, not including Pernita, I think it's like Askin. I don't know if it was like just Pernita and Gerard. I don't recall right. I can't believe I read this yesterday. I can't recall it very well. It was Pernita and Gerard who already had their powers prior to Yuha Bark giving them a shrift. If anything, he just gave them like the letter instead of the actual power. What's his face? Lily Barrow was the first one to get a shrift. Askin, I think, also received a shrift. I don't know if he was like given to him by Yuha Bark or not. I think so, but when it comes to like Gerard Valkyrie, I think it's because they stated that he has like the heart of the Soul King, and it just makes me think, when the fuck did that happen? Why was again just something else that isn't explained? Yeah.
That soul would return to Yuha and make him even stronger, and those people who actually got healed by him, their lives were cut drastically short. So Yuha is this
Sure.
really interesting character, I think. He is this super sinister child almost, with like these religious undertones of being worshipped like a god, but in fact it's like making a deal with the devil. You get something, but in return Yuha has complete and utter control over your life, and this is really seen with the Auschwalen. All of these Sturmiters have been given something by Yuha.
Yaxine. Have I seen this?
Etched into their souls, but
Time out. This feels like one of those videos. Whatever. This feels like I've seen this person's content before. I don't recall if I actually liked it or not.
Of their power and of their lives in some instances. Regardless, this Auschwalen is completely successful, and it does steal the powers of numerous...
What's my opinion on Transformers? I like Transformers. The Transformers 1 movie was really good. I do like them. I'm a guy who likes mechas and robots. It's fine. The only issue I always have with Transformers is that, like, besides the live action movies, they never really show, like, any damage to the Transformers whenever, like, they're, like, smashing each other or, like, bashing each other with giant hammers and shit like that. I was watching a fight earlier, and I was just thinking to myself, like, Gurren Lagann, I've only seen, like, one episode. I've never really given it, like, a full watch. I've thought about it.
Quincy's down below. Bazby, Nana Nanajakoop, Lil Toto, Giselle, Robert Acutron, all these characters, and the elite force, the Schutzstoffe, are resurrected, more powerful than ever before. The Auschwalen is used one final time right at the end of the series, and this one is a little bit strange. I'm not entirely sure what it's actually accomplishing here, but basically Yuha Bark has defeated Ichigo at the top of Varvel, and he is ready to travel to Soul Society and begin destroying all three worlds to create something brand new. Before he leaves, he decides to use the Auschwalen on his remaining Sturmiters, claiming he has no need for them anymore. So he uses the Auschwalen on Hashwolf and Gerard Valkyrie, and we get to see both of them suffer because of this ability transfer. But what's weird here is it kind of looks like Yuha is using the Auschwalen to actually create this portal to Soul Society in front of him, building on all of the energy that's being drawn to him and using it to actually rip a hole in essentially space-time and go through to Soul Society. However, it's possible he could create this portal regardless, and what he's actually just doing is taking their power.
Transformers was one of the best ones. Transformers was one of the best ones, and we likely never get a proper sequel. It shows you don't need humans to have much of a story work, because humans will make the live actions bad to me. I agree. You know what it is? I've had this discussion with a friend of mine before about, like, the human element in movies, and why, like, some people, especially, like, a more casual audience, which, let's be clear about this, right? The fans... More often than not, a studio, especially when you have money-hungry executives or producers, they won't give an actual fiddly fuck about whether or not it's a good product for the fan base. They mostly just care about, is this popular enough that a wide audience will be able to watch it. And one of the things that makes many series, especially ones that usually have characters that aren't innately humans, one of the things that they always add is the human element, because it makes it easier for people to have, like, say, like that connection to a character. That's why they always introduce a little child, or they have, like, a small family helping out the big robots or whatever, because they need to essentially have you care about the situation from, like, the human standpoint, even though, you know, if the writing is good enough on its own and the IP is popular enough, you can just say fuck all that and give us a story where, you know, characters are written well enough that, hey, you don't need the human element. I mean, look at the movie Elements. That movie doesn't have any humans in it. I mean, they may be anthropomorphic elemental creatures walking around, but they're not humans innately. You don't need that kind of stuff to make a movie, whether it's live action or animated, be good. But I guess a lot of people just don't get that. Would you let Nami sit on your face with multi-continental force? I would let Nami step on me, sit on my face, and then literally pick me up and throw me into a chasm if I even got 5 seconds worth of a time underneath her cheeks. Understand, there is no down bad to me when it comes to Nami. There is no down bad, down horrendous, down diabolically. Like, no, I don't give a shit. Nami could do whatever the fuck she wants to me as long as I get any kind of physical contact. Type shit. Type fucking shit. Nah, fuck you mean Gunnar shit. No, type fucking shit. Fuck is you talking about? Don't think there's nothing I wouldn't do for Nami. Understand that besides killing someone, I don't think I would kill someone.
To make himself
I don't think I could take a life.
That's also possible.
You are not being the Gunnar allegations. You asked me what do you mean about the Gunnar allegations? You're the one asking me if I would let her sit on my face with multi-continental force. The fuck does that mean? I'm on Gunnar. What the fuck do you mean the Gunnar allegations? Brother in Christ, you're the one perpetrating them. Perpetuating them. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah, she's not just average looking in the verse, and I can prove that. Nami is not just average looking in the verse, and I can prove that. One Piece Stampede. I can prove it right now. Literally wins a beauty contest in the movie Stampede. Look at this shit. She won 100 million berries just for being hot. She found it randomly, put on a bikini, and then fucking won. Yeah, no, you're bugging the fuck out. I am not a Gunnar of any kind, my friend. She is just quite literally her. I don't know. I did not see your last thing. Okay, then you should check out at least one issue of Transformers 2023 comic. Let me see. Do you have a website for it? Transformer comic 2023. Do you have a website or something I can use for it? I'd appreciate that. League of Comic Geeks. Holy shit. Wait, you're telling me I have to pay for this? Who the fuck would actually pay to read something? I'm not out here trying to support anyone. The only person that needs support is me. Alright, that's a bad joke. That was a bad joke. Is it one of these? Is it this one? Can I read it? Oh, I have to buy it? Why the fuck is it? Yo. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Can't believe you would say this and then snob Unohana. Unohana is not that bad. The only time that you ever even get to see Unohana's body at any point, they're not saying that that's the only thing that matters about a character because their personality and who they are as an individual are way more important. But the only time you get to see Unohana, wearing anything that even remotely shows that figure is in the beach episode, which I haven't seen in over a decade, dude. You are lucky your big three girls tier list is members only. That is really damning evidence. Yeah, unfortunate state of affairs. I don't know about that though. Let's see. Me with Robin and all them hands. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Robin too. Fuck is you talking about? You think I wouldn't? You think? Listen, if Robin for whatever reason was sitting on my face and then she just decided to shove a foot in my mouth that spawned in from I don't know the bed frame or whatever, I don't give a shit. You think I give a fuck? No. Let her do whatever the fuck she wants to be. She can use all those hands to do whatever she wants. Especially even if she wants to turn me into a pretzel by the end of it, I don't give a shit, dude. Anyway, your logic is okay. I don't know, man. Christ.
So those are the times the Auschwalen is actually used in the story. It's used twice in the present timeline. Each
Robin over Nami. You're allowed to have that opinion. You're definitely allowed to have that opinion.
On the Sternritter, and once in the past.
I can't say the same for any of the Bleach girls though. I really can't say the same for any of the Bleach girls. I don't know. Again, design wise, a lot of them bangers, but what do you want me to tell you? I don't know.
In flashback, when we find out what really happened to Ichigo and Uryu's mothers. However, the Auschwalen indirectly comes back right at the very end.
It's all about the mystique, man. Imagining Unohana. The only thing I imagine is that scar on her chest, and I don't know. That crazy ass bitch look that she's got when she decided to finally fight Kenpachi. Candice Catnip can get it. Nah, none of the girls from Yuhabaha's army from the Stern Raiders can get it. And I'm gonna tell you why right now. You ready? Here, listen up, listen real quick. They are all fucking insane and they're all scumbags. Bambietta kills dudes for no fucking reason, only when she's mad. None of the girls care about each other. They would all immediately turn on each other's backs and try to kill one another if all it meant was getting a little pat on the head from Yuhabaha. Also, make sure you're reading the comic on your browser with ad block. I got you. It's not about the body. It's about the experience. What experience? The bitch only knows how to fight. The bitch only knows how to fight and heal. What experience are we talking about here? All she's gonna do is shank you. She only gets pleasure. We know for a fact that even if Unohana's got that... Even I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it in like the nicest words possible. Even if you, for whatever reason, believe that Uno Hana's got that thing on her, even if you believe that Uno Hana would be amazing in bed, the simple fact is only one man and one thing has ever brought her any kind of pleasure, stated verbatim by her, and that was Kenpachi Zaraki, and that was him in a life and death fight. There is no way you're giving this woman any kind of pleasure at that point. She is just murderizing you. She is going to, she brings you to bed, and I promise you right now, the only thing you'll see is the floor start to be covered in blood, her pulling out a katana out of nowhere, and the next thing you know, all you're doing is waking up over and over again because she keeps slicing you to hell and back. There is no way I'm going anywhere near. Yeah, I don't get why people see in Uno Hana. Like, jokes aside. Can heal your balls, that is all. Alright. I'm just gonna keep watching this. It's funny how much infighting the Quincy's, yeah. They kill each other so they can wank Yuhabaka with power gen and kill them for the mildest thought. Yeah. Khalifa over Tsunade? I don't come to me with this bullshit. Yes, of course I put Khalifa over Tsunade! Tsunade's 50! And she's only ever loved 2 men! That shit is rancid, bro. What are you talking about? She's probably got cheese on it or whatever. No, fuck no. I'm not doing this shit.
So we find out that pretty shortly after Katagiri's death, Ryuken is performing an autopsy on her corpse, and Uryu stumbles across this.
What are we talking about?
Why his father would be doing this, but actually Ryuken has a secret.
Has a 30-year-old body though. Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say her nether region is definitely still in its 50s though, and I promise that. She only cares about her face and skin looking good. No, I have not read Burn the Witch, and I'm not giving Kubo any more of my time unless it's looking at the 1000 mid Blood War.
Silver out of his wife's body and uses it to form an arrowhead, which will eventually be aimed at Yuha himself.
The 1000-year mid-war.
Uryu fires the still silver arrow at Yuha right at the very end of the series, and when it pierces him, you see it flowing through his veins, robbing him of his powers for just a moment, just long enough for Ichigo to deliver the final blow on someone who is effectively a regular human at this point. But it's really awesome seeing the agony on Yuha
Bro, you still put an assassin over the most Naruto girls. Don't tell me you care about personality. I like Khalifa's personality. She's funny as fuck. Are you kidding me? The fact that she's constantly calling everything harassment, which, don't get me wrong, I don't like the idea of, like, you know, like, false harassment accusations. That is a bad point on her, but I do think it's fucking funny, man. I do think that her, like, no nonsense person, like, look at this. Are you kidding me? Listen, I have a thing for women in glasses, all right? Leave me alone. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously gonna tell me that she can't get it? All right, over fucking Tsunade, old Granny Tsunade, dude. She's 27. Why would I pick a 50-year-old over a 27-year-old when I know for the fact the 50-year-old hasn't fucked anybody? You can't even use the whole experience card on Tsunade. What do you think of Zoro having the second biggest chest size in One Piece when compared to normal-sized people? I think it's fine. I'm not gonna lie. He might have a big chest, but he still has a pinchable waist. What do you think is the worst and best Bleach arc? I don't know, man. I guess the Hueco Mundo arc isn't that bad. I kind of like it more than the... Actually, not really. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on, like, what the best or the worst is. I really don't look... I think 1000-Year Blood War, by far the worst arc. 1000-Year Blood War, by far the worst arc. Soul Society arc just made me hate the Soul Society. Got that mommy energy, though. And she can heal your wounds and refresh you for rounds and rounds after. No. It is never explicitly stated within any context of Bleach that they can use their Kaido to heal your balls or your sex drive. That's not stated anywhere. Now, what about Black Clover Girls? Melia Leona's a bit too aggressive for me. And don't get me wrong, I like my aggressive women, but like with her, I feel like she would unironically destroy my pelvis off of the first like thrust. Like, I feel like she's the type of girl to literally pick me up with her giant fire hands and then throw me in the bed counter. And then basically I crack the back of the wall because of how hard she threw me. And she's just expecting me to get back up from that shit. There is no fucking way I am doing anything with Melia Leona. I don't know. I guess What is it? Vanessa the Witch? She can definitely get it. Vanessa the Witch can definitely get it. Besides that, I don't know. I've never really like looked at Black Clover girls like that. Basis assumption is always show me the chapter where they say that about Tsunade. Hey, it's 50 fucking years old. She hasn't fucked anybody, bro. What about Bleach girls? I don't care for them. I don't know. Death by Snoo type shit. Is 18 at that point? I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I like Noelle's looks though. I will say Noelle does have a very cute design, and Mimosa too. But I don't know, man. Like, personally, I don't know. I really just never saw. I really never saw like Black. When I was reading through Black Clover, I guess I was just going through like that frame of time where like I just wasn't really looking at female characters like that. Not the baddest women, to be honest. That's a fair take. I honestly wouldn't mind that take. Would you consider reading One Chainsaw Man? I know you said you stopped reading it a while ago, but it's really good, I swear. Dude, I can probably give it a chance. I've already read most of it. I think I've already read most of it, but like... Well, to be fair, 6 is 17, so I think he of all people doesn't really have to worry about that, but... I could probably go back to Chainsaw Man. I don't think I would mind. I don't know, man. If I continue reading through it and I'm just like, God, this just feels like it's going nowhere again, I might just completely just stop reading it. I don't know. I could probably go back. I did hear about the Michigan sword or the Mississippi sword stuff, so that does sound kind of interesting. Actually got me a free ticket to see the Chainsaw Man movie. Nice. I don't know if they're underrated as fuck. I really don't know if Bleach girls are underrated as fuck. That's like one of the things, especially like back around the time of the big three, like in the 2010s and stuff like that. I don't know, man. Bleach girls were definitely like, everyone would just talk about them over even Naruto and One Piece chicks. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, they're really not underrated as fuck. I feel like, they're fine. I don't know. But there's also only like so many characters that you can really like, I guess. It's addicting. I read through most of Chainsaw Man in like about 2 days. I read through the entirety of like the first part of Chainsaw Man prior to the time skip. It was okay. If anything, some of them are overrated. I think Yoruichi's overrated. I really do. I've never found her to be all that interesting to me.
Being revered as a god, but in reality he just thinks all these people actually live for him. He might be helping them in the short term.
I don't want to check in Burn the Witch. I don't want to. Ukubo does not deserve that much more of my time.
Make him live longer, and that's why I think he is a fascinating character that I wish.
You also put Smoothie higher than most Bleach and Naruto girls. Have you seen them legs? Have you seen them legs though? Come on now. Come on now. You're telling me you wouldn't want Smoothie's a 12-foot tall ass just stepping on you? That's death by Snoo right there. And I'm not gonna lie to you, that I would take. Like, you might say, oh, but she's like really thin and tall, and it's like, no. She's like 12 feet tall, my friend. She's like 12, 13 feet tall, bro. You gotta think about the proportions in regards to her height, dude. Like, a girl with a moderately listen, a woman with a moderately hourglass-ish figure, even if she's like relatively thin, being 12 feet tall, you got to think about like what that has to do in context with like overall thickness. But nah, crazy. I've seen a terrible drip on those legs. The terrible drip on those legs. Yeah, but you don't really have to worry about the drip, do you? It's not like she's gonna be wearing it for long.
Detail on, because it really is making a deal with the devil in that sense. In many ways.
How the fuck do you get a movie out of 4 chapters? That's a good question.
However, Yuha Bart does lose his powers here for just long enough for Ichigo to finish him off, and it's really poetic that a still silver.
Oh, Madame Charlie? Madame Charlie? You'd fuck with Madame Charlie? That's not a bad take. Though, granted, I will say, Memento, what are we fucking then? Because like, her lower half is shark. I don't know. I feel some type of way about that.
Of the clot that killed
See you later,
his
6.
mother is what helps finish Yuha Bark off. So, for the issues I have with the end of the series, genuinely, his mother is what helps finish Yuha Bark off. On Yuha Bark's face as he experiences that terror that he has been partitioning out among his so-called children for so many years. As far as he's concerned, they all simply live for him. And this is a mindset he has gained over the years by being revered as a god, but in reality he just thinks all these people actually live for him. He might be helping them in the short term, but in the long term they are all going to die early and their powers will return to him.
Sharks, don't word it like that, dude. Don't word it like that, dude. Oh.
Kubo would actually go into a bit more detail on, because it really is making a deal with the devil in that sense. In many ways that you have no choice in. However, Yuhar Bark does lose his powers here for just long enough for Ichigo to finish him off. And it's really poetic,
What's your... I know, no, that's fine. You don't have to be a biologist. It's just like, damn, like, why'd you have to say slit, though? What's your opinion on One Star Man? One Punch Man, I don't like the story. I don't like the characters. I think some have cool designs, but One Punch Man just does not do anything for me. If I wanted to see a power fantasy where a guy just beats everybody because ha ha ha, funny bald man broke his limiter, it's fine. It's a series you can just genuinely turn your brain off to. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just not for me. Sad about the whole One Punch Man Season 3 stuff happening. I don't think any anime should come out in 2025 with that level of, terrible animation and just effort put into it. I don't care that I really don't care that, like, the staff really tried to do, like, their best. If that was your best, you really probably shouldn't be working in the animation studio. And if they were giving, like, a really bad hand, I'm sorry. Like, I really am sorry. But, like, and they don't deserve the hate that they're getting. They really do not deserve the hate that they've been getting. I don't ever think that, like, the level of hate that anybody gets for the job done is unjustified. I do kind of get where people come from with, like, the 6 years that they've waited for it, but it's whatever, right? Like, I feel like you guys just got dealt a bad hand. Same thing happened to Blue Lock with Season 2. It just happens. It just do be like that. Nothing you can really do. Just move past it and say, hey, man, hopefully Season 4 comes out. Well, yeah, it's just a sad situation. It really just is a sad situation. It's like, it's like, as an animator, they shouldn't be getting targeted or yelled at or, like, threatened by fans. That's just completely inexcusable. But at the same time, but, like, I'm sorry. You also can't be upset, or you can't, like, tell people that you really did try your best when that garbage ass animation really is your best. Like, I've never seen frames just look that bad ever. Like, 2025? Really? You're just gonna make a whole episode of, like, characters with heavy shadows? Just no movement besides, like, the mouths and just the characters', like, facial expressions and their proportions just looking way off. One of the characters literally had, like, the top of his bun cut off. I think I actually saw something about that. Let me see if I can pull that up. That was, what, Monday? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let's go back to history real quick. I did see something about this. This was from Monday. Monday, okay. Let's see if I can find it.
A couple of fake cards floating around.
Not that. So you agree that me killing Schmalugels is completely justified then? Alright, let me see if I can shorts. Is this from Sunday? The next hero that broke? No. Serious? No. Where the fuck is that video? There was a video specifically about One Frame Man that I did want to point out. That's unfortunate. I thought I had it. Or is it here? That was from yesterday. I don't think I saw that yesterday. Anyway, there was, like, you can definitely see the, like, one of the, I think it was, like, from, like, Atomic Samurai, the top of his, like, knot of, like, his bun is just non-existent. It just doesn't, just not there. That's, like, really bad, dude. Like, you just copied a frame, like, down to a T. I don't know, man. The Beast Pirates Cooks, the Monster Association, besides Black Sperm, they do lose. Alright. This really sounds like you're glazing One Piece. Tsunade is a pillar of gooning culture and you discard her over baseless assumptions. I'm not discarding anybody over baseless assumptions. Her shit stinks, bro. She doesn't wash, alright? Fuck. Is that so hard to understand? I don't know about Starman from Kirby. Starman Kirby? Oh, Starman. Yeah, Starman's fine. Starman's great. We don't have an issue with Starman. We love Starman. The parent company gave them half a year or so and an abysmal budget. Yeah, that just sucks, man. I don't know what to say. The promotional video footage looks better than the actual anime, literal PNG slides, and it sucks to see. I'm sorry to hear that, man. The YouTuber Nikolai is telling people to bully the animators. No, that's just fucked. That's just fucked. That should just not be a thing. You shouldn't tell, you as a content creator, like, not you, but like, you know, if someone is a content creator and they've like developing a fan base, no matter how big or small it is, right? No matter how big or small the content is, no matter how big or small the community is, you should never tell somebody to attack anybody for any fucking reason. It's just not okay. If you're gonna make commentary on a channel and somebody did something really fucked up, you still shouldn't tell them that, like, you know, go attack their families, go dox them, go say things at them. No, it's fine, right? Like, listen, somebody did some fuck shit, you may be commentating on it, you might be talking about it might be whatever context of whatever it might be, but it's like, even if the person did something absolutely heinous, it's still no room to like tell people like, hey, make this person's life any more miserable than they need to be. If it's something really fucked, let the justice system take care of it, and if not, then, you know, just leave them, just do whatever misery their life has to be. But you really shouldn't try to like perpetuate that kind of hate. I don't like that. How is Sandbag doing right now? Sandbag's been fine for a while now. I've been trying to get him to like maybe work with more content with me, but like, I don't know, man. Sandbag like gave me like a little bit of time with one of my last videos, but I don't know, especially with like the Bleach video, I really had to convince him. I told him like, listen, this guy Ichigo, he's not that big of a deal. I'm not gonna make you fight him. I just need you to talk about him. I just need you to just play devil's advocate for him. That's all we really need. Talking about the scene with Atomic Samurai's hair, yeah. I really do hate that One Punch Man gets a treatment versus lame solo level and getting more added scenes because the manhwa is bad and they got fellas interesting. I mean, it's just part of life, you know. Sometimes a series you don't like gets really good support for animation. Sometimes series you love doesn't. It just do be like that. It just do be like that. This is the era of iPad kids. They won't get the depth of one-shotted Garo. If you don't jork it to Unohan and Hallibell, I don't trust you. Well, I've never done it to them, so I guess you can't trust me then. I'm sorry, man. Maybe send the rumbling to their house. Yeah. Send the rumbling to their house. Sandbag is one of your funniest additions. I do want to add more Sandbag. Throw Sandbag up against Yachi. Nah, let's not do that. I don't want. Sandbag gave me the specific terms that if he's going to join back, if he's going to join the channel back and he's going to keep showing up, I can't just keep throwing him into the what it means to fight. He doesn't want to simply be someone who, you know, gets picked on and beat up for no fucking issue, bro, for no fucking reason. Can you look at the 5 minutes of the Queen America the Eternal from Bonfire video? Queen America the Eternal. Queen America the Eternal. You said 205? Dude, I'm gonna crash out. Alright, you got me. Alright, that's fine. On your homepage? Wait, which one? What was the video you recommended? Yeah, no, I already have it on the list. See? Right here. It's already on the list. Don't worry about it.
Of the clot that killed Uryu's mother is what helps finish Yuha Barkov. So, for the issues I have with the end of the series, genuinely, he's still Silver Arrow.
You give her your Elden Ring? Yeah, alright.
Maybe not executed perfectly, but I love the meaning and the message behind it. So that's all the instances of Auschwalen in the series, but how does this thing actually work? And what are the inconsistencies that I mentioned earlier? Well, all we really know is
you people call me a gooner, but then you guys go on and do the same thing for a fucking statue that's made out of stone. What's wrong with you guys?
At will, he even mentions against Ichibei that all things in this world exist for his take.
Any Millennia lovers here? No, Millennia grosses me out.
Restore his own power even after it's been taken away from him, and he even tries to steal Ichibei's powers at one point in the fight. The Auschwalen, or the Holy Selection, is simply the ultimate version.
My apologies, shit.
Steal all of the powers of the Quincy he deems impure or unessential, unnecessary.
What are you gonna do? I'll probably make a what it means to fight Sukuna soon enough.
Necessary. But the Auschvalen's effects on the victims are strangely varied, and in many ways they don't seem to have any kind of
I could probably do
consistency
that
whatsoever, even as much as on the same page. To find out more, we need to look at the victims of the Auschvalen. So let's begin with the original victims, Masaki Kurosaki.
I wonder why. I wonder how you picked up on that.
Masaki Kurosaki has her powers stolen from her in a single
Got that
instant,
ancient
and I
downstairs
believe
area.
This renders her completely unable to use any Quincy abilities whatsoever. Now, it's not actually confirmed or explained, but the fact that Gran Fisher is then able to finish her off with no difficulty whatsoever implies to me that she essentially becomes a normal human. But it's pretty clear that her flesh is not stripped from her bones. She does just become powerless. Katagiri is slightly different, but there is an explanation given to this one. She actually falls into a coma and dies a few months later, but it is revealed that she was sickly beforehand anyway, so the Auschvalen was essentially just speeding up a process that was already probably going to kill her. So in some ways these two actually all work out absolutely fine. They are consistent with what we know of Auschvalen.
When the fuck is that stated?
Starts to happen during the Thousand-Year Blood War arc, during the second invasion, when Yuharbach decides to resurrect the Schutzstaffel. Now we see numerous
The Schutzstaffel, that's such...
point blank.
We need to revisit Sukuna versus Buggy. When Buggy gets a better feed, I'll revisit it.
The first one, and the one that is a true example, is Robert Akutrone, who has his flesh ripped from his bones the moment Auschvalen hits him. Now, when this originally happened, I tried to rationalize it as Robert is clearly one of the oldest Sternritter. He's probably weaker, physically at least, anyway, and therefore the Auschvalen was able to rob him of his life force much easier than it could a regular Sternritter. However, what happens later on completely debunks that theory, as Gerard Valkyrie, one of the strongest of all the Sternritters, has his flesh ripped from his bones as well. So there is no consistency here. Not only does Robert have his flesh ripped from his bones, but Basby and Nanana are also struck head-on by the Auschvalen, and they both survive. Not only do they both survive, but they both keep their shrifts. They actually keep their powers. I'm assuming neither of them can use their holy forms anymore, but Basby and Nanana, for all intents and purposes, come out of it absolutely fine despite being hit point blank by the light. And Nanana can't even move when he's hit by it, so he's also pretty weak. He's basically unconscious at the time, yet he somehow survives. So it's not explained why Robert is killed outright, while the other two are able to live on. And what bugs me the most about this is that Kubo contradicts himself on the same page. Later on, when Basby talks to Hashwolf, Basby says, "Those of us who were hit by the light perished, whilst those of us who were able to avoid it simply lost their powers." But we know that's not true, because Basby himself was hit by the light, so I don't know why he even says that. That's a really, really weird oversight. Lil Toto and Giselle managed to avoid the beams of light, but their Volstendigs are still stolen from them all the same. And this is, again, I'm absolutely fine with, and I wish Kubo had just gone this route with Basby and Nanana. Maybe he could have made those two also somehow avoid the light, or even just kill Nanana off. Like, have him and Robert both be struck directly by the light. They're both killed outright, whereas Basby, Lil Toto, and Giselle managed to avoid it and therefore just lose their holy forms. That would have made more sense. But consistency is thrown out of the window by the time we get to the final... Auschvalen, and we only see two victims, this time being Yuharbach's right-hand man himself, Hashwolf, and also Sternritter M, Gerard Valkyrie.
That's
and
fair.
They're just, again, two completely different ends of the scale. Gerard Valkyrie is supposed to be like basically the most powerful of all the Quincy. He is ridiculously strong. He basically can't be killed. But Yuharbach's Auschvalen strips him down to the bone instantly, murdering him on the spot. Hashwolf is hit by the same beam and doesn't die immediately. He holds on for a little bit longer. Even then, it's different to how it is with Basby and Nanana. Neither of them seem to be in a particularly bad way, with Basby even being able to fight Hashwolf later on. But Hashwolf here, the moment he is hit by the Auschvalen, he collapses on the floor, unable to move and barely able to talk. It is a little bit disappointing that the Auschvalen seems to be so inconsistent that I'm not even sure what Kubo was really going for with this ability. There are at least 4 different outcomes, apparently. Either you will be stripped down to the bone and immediately killed, you'll either be robbed of your powers, but it doesn't seem like anything too bad is going to happen to you.
Elden Ring.
Obviously, Masaki was in a bad situation to begin with. You'll either have your holy form stolen from you if you're not hit by the light, or if you are hit by the light, you won't be killed outright, but you will still be able to use your Shrift, and I assume you can't use your Volson Dig because it's not explained, but or you'll be like Ashwolf and you'll just collapse to the ground. So it's really, really weird. That the Ausfallen is so weird. I think it's a really cool ability conceptually. It quite literally puts the fear of God into the Sternritters, and again, I love the way that Yuharbach is supposed to be this all-father. He proclaims them to be his children, you know, he calls them my son and stuff like that, but then he'll just kill them at the blink of an eye because he needs their powers, and supposedly they should be willing to die for their comrades because they are comrades. I love that. Unfortunately, it just doesn't explain the inconsistencies, and like I said, some of them are so blatant that I'm kind of surprised Kubo really didn't even notice this. The fact that Basby actually says those of us who were hit by the light died, and yet he was hit by the light, that's really, really weird. And you get that panel of Robert kneeling on the ground looking up to the sky, now a skeleton, which, by the way, again, is fantastic visual imagery. But Hashwolf says that those of them who were deemed unnecessary died, and their power was given to them who aren't necessary, but Robert was the only one who died. So again, it's really, really weird, but I do like the ability in concept. And it is actually quite simple. It is just Yuharbach's power sharing abilities dialed up to the max, essentially. Him taking power and lives with it and then distributing it back out again as he sees fit. And that's pretty much it for this video on the Ausfallen. I hope it did clear anything up for you if you weren't quite sure about how the Holy Selection ability actually worked. I really don't know what to say about the inconsistencies other than they are there, and I don't know how they're so blatant without Kubo realizing them. But if I was to do it differently, I would probably have just had Basby escape the light, whereas Nanana and Robert both die. It's a little bit more difficult with the Hashwolf and Gerard situation, because I appreciate that Kubo needed Gerard to die like that, and so the Ausfallen makes sense because we have seen it kill people like that in the past, but there's no reasoning for why Gerard and Robert would suffer the same fate, but Hashwolf wouldn't. Either way, it's a cool power, and it does make...
Wait, repeat that?
Probably have just had Basby escape the light, whereas Nanana and Robert both die. It's a little bit more difficult with the Hashwolf and Gerard situation, because I appreciate that Kubo needed Gerard to die like that, and so the Ausfallen makes sense.
Wait, you appreciate Ausfallen and the way that he took out what's his face because Kubo needed him to die like that, so you justify it by saying, "Oh yeah, no, just have the main villain take out one of his strongest soldiers for no fucking reason." I don't know, man. This is something that, like, okay, I'm gonna be straight up. This is something that shouldn't frustrate me. At the end of the day, you know, whether or not you like the fact that, like, the characters were written off, or whether or not, like, characters got, like, written off, or whether or not, like, the execution wasn't that great. Obviously, you know, it's for person to person, but, like, you like that one of your villains got defeated not by the main protagonist, but because his boss, for no fucking reason, just said, "All right, I don't need you anymore," and then just writes them off. Dude, come on. How can you like that? I don't know. It doesn't... I am caught up with One Piece. I don't know about a new power system, but yeah. Another Crab's Treasure is actual best Souls game. I played one BioShock game. I don't do well with single-player first-person shooters. They're boring to me.
Kill people like...
Idea Shock? What's Idea Shock? Alright. This video is the second shortest.
Since Garu is a major protagonist in One Punch Man Season 3, I decided today to pit him against Jujutsu Kaisen's King of Curses, Ryomen Sukuna, alongside his cheated powerful Shikigami known as Mahoraga. These characters share many similarities, as Mahoraga and Garu can adapt to any threat, while Sukuna embodies the absolute fear that Garu aspires to become. In this video, we'll analyze their hacks, abilities, and physical stats to determine who truly is the strongest. Before that, make sure to slash the subscribe button and the notification bell for more of these interesting matchup videos.
Here's a video on the Gerard fight. Alright.
In a world of heroes and monsters where the line between good and evil is often blurred, there exists one man who stands alone, rejecting both parties. Garu, a martial artist who is considered as the ultimate prodigy, possessing potential even greater than those who are called anomalies. He is considered and implied as the second character that is following the footsteps of breaking his limiter. But nonetheless, how strong is Garu? Now, in terms of strength, if we use a conservative estimate of Garu's strength, then he should should still rank significantly above Genos' initial incineration cannon, which was capped at 16 kilotons of TNT. Throughout the story, it's consistently shown that Genos received multiple upgrades after that feat, and each one substantially increased his destructive power. This is evidenced by his fight with the Deep Sea King, as an earlier version of his cannon only weakened and downgraded him to a partially transformed state, while a later upgrade as seen in the audiobooks was capable of completely obliterating him. This certainly suggests that each upgrade represented at least a one-shot level of power increase over the last. Now, by the time Genos fought Garu, he had likely undergone at least 4 relevant upgrades, making his casual firepower easily city level if you multiply it by 4 one-shot tiers.
By evil natural water? I don't remember, man. I really don't.
Although Garu in fact did actively dodge these cannons, as they should be packing more than Genos' casual strikes, but he has never indicated that they would be fatal, and his body has never experienced that much firepower. However, considering that Garu was severely injured, poisoned and fatigued to the point of not being able to walk just before the encounter, it's safe to say that he's only dodging them not to fall under an additional nerf. Now, to properly assess his capabilities, it's very important to distinguish between Garu's healthy state and his weakened condition from injury, fatigue, and poison. You see, Garu, before fighting the 8 class A/B heroes, he did say that under normal circumstances, he would have been able to easily take care of them with no difficulties. He also after considers Genos a frightening opponent only in his current condition, which means, impressively enough, Garu scales to these levels of strength when he is heavily nerfed. This is actually substantiated by the fact that healthy Garu scales to Metal Bat, who was able to fight Carnage Kabuto without his fighting spirits in the audiobooks. This paired with many other feats and interpretations, such as withstanding
Mount level and I think sub-relativistic. Wow.
Taking hits from tank-top
That's like way weaker than what you said when you told me about Kaiju number 8 scaling.
Level in the strength department. Now, this is the time of the video where I say that this is a laughable level of strength of Garu, as from now on, specifically in season 3, he started attaining greater levels of strength due to multiple near-death experiences. This is actually a part of the power system of the One Punch Man series, where he goes from struggling with
16 minutes.
demons, granted he was still nerfed, to fighting against overgrown Rover, withstanding his crazy blast, defying Giru, overcoming her ability, and withstanding even the Monster King. Giru stated that a considerable amount of force and effort is required to take him down. That, with the fact that the story implies he's already a dragon level monster, suggests he should be on the large island levels of durability and attack potency. One can argue that Garu didn't really win against any of these monsters, but the fact that he's able to withstand the strongest of the dragon level category indicates he should be at least within these levels of strength. Speed, on the other hand, is something I've talked about many times on this channel, and again, if you wanna be very conservative, you can bring the multiple massively hypersonic feats and cags and say that Garu can at best only be 200 or 1000 times faster than sound, such as Death Gatling Shower, where Garu performed that when he was barely able to react or see.
Yeah, he has pretty cool editing. I wonder how he gets the editing down. Does he have an editor? Because this is kind of crazy.
Attacks according to the data book, and a Yayan being able to parry Homeless Emperor's hits should lend him massively hypersonic plus levels of speed. Narratively speaking, these guys don't even hold a candle to human Garu, let alone his half-monster state, which brings us to Genos dodging lasers that contains the properties of light way back in season 2. Some people say that lasers are commonly used in anime and manga and shouldn't be considered as light speed, but then Awakened Cockroach only mentioned the speed of light, ultimately because he was nagging Genos to use lasers. But if one would still want to ignore these pieces of information, then you can simply bring up the fact that Garu was able to dodge multiple horns of the Monster King that Awakened Cockroach failed to even sense with his precog ability. All these informations function to convey that Garu should be within these light ranges of speed. Now, Garu's power isn't necessarily just about raw strength or speed, it's also defined by his supernatural resilience and his ability to adapt and evolve mid-combat. This without even the mention of his mastery over multiple martial arts techniques where some wouldn't even have the chance to see. He can actually copy techniques from first sight like he did with the Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist, gain resistance to to any type of attacks such as telekinesis and explosive power, and even gained the ability to regenerate from fatal attacks. All of these applications made Garou evolve to much higher stages that in my opinion shouldn't even be included in this video. And with all of this being said, can Garou overcome the king of all curses? The king of all curses, Ryomen Sukuna, has been considered as the strongest character in the entire verse after he finally defeated the Honored One. Required the entire force of Jujutsu sorcery to even stand a chance against him, and literally used the bullshit solution to take him down. He's undoubtedly a character that made us all think he's impossible to stop. But nonetheless, how strong is the king of all curses? Now, being the strongest in the verse means almost any crazy feat performed would be something Sukuna scales above. Obviously, other than some exceptions like Yuki's Black Hole and Yuruzu's Sphere that should be applications only exclusive to their technique, which means he certainly scales above Oraume creating a giant ice structure and Ryu's Granite Blast that both were capped at 41 kilotons of TNT, which makes it town level. As a matter of fact, Sukuna should scale to Gojo, causing a 2.0 intensity earthquake that was capped at 164 kilotons of TNT, which makes it large town level. This actually rhymes perfectly with the fact that Jogo's maximum meteor being around the same level that Sukuna himself admitted he would have taken damage if it hit him. Some people resort to using the fan book or data book that states that Jogo's meteor would reduce an entire city to ashes, getting this to large island to country level of destructiveness due to vaporization. But this is not really how scaling works, as this statement is obviously hyperbolic since you've literally seen the not really how.
From its palm ground in the wall of where the crater was made, great flames and magma spewts out, instantly burning the target to cinders. Additionally, it is a powerful technique called meteor, which drops a huge meteor that can turn a town and its surroundings to ashes and dust. How is this hyperbolic? How is this hyperbolic? Destroying a good number of buildings, of like large city buildings. Vaporizing all the surrounding area. Turning a town and its surroundings to ashes. I don't know. I feel like it's a bit weird to call this hyperbolic.
How scaling works, as this statement is obviously hyperbolic since you've literally seen the attack performed in the manga, and it's not like it didn't happen, and there was no such a thing as reducing the city to ashes. If the attack was destroyed before it made contact in the ground,
I don't know. He's using calcs. I don't use calcs. I just go with what the story literally says.
It have maybe vaporized the whole city, but since we've seen its effect on land, you can't really use that. This is actually a...
What do I think about South Park? It's fine. I like South Park. South Park's funny. I haven't seen like the latter half of this new season, but I think South Park's funny.
Similar argument to the Sukuna reducing world to ashes back cover statement as that.
What does it say? He reduces the world to ash. In a world where cursed spirits feed on unsuspecting humans, fragments of the legendary and feared demon Ryomen Sukuna have been lost and scattered about. Should any demon consume Sukuna's body parts, they could gain the power to destroy the world. It's probably just talking about society. It's probably just saying that any one of these creatures can essentially just become a massive problem for society in and of itself. I mean, look at the finger bearers. They literally created a domain. Not a full domain expansion, but like an imperfect domain within the detention center.
That is also supposed to be
clearly his references to society, yeah. Like, I don't think it would be disingenuous to say that, like, a finger bearer could unironically cause massive mayhem, especially within, like, normal society. I'm not saying that, like, it would one-shot an entire town in a single attack, or that it would, you know, wipe out the country. More so, it just, you know, if they're, like, in the middle of the street and they just start blasting people in buildings, like, there's gonna be severe damage done to the entirety of the area.
manga, and nothing from him specifically
just
really
life ruining.
indicates that level of power. Well, that would be a little disingenuous for me to say, as there is Yuki's black hole that should be able to destroy the whole planet. But people need to understand the structure of battle this manga provides. Sukuna isn't really feared and considered as a legend because he's physically much stronger than everybody else. I mean, he kinda is, but
people take the same statement from the Nine Tails as world scaling. Yeah.
Not to the point of the top tiers not being able to hurt him. But in fact, it's solely because of his proficiency, experience, and knowledge in cursed energy, cursed techniques, and the whole power system in general. The meme of Sukuna saying stuff like, "Ah, yes, my anti-technique I haven't used since the Heian era," originates from fans understanding that Sukuna would always most certainly prevail since he's that crafty when it comes to cursed techniques. This is perfectly shown in his battle against Yoruzu, as he prevailed even when she has an attack that could certainly kill him. That's why me, same as the majority of power scalers, don't believe that Sukuna scales to Yuki's black hole, but in fact we do understand that at a narrative standpoint he will find a way to overcome it, which means Sukuna with an additional finger should be around city level of attack potency, durability, and we extend that to even destructive capabilities. Now in terms of speed, if you wanna go by the author's intention and not consider any other feats or calcs, then the verse would sadly cap only at slightly above Mach 3 levels of speed. This stems from the fact that a top tier character such as Maki resorts to precognition to avoid the Mach 3 attack, and Chozo's piercing blood being hyped up as a speed of sound attack that a character like Oraume that later faces Hakari considers this as impressively fast. But the community actually defends the verse by showcasing different feats that portrays characters moving at much higher speeds, such as Hakari reacting to lightning, having enough time to slightly move, and Maki seemingly lifting her arms before she gets hit by Noe's lightning. Both of these have issues and problems, but people know it.
First time I'm going to make along, so please, my missions and mistakes. So what do you think of printing the panel has been talked about. My many power scalars have released or pushed the JJK speed domestic sonic or when context of the story comes into play, we'll better understand why this nonsense is not true. Have a good read. Have a good read. What does this have to do with anything?
Nowadays substantiates these with another questionable feat from Sukuna dodging electromagnetic waves. This should make him a lightspeed combatant. I've talked about all of these feats and why they shouldn't be accepted, but I'm not going to do
Why shouldn't they be accepted? Because Maki wasn't even... Because Maki also gets straight up hard blitzed by Sukuna on like 2 separate occasions. So why can't it be accepted? Doesn't make any sense.
This video and just roll with them for the sake of this matchup. Now this is the section where we should talk about Sukuna's abilities, as that's where he is the most dangerous at. Most notable ones are his domain expansion, the Mahoraga summon, and the invisible word cutting slash. His domain expansion actually allows him to continuously and instantly hit his opponent with non-stopping slashes within an open space of 200 meters. And while this is happening, he can still physically fight, use his Mahoraga summon that can literally adapt to any phenomenon, and also use the world cutting slash. I gotta say, it's very ambiguous if the slash can actually negate durability, but will...
What do you mean it's very ambiguous? It was expanding the technique's target. Its intended target wasn't just use Gojo Satoru, but space, the entire world, existence itself. It targeted everything before it unleashed those slashes. It literally just splits space itself in half, with given the target's boundary range. You can't tank it by conventional durability because it splits everything within that space. It's not that hard to comprehend.
Operates under the assumption that it actually does. And with all of this being said, can Sukuna overcome the hero hunter Garu? Now, if you tackle this matchup just looking at their stats, it's basically as clear as the sun that Garu just outclasses him in the speed and strength department. It's not even funny. Garu at this point is withstanding Rover's blast that should easily be capable of destroying what can hurt Sukuna himself, which is Jogo's meteor. Not only that, Garu can tank a hit from a trying suppressed Orochi for a fair amount of time, and Orochi at this point, while hiding his true powers, is still considered the strongest monster there is, which technically scales scales him above Koketsu's country-level shockwave. So for Garu to withstand a portion of that power makes Sukuna's physical strength look completely ridiculous. This sadly doesn't change when it comes to speed, as Garu's light speed meta is much more strengthened to what the JJK verse has to offer. This really indicates that a close confrontation would be heavily disadvantageous to Sukuna, not only due to the massive gap of strength, but also the martial arts aspect that would be pressing for the King of Curses. The Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist is the best offensive and defensive technique and should work perfectly on humanoid opponents. But this is not a simple matter of strength and speed. I mean, for most matchups it is, but Sukuna is known for his abilities rather than his physicalities. Now let's say hypothetically Sukuna...
His physicalities are among the top tiers of the verse. What are you talking about? I don't really think there's ever an example where Sukuna is just straight up physically overpowered.
Right off the bat activates his domain expansion since he does understand how crazy dangerous Garu is. Can Garu survive?
Yeah, I don't like Garu's haircut. I think if you gave him any other haircut, he probably could have. I could have probably have seen him a little bit cooler, but I don't know. It looks kind of cringe to me. I don't know why. The fuck?
For this question, we gotta bring Gojo to this equation. In chapter 225, Gojo was finally caught by Sukuna's domain expansion, and while he only survived due to his continuous usage of reverse curse energy, the initial slashes weren't strong enough to, let's say, decapitate or one-shot him immediately.
Gojo immediately goes for reverse curse technique. And then as soon... Actually, one second. When the barrier breaks, Gojo takes the first hit. Immediately, he used reverse curse technique. It's why his neck didn't split up completely. Yes, but that Sukuna slaps won't stop inside his domain. They keep attacking, and then literally after Gojo heals for the first one, his body immediately gets torn to shreds. Yeah, his body immediately gets torn to shreds as soon as that happens. He moves well for someone using reverse curse technique at full throttle to keep my slashing attacks at bay. Yup. How tedious. The domain breaks again, starts to take instant number of slashes, and has to reactivate another simple domain. No, yeah, Gojo's still taking damage. Gojo is covered in way more blood from one to the other. Whatever.
Immediately. This is actually very important since Garu, as we discussed before, should be physically more durable than Gojo or Sukuna. But despite the huge gap of strength, and some people would even argue that Garu would be able to walk through his domain with no concern, one should admit that according to anime logic, anime characters, despite how strong they are usually allergic to swords, knives, or anything of sharp substances. But you can definitely conclude that same as Gojo did, which is fighting through the domain and actually heavily damaging Sukuna, Garu would be able to do the same, if not even worse. Remember that Garu at this point does have access to a sort of regeneration, wounds just disappear and doesn't exist anymore. So even if Cleave and Dismantle does damage him, with his regen and superior speed, he'd either tag Sukuna or just leave the domain space. Some would say that Sukuna can use regeneration, so he can't afford to get hit by Garu. But remember that Garu has access to the Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist, something that can dismantle a body in multiple pieces, and it'd be very hard to regenerate from. Kinda gives Sukuna a taste of his medicine. But what if we involve Mahoraga in this equation? Would it be any different? You see, Garu and Mahoraga are often compared to each other for their ability to adapt, and while they both have reactive evolution, their application heavily differs. Mahoraga does try to find ways to overcome hacks, abilities, or techniques, but he doesn't really get physically stronger, as Gojo was always overwhelming him in that aspect. Garu, on the other hand, can get drastically stronger in a faster rate, gain resistance to whatever mid-combat, and copy whatever technique he can see. The point is, Garu would be able to throw hands with both Sukuna and Mahoraga worse than how Gojo did it, and I simply don't think that Mahoraga would be that beneficial against his significantly physically superior character. Now what about Fuga, the flame arrow? Would it be effective?
That's kind of disingenuous because Mahoraga adapts to phenomena, so if there's any phenomena in any of these martial arts styles, unless Goro one-shots the thing, from there on out, he kind of can't kill Mahoraga. He has to literally hit him with a technique that would one-shot it, or otherwise every attack from there on out would just straight up eventually become immune to Mahoraga.
Absolutely not. This, in my opinion, would be a huge waste of curse energy, as Garu already has resistance to temperature, blast, or firepower attacks on levels way higher than what Sukuna can dash out.
Why are those
remember
moments
that this
way
attack
higher?
has a shape of an arrow, and we've literally seen that the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist can redirect such things. So if he sees it, he can redirect it. If he doesn't, he can simply tank it. The only win condition I can think of to completely dismantle Garu would certainly be the World-Cutting Slash. If we assume that this negates durability and cannot be sensed in a conventional way, if Garu doesn't blitz him immediately, which is something embedded in his character, by the way, Sukuna can sneak that attack and claim victory. Pay in mind that this is with considering that Garu just doesn't sense a slight change in the air like Maki does and stays static on a place and doesn't move, as Garu later becomes super conscious of his surroundings to the point that he can't even fight while asleep. But that's actually a very valid win condition. If Garu is occupied with Shikigamis and domain slashes, Sukuna can take that opportunity to sneak him with the World-Cutting Slash. If he gets split in two like it happened with Gojo, I can't cope and say that Garu would be able to regenerate from that. Never indicated, never implied, and never shown. So at the end of the day, the way Sukuna would be able to win is if we assume that Garu can sense that attack and doesn't blitz him in the first place. But without this factor, Sukuna definitely shouldn't be on the same conversation as this version of Garu. You can
I don't know One Punch Man scaling well enough. Brace yourself, Urame. This is Mummin Rider we're against. Solos all verse 500 monster, stronger than a country level FTL reaction time decrease. Ready say the yeah. Yep.
Ichigo Kurosaki, a high school student whose eyes can see ghosts. Ichigo becomes a substitute Soul Reaper or God of Death, and his goal is to become as strong as he needs to be to...
Does the sure hit of the arrow work on people without cursed energy? It covers them in explosive cursed energy that explodes regardless. Think of it like having a powder that you kind of cover everything around. You can't see the powder, but it does exist. You kind of cover everything around it, and then any kind of sparks kind of cause those cursed energy powders to like explode. So as long as Garo put it like this: if Sukuna does his domain expansion, Garo is covered in the cursed energy. If Sukuna shoots the flame arrow, even if Garo tries to redirect it, as soon as it makes contact with his hand, we should also be covered in it. It would automatically explode.
Protect his friends and defend the Soul Society. After meeting a Soul Reaper named Rukia, his life changes forever as she passes her power onto him, and the strength he achieves is out of this world. Ichigo battles against Hollows, which are evil spirits born from humans.
Alright, alright. Dude, I don't need this fucking recap of what the characters do. Like, damn.
First taking the statement at face value, in which he is
Don't worry about that.
higher than Soul Reapers, and the other that this statement is hyperbolic and is...
I'm not watching this, dude. This is just a fucking recap of the series. I'm not watching this. Let's watch a fight. Yeah, I'm not watching that. Whoever recommended it to me, I'm sorry, I'm not watching it. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to a 26-minute video about shit that I either already know or characters that are... It's just a fucking recap. It's not even really like a scaling video. It's just a fucking recap of what the character's done. Can we talk about Bleach as the father of mid-power fantasy isekai? Probably. Context for the vid? Yeah.
One shall stand, all shall fall.
What's the context, Bob?
Cybertron, our home, desecrated by war. A war you tried so desperately to avoid. And yet, here we are, on the same side of the battlefield.
This has really
makes me wonder
why
this war started in the first place.
How the fuck did they make
I still
these?
remember the day when we met with the High Council. The title of Prime was mine for the taking. But
Did they use the fucking models from a fucking video game and just have... Dude, that's crazy. These are models from a game. They have to be.
you were always favored among the elders. I never expected the one person I trusted more than anyone to betray me. And now, seeing you betray your own people, I can't help but see a bitter echo of the past. But it's clear to me now that you've...
By the way, these models have to be from like a PS3 game, right? These are definitely models from a PS3 game.
changed. You have done well as my temporary replacement, and for that, I shall greatly reward you as my newest second-in-command. If you swear your allegiance to me, we can finally put our history in the past where it belongs and work together again as brothers. Your reign is over.
Megatron's morality was also flipped, but was made a coward. Prime took over the Decepticons. OG Megs got killed by Soundwave and cloned into the OG Megs. Okay, got you. So, Megatron became a coward and a weakling. Prime became evil, and then they just remade Megatron. Cool.
Megatron, the Decepticons follow me now. What do you know of loyalty, Prime? The moment you gain someone's trust, you turn your back on them. And let's not forget which side you started on. A redesignation and difference in appearance will never change that. You may run from it, disguise it even, but deep down under that facade, you're still the same.
I don't fuck with mechas. It ruins the flow of battles. It can be done right, but mostly it's ass. Batman Ninja movie flopped because Sasuke Naruto was peak till they used that Neanderthal kaijus.
Pathetic Optimus Prime.
That's fair.
I can see it. You're worried. Worried that all the betrayals, the deaths of your brothers, could all be for nothing. Or maybe, just maybe, you're terrified to admit that I'm right. It doesn't matter. Eventually, you will crack. That disguise you cling to will shatter. And everyone will witness you as the false prophet you've always been. And when that time comes, you'll remember one absolute truth. I am the Decepticons. The cycle will never end with you. What? Throughout history, there have always been those who believed that their destructive methods would bring an everlasting era of peace. Many have tried, all have failed. Our destructive methods are the result of your Autobot corruption. You brought this upon yourselves. You are correct. Then we are in agreement. Partially. The Autobots were wrong to oppress the lower class, but the fault falls on no one. This outcome was inevitable. One might even say predetermined.
I don't think this is a game. I think somebody reanimated all the
push and pull of society.
All the characters.
And the oppressors, the strong and the weak, Autobots and Decepticons. It will never end, as long as there are those who seek power and those who seek justice. But power itself is a paradox, capable of both fostering greatness and unleashing unimaginable cruelty. Then the question arises. Does power corrupt a good soul, or does it merely reveal what is already underneath?
Power corrupts the weak. Those who cower beneath its weight or crave it without purpose are consumed by it. But those who are truly worthy, power doesn't corrupt. It liberates. Tears away the chains of false morality and reveals the truth. That survival belongs to only those bold enough to seize it.
You believe power reveals one's truth. I once thought as you do. But over time, I've come to understand that no individual is immune to its corruption. Even the strongest wills erode. The primes before me stand as evidence of that truth. Society cannot function justly while power remains its foundation, because power is corruption.
Jesus Christ, their guys are just talking. Fucking hell, man.
That holds society together. But what if power ceases to be the currency of existence?
Why do you speak of such delusions to me?
Because, Megatron, it is important to know the cause to develop a solution.
And that is? And they say I'm the mad one. Do you think anyone would consider your sick fantasy living?
If your cause is trolling for Cybertron, submit and entrust.
We're gonna check it out once we're done.
Me, or rebel and pay the ultimate price.
If you succeed, there will be no future for any of us. I will never submit to you.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. To ensure the survival of our planet, leadership of the Decepticons must...
Enough of this! I don't want to hear another word of your ridiculous crusade. You are either with me or against me. Through my will alone shall Cybertron be restored.
Under your reign, you've destroyed our planet, polluted its life-giving energon, and desecrated the lands. Your methods will only be the catalyst of Cybertron's destruction. You speak of being the only worthy vessel to lead, but on the contrary, Megatron, you are the most unworthy of all.
How dare you!
Lord Megatron.
I don't know.
Permission to open fire. You are right about one thing, Megatron. No matter how hard I may try, there will always be those who look to you as their rightful leader. But as long as I still function, the throne will never be big enough for you and I to coexist.
Then it shall be decided. I, Lord Megatron, challenge you to the pits of Kaon in glorious combat. The one who stands shall lead, and the one who falls shall perish.
I accept. But know this, Megatron. When the dust settles, when the husk is removed...
Alright, I'm over the... fuck the preparation, fuck the confession. I just need to see... I need to see a fight go happen. I need to see people fight. Jesus Christ. Already skipped one fight. Sure.
Must mean nothing when my will is absolute.
Affirmative. However, though your transformation cog was confiscated in accordance to gladiatorial protocol, I've managed to secure a replacement
my bare hands.
He is unlike your previous encounters.
And yet he'll fall just like the other primes before him.
Wait.
Be quick with it, Soundwave. The arena awaits.
This body, this mind, it is your final iteration. When a memory file is transferred to a new host, the original copy is erased. No further memory backups were possible when you were resurrected. If you fall today, it will be definitive. Should you permit it, I can run a scan, a new copy, take it while your systems remain intact, to ensure your mind endures. It will not be possible to scan a copy if your vital functions cease. Whatever happens in that arena, I just want to say thank you. From the moment you took me under your command, I've dedicated my life to the Decepticon cause because you gave me purpose. You gave me reason. There is no future where I do not stand by your side. And as I am bound, so are countless others. You need not fight for loyalty, for it is already yours. I believe in you. I always have.
You insult me, Soundwave. Do you hold him in such high regard that you believe I would require such an advantage? Do you doubt me so much that you come to utter your final words?
No, I would never doubt you.
You lying, worthless wretch! You speak of faith, yet your actions betray you. You claim to believe, yet you prepare for my failure. You speak of loyalty, yet when the time came, you abandoned my true form without a second thought, and cast it aside. You sentenced me to death. You failed me. Your efficiency is only exceeded by your utter lack of faith. Enough of this foolish sentiment, Soundwave. You are meant to do my bidding. You do not question, you do not waver. You exist to obey, never change. Because in the end, everyone betrays.
Damn, Megatron got fucked up. We all eating beans for long every day starting now. I don't know about we. I don't know who, when did you start speaking French? When did you start speaking French? What does we mean? There's nobody here, at least in my room, is eating beans. I'm definitely not eating beans. I don't know about you.
It's all come down to this. One last fight to end it all. You and I both know, Prime, that I will always be the face of the Decepticons. I was there in its inception, and I will be remembered for centuries, long after I'm gone.
You are wrong. You will be forgotten, discarded, left to rust in the annals of history. I will personally make sure of that.
And how do you plan on tainting such a legacy?
I copyrighted it. Me Prime.
by removing its head.
A pity. You've come all this way. Killed so many of your people. Just to die here, in my world. Was it worth it?
That's what I'm saying. Megatron really a snake for this, because he said he didn't need this fucking help, and now he... Oh, shit. Alright, shit. Nah, I'll fuck with this. Okay. Ooh. And he took the sword out, too. We got both swords. It's not allowed with guns, but they're Decepticons, so who gives a shit? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, switching your morality doesn't inherently mean that, like, you'll have any less, like... Switching your morality from, like, good to evil doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you know, you'll be someone who, like, still fights... Doesn't mean that you'll, like, start fighting without honor or whatever, right? Like, I think, like, there goes a lot more into this stuff than just saying, you know... Well, now he's a complete 180. He'll do, like, backhanded slime shit like Starscream. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like even a version of Optimus Prime that does join the Decepticons or just, like, becomes their leader would still probably be more honorable than, like, 99% of the Decepticons. Yeah, Prime doesn't need to cheat. He's just like that. Oh, all right, shit. Damn.
I was a fool to call you brother, Orion Pax.
Jesus.
The High Council will sound the signal any moment now. You ready?
I was made ready. The time has finally come, and I will not waste it.
May Primus guide you to speak with wisdom.
Orion, whatever happened in that room, I just want to say thank you. Even with all my efforts, I know none of this would have been possible without your help.
Of course. Just promise me one thing. Can you change up your speeches every now and then?
Don't start this again.
I can practically predict your words at this point.
How many times must I say this? My speeches are meticulously crafted for maximum inspiration.
You mean maximum repetition.
I can promise no such thing. Perhaps one day, the honor of delivering them will fall to you.
Maybe. One day. Until then, assuming everything goes well, here's to your promotion.
Our promotion.
What do you mean?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you now. With my ascension to Prime, you will be at my side as my most trusted second-in-command.
What?
Your days of seclusion in the archives are finally coming to an end. Much to your dismay, I'm sure.
I don't know what to say. I've never had an opportunity like this before.
Well?
While we may not have always seen eye to eye, I know you come from a place of sincerity. You've always fought for what is right, and you've never strayed from your path. I would be honored to stand beside you, my friend.
After today, we will be brothers.
Brothers.
Damn, his morality switched back after he realized what he did. That's crazy. This was good. This was good stuff. This was real good stuff. That was very good stuff. Damn. Yeah, no. Man, Transformers really does know how to get to you. Holy shit. That was great. Alright, let's check out this one.
Many people still believe that Sukuna wouldn't have won against Gojo without Mahoraga's help, even after Gojo himself.
A lot of dialogue, and it gives a lot me when I kill my best friend. I hope not. I hope you never actually do that, Bob. I liked it. I liked it. I like the context that, like, you kind of get to see what these two were like prior to everything that went down for a baddie. Yeah, alright, and I'm called a gooner. I don't know. That was really nice. The combat, I'm not gonna lie, I felt a bit clunky at the start, but the animator really went well with everything that they had. Like, the choreography was great. It doesn't have to be like too flashy, and it doesn't have to have like big stints of speed, but there was a consistent back and forth that I genuinely enjoyed. Like, Optimus essentially completely overpowering Megatron for the bit of it. Megatron getting like a bit of a slight advantage that he said he didn't need, but ended up requiring it anyway with like the cannon. Optimus dual wielding the blades, you know, just going straight forward. And then, that ending was kind of brutal. It also kind of goes to show that you don't have to necessarily, you know, show the bloody scenes. You don't have to show like all like the crazy stuff about him actually getting his head ripped off. When you can have like the emotional weight of it, you know, immediately turning into a flashback of them calling themselves brother for the first time. Because if you've watched Transformers 1, I think that its scene hits a lot stronger. Curious, could Sukuna escape Gojo's domain without Maho? Probably not.
Admitted
see what he says.
that he couldn't beat Sukuna. So today let's try
I
to
got
end
you.
the debate once and for all. But this time we are going to take a different approach. What if Sukuna had a different vessel? Before we start, I just want to say thank you all so much for the continued support. It really means a lot. He
Alright.
earns your respect. Just does what he needs to be done, and that's why personally he's one of my favorite characters in the entire series. Now let's talk about his technique. Nanami's cursed technique is called the ratio technique. It allows him to forcibly create a weakness. By dividing his target into 10 lines, it designates a ratio point, the critical weak spot, at a 7-to-3 division. It doesn't matter what the shape or size of the target is. He can apply it to anything, even to solid structures like concrete or steel. That precision, the ability to literally manufacture a weak point, is terrifying in the right hands. Now imagine what would happen if Sukuna possessed that ability. If Sukuna had Nanami's racial technique, Gojo's infinity would no longer be an...
I'm not watching this. I thought this was gonna be like a reason as to why he didn't need Mahoraga. No, this is just going into why he could use Nanami. It's not. I'm not doing that. Sorry. That I don't really care for that. Let's remove this. Yeah, it's not gonna capture me at all. All right. I think I'm done watching stuff. Oh, right. The six stuff. All right. So let's read some. Amazing Lucas embarrassed the Hodge twins in a heated debate. I don't care, dude. I don't care. Let's check this out. Close this up. Okay. In Neverland, time stands still. This can mean one of two things. Time is completely stopped. Time is being accelerated backwards, so there is a net zero time change. We have consistently used the first interpretation since the feat came out, since it was the Occam's razor choice, but there is evidence in its latter choice. While Yuno states time stands still, Bell further elaborates on this, saying her and Yuno control the flow of time and magic within Neverland, which is much more akin to immeasurable than inaccessible speeds. This is further backed up by Lucius being able to use time magic in Netherland, but it's dissipating shortly afterwards. This wouldn't be possible if time was just stopped, and Yuno is accelerating time backwards to counteract time magic instead of just stopping time. Yuno isn't trying to stop him using time magic, but is directly countering from using it effectively. Witness the power of love. Yuno and I can control the flow of magic and time within this space, strengthening our allies and weakening the enemy. He can still use the time magic. My time magic attacks are based on deterioration. The spell manipulates time, speeding it up, but in Neverland, time stands still. In Neverland, time stands still. This magic really does seem as if it were specifically created to defy me. How horrifying. You are my rival. I already have a rival and it's not you. Okay. Okay. I can see the argument. Time stuff is usually so weird to me. Because, like, it kind of falls under the same context as, like, Goku. Kind of having immeasurable speeds. He's able to move in a space with, like, technically no time. Alright, why are Sentinels Prime's eyes blue when he's evil? What was he thinking? Sure, let me check this out.
Jujutsu Kaisen is a bad manga. And in other news, a fish found in water. This manga has always been divisive, but its ending truly measured the distance of how ass this really was. I've always been an outspoken critic of JJK, and it's not because I dislike popular things. It's because JJK is an uninspired, derivative, lazy manga that fails at almost every approach. If this wasn't a battle manga with very competent fight scenes, then this would have been axed. I think JJK is a failure in terms of world building, conflict resolution, thematic expression, and obviously character writing.
Why?
I've never really experienced a story like JJK. Throughout my tenure in high school, it was always a topic of discussion, but I can't say I liked the story too much. There has been too many times where I dropped this series and I didn't want anything to do with it. Enough of this swing set backstory. Today we're going to look at what I perceive to be the worst event Akutami has ever written. I don't want this to be a Daigo Night type of video, but it's pretty important to realize this event is completely ass. Let's break it down. After regaining his reverse curse technique, Sukuna realizes he could just stall out Yuji until his actual CT comes back. Yuji, understanding that he has to finish the fight right now, he uses his domain expansion. Yuji attempts to talk no Jutsu Sukuna and show him the value of human life and connection. Sukuna isn't moved at all, but it's not like he doesn't understand the words and intent. Yuji then patronizes Sukuna's demeanor, in which Sukuna is outraged that someone could pity him. The domain activates and Sukuna uses Hollow Wicker Basket. Trading blows with Yuji, Sukuna realizes he has to activate his domain and end the fight. Sukuna uses Gojo's method of replenishing a CT. When he uses his dismantle on Yuji's fist, he tears apart his gloves and looks at his missing fingers, as we see Sukuna's fingers put on display in some mysterious chamber. We then get the reason why Yuji wore gloves and why the finger is on display. Nobara using her curse technique on Sukuna's finger is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
Why?
I understand people value this on some thematic level, which is fine, I guess, but there is more writing reasons why this doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work?
The lack of quality this has from a writing perspective. Then we'll discuss the mountain leaps in logic that Akutami cannot bridge together. Nobara.
Let me see. I hate how Jujutsu doesn't explore the negative feelings equals powers. The strongest aren't as deranged. I mean, you don't have to be deranged. You just have to fuel negative emotions. This is cursed energy and cursed techniques. Alright, I don't get it. Okay, let's see. Think of cursed energy as electricity and a cursed technique as electronics. It's difficult to use electricity by itself, so you use electricity to pour electronics. This way you can verify and gain a variety of uses. I just hit this with cursed energy. As for this, cursed energy flowed into a technique to activate it, and I used the Jujutsu to twist the can. That means I'm going to learn a badass curse technique? Nope, you're unable to learn Jujutsu. Other than simple Shikigami or barriers, the ability to use curse techniques is intrinsic. So Jujutsu sorcerers are set, skill set is about 80% innate talent. Okay. Can do it again. It's not like you can't. Didn't feel anything? I didn't feel any cursed energy. Why? The basis of cursed energy is negative emotion. When you mentioned that other time, you were overwhelmed with anger and fear, right? When using cursed energy, I always gotta be mad. Fushiguro always seems ticked off, too. Nope. What's wrong? Something just really ticked me off. So when they're... this actually feels right. Every Jujutsu sorcerer is trained to control their emotions when channeling cursed energy. So when they're overwhelmed with emotions, they try not to waste cursed energy. That's kind of why right there. So when they're overwhelmed with emotion, they try to not waste. It's like, think about it like this, right? You have a power system that is derived off of your emotions. If you constantly crashing out and constantly losing your composure and your emotions are just kind of flaunting out all over the place, you're kind of just wasting energy for no reason. If you're able to stay upset, but you're able to maintain your emotions to a certain extent, you'll be fine. It's really not that complex. Why is it lazy? Why is it horribly lazy? Let's see. I can defend it 100%. I think it's fine. I don't think it's anything crazy. I just think it's fine.
For roles and Sukuna's defeat will always be contentious for one simple reason.
Why?
Lack of development. The
what do you mean?
Of Nobara was always a hanging plot thread.
Yeah, a hanging plot thread. Exactly.
That was getting more and more shoved to the side as the story was heading into...
Not necessarily. I mean, why is it... What do you mean it's getting shoved to the side? What does Nobara really help accomplish within the later arc? Within literally just the later arc? She's not one of the stronger characters. She doesn't have the most insane curse technique. Her curse technique is good. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. It might be a little bit boring, but it does something that most people don't do, and that it directly targets the boundaries of the soul. And it can attack from any range as long as you have something that, you know, pertains to the user which is being targeted.
Climax.
Had a stupid decision and paid for it? What do you mean? What do you mean she had a stupid decision? She made a stupid decision out of context? I mean, sure, but in context, she didn't know that the Mahito she fought was a clone. She also didn't know that Mahito was gonna loom her over to Yuji so he could kill her right in front of him. That's not on her. Like, you quite literally cannot put that on her. That's like saying, oh, because you're the reader and you were aware of this, that means that automatically any decision that the character would have made is stupid, especially when they're not informed by it. I don't agree with that. She was confirmed dead in the story. Where was she confirmed dead?
Shibuya, when Yuji asked about Nobara, it was purposefully left ambiguous. It is difficult to conclude anything from this panel. I don't know how people could fit this into their agenda. During the Culling Games,
Repeat that?
Shibuya, when Yuji asked about Nobara, it was purposefully left ambiguous. It is difficult to conclude anything from this panel.
Cool.
I don't know how people could fit this into their agenda.
There's nothing to... Yeah, there's nothing to confirm here. Yeah, that doesn't confirm anything. That's just Yuji believing she's died. That's just Yuji believing she died. Just because the main protagonist believes it without actually seeing anything or seeing a body doesn't confirm anything.
During the Culling Games, Yuji says to Megumi that he doesn't want Angel to replace Kugasaki. With full story context, this seems like the writer just talking directly to the audience. But
again, we're talking from Yuji's perspective, who believes she died. Is Yuji not a reliable source? He was right there. I've finished treating the girl, but she's probably. Do you know what this word means? Do you know what media literacy is? That you can take in a word, that certain words can change an entire meaning completely? Probably dead. Please don't make it sound like it was my fault later, okay? Enough talk. Let's keep going. I just applied my curse technique on you. Listen closely. The wounds you've endured until now won't get any worse. That's how it works. They aren't healed, but the bleeding has stopped, and the pain should subsided. But that's only for the wounds you've opened so far. If you get hit again, you'll incur damage. My technique won't help you with those injuries. I've done the same for the girl over there. So what did he say? The injuries have stopped. They are no longer bleeding. They are no longer taking damage. It is no longer wounded. But the damage will not get worse. You are not healed. You are just saying that the damage has not gotten worse. She has no pulse and isn't breathing, but not much time has passed since she received those injuries. Let's just say it's not. Let's just say it's not 0%. It's not a 0% chance she will survive. I'm taking her and retreating. It's not, let's see it again. It's not a 0% chance. There we go. Please don't get your hopes up. Yuji tried to get his hopes up. Yuji tried to get his hopes up when he asked Megumi, and then he says, Megumi doesn't know, so he says, oh, I get it. Ever since I rejoined you, I've been afraid of replacing her. That's not, again, the author telling us that she's dead. That is Yuji, a character that does not have... What is ability does this stabilize someone? It's that simple.
and Nobara is right there next to him. Naturally, this is just Yuji thinking of her death, but it's the writer putting a deliberate effort into making the audience think she was dead. This would be a fair way to do it as well. There was no mention of her status, there was no
100%.
person checking up on her,
100%.
there was no real development for
100%.
her being fine after a while. Her still being in Yuji's mind makes sense because of the type of person he is, but she is the furthest thing away from any pertinent plot line or narrative relevance. So for the audience, this feels like cheap manipulation if she is shown to be dead.
How is that cheap manipulation? She doesn't really have that much of a relevance towards the plotline. That's 100% right. If this is just a way for the writer to make us lower our guard about thinking that Nobara died, especially off screen, that's completely fine. The author is essentially trying to build up a moment that later on, whether or not you think the execution is valid or not, and listen, again, it's all about execution. If you don't think the execution was great, listen, that's fine by me. I'm not saying it was perfect, but what I am saying is that the author has not committed any mistakes here. They are genuinely trying to mislead you, the reader, by thinking that she's dead, even though, again, nothing was ever inherently confirmed. I mean, it's fine. Again, I don't think that the execution, well, 100%, there was no foreshadowing either. There didn't need to be foreshadowing. There's no foreshadowing that needed to happen. The author is trying to, once again, misdirect you. You cannot foreshadow misdirection. Jesus Christ.
To us, then she's perfectly fine just 2 chapters later. It's manipulating the reader for a shocking development. However, if the development to this point is weak, or in this case, non-existent, then it becomes the longest, most drawn-out sigh ever. This isn't just one-sided either. If the manga ended with Nobara still in a coma, this would equally be bad. There's no real conclusion for Nobara. There's no payoff for being invested in her character, something we'll get into later.
I felt there was payoff. You give the girl that nobody thought could do anything against any of these crazy-ass opponents because she doesn't have the crazy amount of blood that everybody else has. She doesn't either have the genetics that someone like Megumi has or Yuji inherently. She doesn't have the craziest curse technique, but she does have a curse technique that is, by all intents and purposes, useful against the main villain by the simple fact that he turned himself into a cursed object.
Both sides of the fandom argue.
Yeah, I never said Gege hit the home run. I'm just saying it's not terrible. It wasn't fantastic. I agree with you, but her disappearing early, just reappearing in the story, left her underdeveloped. Again, I'm not defending that. I'm not defending the fact that she was left underdeveloped. This is an actual good criticism against her coming back, not just but she was dead. Like, again, there's nothing wrong with the criticism here. If it left her underdeveloped, I think that's completely fine. I think that that's actually a very fine criticism. I just don't think, and I don't think that inherently speaking, the payoff was all the way there. Maybe you could have had a bit of foreshadowing. Maybe you could have talked about Nobara being awakened a little bit earlier. I think it's fine. But again, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day... One second, let me fix my mic. I'm trying to fix my headset because I had like the little turtle on it. But at the end of the day, I feel like, hey, listen, Gege Akutami misdirected the reader. He got kind of like the big of a gas moment that he wanted. It just didn't happen to have the result that he probably wanted. He got the moment, he just didn't have the result. I think it's fine. Authors don't always have the craziest execution with every little tidbit that they do. If I have to say that like Nobara spawning in at the end's execution wasn't the best thing about... If I had to say it's probably not one of the best things about the final arc, I think that's completely fine. The final arc is completely consistent overall in most every other case. It's just a big gauntlet fight, and she just so happened to also provide some... She just also happened to provide some level of support. Like I said before when I explained Shibuya Showdown, it's just every single able-bodied sorcerer showing up to fight Sukuna with a backup plan after backup plan after backup plan. The only reason why I, if anything, do defend it is because it's something that nobody could have foreseen. It's something that, genuinely speaking, nobody could have foreseen. Again, Nobara is essentially placed in a position where you are misdirected into believing that she's dead. Sukuna, if Yuji believes she's dead, Sukuna, who does not give a shit about any other living person out there, and is someone who likely wouldn't even have had given it a double thought about whether or not she's alive and whether or not she could cause him any trouble. For him to be just as surprised when she took the hit and to know exactly where the attack came from, thinking, holy shit, he must have lied back then, I think that's fine enough. I at least think that enough just justifies it for me, right? Like, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying that it should be allowed to and that Gege Akutami is a genius. No, I think if honestly, if this many people have an issue with it, then I just think honestly, in all honesty, if I were to be fair, he failed in that execution, and that's completely fine. Not everything needs to be perfectly executed. I did not see your last comment. You said you wanted to watch another fight. I did see that. I did see your last comment about the fight.
That their interpretation, that their theory.
Now, I can 100% also agree with the fact that she was left underdeveloped. You know what? Completely fine. The story ended quickly. There was nowhere room to honestly fucking develop her more as a character. I think, again, you know what? Nobara, I do like her as a character. I can understand why people don't. That's fine. Why are people acting like this is a horrible outcome? It's not something plot breaking. Yeah, it's not something plot breaking. I don't think it's perfect. I think there are some fair criticisms for it. I'm not going to sit here and defend every last tidbit of it. I'm just telling you, hey, I mean, listen. If out of one of my favorite arcs in all of Shonen, because it is one of my favorite arcs in all of Shonen. I don't think I've read any arc as much as this one. If off my favorite arc in Shonen, I can say that one of the worst bits is just Nobara coming back because it wasn't executed that well. I mean, hey, listen, I feel like that's a win for me. No series is perfect. The vid is Winter Soldier versus Guile. Dude, I'm not watching anything with Winter Soldier. I hate that fucking character. I do not like super soldiers. I don't care about them, and I'm gonna be real with you. Yesterday I got destroyed in Marvel Rivals with my boys through Winter Soldier. I fucking hate that character with every passion. Especially after Civil War, or whatever the fuck it was called. Captain America Civil War. I do not like that character.
Their agenda.
What would you say people that say Sakura is better development than Nobara? I would tell them to eat a fat cock, because that's not true. Sakura's entire... Here's the thing. Nobara as a character, you could say at best is underdeveloped. At worst, you could say she's underdeveloped. Nobara is underdeveloped, and that's probably like the worst thing you could say about her. She got one cool moment. She really didn't do much else, but hey, listen. What do you want me to tell you, right? Not the best female character in the series. I like her. That's what I'm going to say. But Sakura, what did she do? She spent over 200 chapters doing nothing. Objectively speaking, spent over 200 chapters doing nothing in a situation where anybody else could have been there and nothing would have changed. With Nobara, at least, two of the whatchamacallit, two of the cursed wombs. No, one of the cursed wombs, the guy with like a pink body and like the wings and stuff, he would have 100% have gotten away if it wasn't for Nobara. So I could at least say that Nobara's like relevance to the plot kind of mattered there. With Sakura, it's like she only matters in the first arc of Shippuden, maybe the second, and after that she's completely irrelevant until the final war arc. I don't know, man. I would never say that Sakura's even remotely as good of a character as Nobara is, because at least I like Nobara as a character. At least I could say that, like, there's not a single point where I think to myself, I hate this bitch. I can't even really say that for most of the cast in JJK. Like, I can't really say I hate most of these characters. To a certain extent, I do care about them. Like, yeah, there's some misuse of the treatment of bad... there's some misuse of some of the female characters. I can agree to that. But you also have Maki, and Maki, I think, was treated pretty well, all things considered. She just wasn't someone who could keep up with the King of Cursin. What do you think of Yuki's role in the story? A lot of people seem disappointed in her. She could have been used better as well. She could have 100% been used better as well. She could have 100% have been used better as well. I would have at least preferred if we got at least like one or two more fights with Yuki, or at least a bit more time to explore her as a character. Though granted, again, the biggest relevance for her in the story was just kind of saying the thing that kind of pushed Geto to eventually become a guy that wipes people out. Sounds like a skill issue. Give the vid a try. It's peak. Sure, whatever. Winter Soldier versus Guile. Why the fuck didn't it type? Piece of shit. Can you I'm gonna fucking crash out, dude.
Jujutsu Kaisen is a bad...
Talking blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Winter Dickhead. Oh, I was actually about to type Dickhead. Winter Dickhead versus guy with funny hair. Yeah, why would Sakura cutting her hair even remotely matter to anybody at all? Oh man, Sakura cut her hair. Oh my god. Guys, peak writing. Oh my god, she stopped caring about her hair because she's gonna protect the boys instead of being someone who's just there to look pretty. Oh my god, guys. Best moment of all time. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, that was peak. You saw the way she cut her hair? You saw the way that she released herself? Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Maki is the best character in JJK, but she's still not a good character. She hates her clan and best revenge. That's it. That's not much substance behind her. I think you're. I don't agree with that. I think you're kind of trivializing it. You can kind of do the same thing with like other characters. I mean, somebody did it yesterday with Asta and Yuno. I think it's a bit of trivialization, but that's fine. Cut their hair instead of stabbing the person that had her. I don't remember well in the Culling games. Does her sacrifice accomplish anything? Whose sacrifice? Whose sacrifice are you referring to? Yuki? No, Yuki's sacrifice accomplished nothing. They failed right there. Kenjaku did get the thing. Like, here's the thing. I don't think that JJK is even remotely a perfect series. I really don't. I just like things about her. What else is there with her character? Well, for one, she wants to become a Jujutsu sorcerer despite her family. It's not just a sake about her just hating her family or her clan. It's the fact that her clan inherently revolves around the idea of, like, those who do not have cursed energy or those who are not as talented essentially get treated like absolute backwater garbage. Like, there's a bit more to her than what just hating her clan. There are reasons why she hates her clan and a reason why she wants to be a sorcerer. And you don't really need a lot of reasons to be a sorcerer. I mean, Yuta, for example, I think he's a fine enough character, and his whole reason for being a sorcerer is that he just happened to be from a very powerful lineage, and he accidentally cursed his girlfriend as a 6-year-old, Yuki. Yeah. Like, do I think that makes Yuta, like, it's not inherently about, like, what the character's, like, aspirations are for why they're in the story. I don't think that necessarily makes the character overall good or bad. I think Maki essentially freeing herself from all those chains, from the chains of her family, from the chains of her clan, from the chains of her heavenly restriction, more for a sense of, like, oh, her sister gave herself up for her, showing that, like, there was love between the siblings. It was just that, you know, her sister's existence completely stifled Maki to begin with, and Maki having to sort of move past that. I think the fact that Maki is now a Jujutsu sorcerer in the sense that she is someone that's capable of fighting with the top tiers, quote-unquote top tiers, up until Sukun and Gojo at least. More so, but she has to essentially, like, let go of herself and just understand that she's different from everybody else. I think that's fine enough. Why she hates her clan, I never denied that. All I'm saying is her revenge plot is all there really is to her as a character. That's kind of one-dimensional. But you can say the same thing about someone like Asta. You can say the same thing about someone like Asta Yuno. You can say something like that about Luffy. Like, yeah, you kind of, it's not, like, you're basing everything off of the fact that, well, she kind of has no other point of being in the story other than she just hates her family. I mean, you could say that same thing about Luffy. He kind of has no point in being in the story besides him being the pirate king and just eating the devil fruit. That's kind of it. Like, again, it's not all about, like, what the character's ambitions are for the story. It's about what the character does within the context of the story. And again, I feel like her journey through finding self-realization and releasing and essentially realizing that, like, you know, she is unique in of herself, and she just has to kind of step away from all the boundaries that everybody else has set up for her, and even all the mental restrictions that she set up for herself. I think that's fine enough. Again, it doesn't have to be anything spectacular. Not every character has to, like, jump out the woodworks and kind of be some kind of defining piece in media or lore. Just, did they kind of accomplish what their task was? Yeah. Do you like the character? Yeah, I think that's all there is to it. It's nothing crazy. Or even Thorfinn. It's like, they could say the same thing about Thorfinn. Yeah, or Guts, 100%. Like, oh man, Guts had a bad childhood. Oh man, he just consistently has a bad life. There's nothing much else to his character. The dude just has a rough life. Like, I could say the same thing about anyone. More aspects to their characters than just the one plot point that's pretty basic. Not really. You can't really say that about Asta. What's he really? He's a guy who did not have any magic, and he wanted to be the Wizard King to show everybody that anybody from the boonies could kind of just become someone that strong. I mean, yeah, if you boil it down to that, yeah, that's kind of just Asta's whole thing. You could say the same thing about Guts. You could say the same thing about Oma Tokita. You could say the same thing about a lot of characters. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, you know, saying she's a bad character because, you know, she kind of just has those two plot points. I just disagree with that. I'm just not going to see eye to eye on that. You could not say the same thing about Thorfinn. That's objectively wrong. Even if you just take into account his regen plot, he had a whole redemption arc. Yeah, but then after the redemption arc, like, that's kind of it. He's just now trying to find a place where he can just grow and just have a life, and just the people just grow and have a life. And then he tried to go to Vinland, and yeah, he has now his issues with, like, the indigenous people. I can't normally just has one instigating point to start off their story. We don't need 20 other reasons. Just kick off the story. That's the role. Yeah. He's just a chill guy now. Yeah. Thorfinn's just a chill guy now. Once he achieved his goal, once he not achieved his goal because he failed to do his goal, but once he kind of went through his whole redemption arc, that was kind of it. The difference here is that Thorfinn had an entire season for a redemption arc. Maki kind of just goes through it an entire arc. That's fine. Again, both are fine. I don't know. See, when I look at characters, I think that the defining difference here is that when I look at characters, I kind of look at them based on like a couple of different metrics. I look at the character based on personality. Maki has a bit of like a cool girl, like kind of emotionless personality, kind of like Byakuya Kuchiki and the others. But I think what makes me not completely have disdain for her, like I do with like Byakuya or with like the Sung Jing Woo guy or characters like that, or even like Mikaz, is that like, overall, with Maki, it's more or less just that, like, she kind of just doesn't need to have any nonsense for it, just because it's like, no, I just have a single-minded goal. I'm just going to prove to my clan. I'm just doing this shit out of spite. And you know what? That's fine enough for me, right? For me, that's kind of fine enough. What's her role in the context of the story? Well, she's a combatant. At the start, Maki sucked. I didn't care for Maki because, yeah, she sucked. She didn't really do much. But, you know, she acclimates. She gets her heavenly restriction fully realized. She then figures her thing out. She becomes a very capable combatant, all things considered. Sure, the series ended relatively quickly, but I think Maki in and of itself, especially from what we got from what Toji can do, it's like, yeah, no, Maki kind of succeeds as a combatant. I can see why she would be a fucking problem. It's just the people that she has to fight towards the end are just the strongest sorcerer in all of history. So again, as a combatant, she hits that mark for me well enough as well. What's her reasoning for the story? What kind of inclusion does she have? Well, the Zenin clan is kind of fucked. She's kind of the one to put it all to an end. It just so happens that, like, the biggest wretch in the entire Zenin clan after Toji, someone who could have also have ended them, but didn't do it for whatever reason, you know, she's the one to put them all down. She's like, no, you guys are just part of you guys are just kind of fulfill this, you kind of just perpetuate and fulfill this kind of narrative that the only people that matter within this world are those that can properly use Jujutsu, and you essentially stifle everybody else. The Zenin clan inherently is just older Jujutsu society as a whole, and she just decided to end them. She's like, we don't need people like you. I'm gonna end you guys with my hands, and she succeeds in that goal. She doesn't just, as a matter of fact, her goal was never originally to like just wipe out the entirety of the Zenin clan. Her goal was just to, like, you know, prove that she could be a sorcerer, and then she develops into someone who says, no, fuck it, I'm just gonna take you all down because fuck you guys. You're all terrible. And, hey, she succeeds in doing so. I think that's fine. Relevance to the story, I mean, she literally wiped out an entire clan. Like, there's really no big holes with Maki as a character. It's just, once she kind of does her whole thing, the only thing that matters left is just finishing out the plot, which was just kill Sukuna, kill Kenjaku, and that was kind of it. And I mean, what else more development does she need? She even beats the cursed personification of the Zenin clan in Naoya. I think that's fine. No, I get where you're coming from, Six. You can't say the same thing about Thorfinn. You're just dumbing their characters down and everything that Maki, and staying everything that Maki is. Not necessarily. You're dumbing Maki down. I've explained a lot of things for Maki just now, and you dumb it down to she just killed her own clan, and that was kind of it. Again, the same thing could happen. She's a pretty basic character. If you feel that way, I don't think so. But hey, that's fine. That's where we disagree. I don't think she's a pretty basic character. I'm not going to say she's one of my favorite characters. I'm not going to sit here and say that she redefined fiction as a whole, or she developed a whole new trope in and of itself. No, but I think she's fine enough as a female character. I think she's fine. I think she does her job. I think she completes her tasks. And I think that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Being basic isn't, yeah, it's not necessarily something that's bad. Like, that's the thing. After 3 years, Naruto skins are coming back to Fortnite. This is not a drill leak from HypeX, who is a very trusted leaker. What Naruto skins are we getting? Is it possible to react to Oda and Kubo's rivalry afterwards?
I've said it before, but if...
1 second. I assume you were talking about this one, Bob. Save to watch later. And then let's see. Kubo and Oda's rivalry. Sure. Yeah. Also, Ian, can you answer my last question? What was your last question? I wasn't reading. Not disagreeing with you, but what makes character development different from Bleach? With Bleach, well, for one, I think it's pacing. With, like, Ichigo, I don't know. I just inherently don't like the fact that when it comes to Bleach, I have to wait for throughout the entire series, and I really do mean I have to wait for over 600 chapters for Ichigo to finally just sort of accept himself. I don't like that. Basic is boring and boring is not interesting. And you know what? If you find that to be, like a metric by which you define character, Six, I think that's completely fine. I think we'll disagree on that, but I think it's fine, Six. What's the video? By the way, my OC, what's the video? Mangaka rivalry. Let me see. It's called How Two of Manga's Biggest Creators Became Enemy. Thank you. How two of manga's greatest enemies became... Sorry, manga's greatest creators became enemies. I think I've seen content from this dude before. Sure. Save to watch later. Okay, let's go back and finish up that video. Anyway, what was I talking about? Bleach, right? Bleach character development. I don't know. With Bleach character development kind of just feels... I don't even want to say bland. How do I properly define it? Let's talk about, like, Byakuya Kuchiki as a character, right? Byakuya kind of, like, explains his reasoning for wanting to kill Rukia because he essentially took in, I think it was, like, Rukia's sister or whatever. It was something along the lines that had to do with, like, Rukia's sister, that because of an event that happened with her, maybe it was that she died, maybe it was that I brought her in, I forgot what the exact reason was. He essentially said that he was never going to go against a rule or law from the Soul Society again, right? It takes the entirety of the Soul Society arc for Byakuya to sort of say, alright, fuck it, you know what, Ichigo Kurosaki, you've got it, your determination is good enough for me, I lose this round, and then he starts to, like, really protect Rukia. It shows that, like, he did... It's disappointing and lacking in certain senses. It's like, everything that Byakuya did with that bland-ass, emotionless expression of his... was that for the sake of just, like, following the rules of the Soul Society, even though the Soul Society is extremely fucking flawed as a location and very fucking hung up on its own times, but, you know, whatever. You know, he was willing to kill his wife's sister just for the sake of what exactly? Maintaining the status quo? Like, he didn't really think for himself. It was like... I really don't know what Byakuya's reasoning really was. Like, he loves Ruki and he shows that he really does care about her, but he just couldn't, like, defy them at any point. He needed to see Ichigo, like, defy everything that they did up until that point just to, like, really be able to say, like, oh yeah, no, I really do love my sisters, just, you know, I just didn't see any way out of it. It's like, bro, you're one of the strongest captains there. What was it? What exactly was stopping you? Oh, you didn't want to become a Ryokai like everybody else? I mean, they forgave Kenpachi Zaraki. Who was stopping him? You know what I mean? I don't know. It just feels like with Bleach, it feels like a lot of the times the character development just feels lackluster because there's just so much bullshit in between. Right? Like, Ulquiorra's whole thing about, like, finally understanding what the heart is, there was just no moment prior, like, there was legitimately no moment prior to that fucking, little monologue that Ulquiorra went through, where, like, it exactly explains what if he was, like, actually starting to see things from Orihime's eyes or not. It was just more so, like, he was gonna kill Ichigo, he was gonna show him despair, and then he sees Orihime crying after she was losing her shit for Ichigo, and then he's like, I think I kind of get it now, and that was it. That was his big character development. He kind of just sees it all towards the end, and he's just like, okay, well, I kind of get what you mean now. Well, too late. I'm dying. I don't know, man. That kind of sucked. I'm not even saying this because Ulquiorra died. It's just like, oh, it took him that long to realize it just before he fucking died. And, like, there was kind of, like, no big moment that, like, really made me realize or, like, at least, like, pinpoint as to, like, the moment as to why what's-his-face ended up, like, changing his perspective. It's like, he pops up to Uryu, he takes his sword, throws it, and he's like, alright, now, let's throw our hands, let's actually fight this out, and it's like... Like, what about any of this actually changed his mind? What about Coyote Stark? Or, like, Coyote Stark, you know, he's so strong, he splits himself up into two separate souls in order to not be lonely anymore, and then is no longer lonely when he finally is with the other Espada, but he never interacts with them he never really interacts with them at all. And then, I don't even recall what was the reason why he died. Let me actually see this shit. At what point does he disappear? Let me see. Yeah. Like, this is the strongest fucking Espada, or like the third strongest Espada, and this is what I'm looking at, bro? I don't know, man. Let me see. He arm is gray. What's wrong? It's your turn. What color do you want to cut? You won't be able to cut any color except the one you say. White. Comes after him. Impressive. You figured it out. If Iro Oni cuts whatever color you choose, that goes for the wielder too. The riskier the color is for the damage. Okay, they're just talking about the fight. Okay. I was giving you little hints to have you guess the rules just after just one round. You really are a difficult opponent. Saying to you, why do I have to fight someone so strong? I envied the weak. All of my friends had their souls diminished just by being with us. We divided our soul into two out of loneliness. What was our original form? Maybe it wasn't like either of us, but that was the only way to escape the loneliness. I envied the weak. You can't stay with the pack if you're weak. I wanted to be weak if that was possible at least a time. A friend as strong as I was. I mean, Aizen's right there, but Aizen's not going to be your friend. What about Ginichimaru? Well, I guess he's not going to be there. What about any of the other Espada? Because you're really not that impressive. Like, I can say this entirely as someone who really does like Coyote Stark, you know, conceptually speaking, is that I don't like the whole idea, like the whole fucking idea of characters being fucking strong. Like, for whatever reason, the whole idea of characters being too strong and not having anybody that they can relate to happens at least, like, what, 3 fucking times in the context of the story? It happens with who? Aizen, Coyote Stark, I guess twice if you want to use that, but there's also other characters that are just immensely powerful but don't care about loneliness, like Yachiru Nohana, again, Ryusa Yamamoto, or fucking Kenpachi Zaraki. It's like, what are you talking about that there's no one that understands you? I mean, I guess for Coyote Stark is the only one that's kind of justifiable because he was the only hollow, but besides that, who else? What is the other reason for anybody to say that they're, like, you know, lonely? Aizen can't say he's lonely. There's literally 2 other guys with him that are just as strong, if not stronger than he is. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, he just goes down like that? Let me see something. What chapter was this? 375? Let me see this shit. Bleach character deployment is a character. Like, let's check this out real quick. Actually, I might need to download these anyway. Fake Karakura Town. There we go. Already exists. Cool. What about this one? Fake Karakura Town. Sure. Sorry, Lord Aizen. It seems I won't be able to repay you. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Like, that's it? He got slashed twice in the chest. Grimjow got slashed once in the chest. No, he got slashed once in the chest. Grimjow got slashed once in the chest too, and he survived. Why the fuck did he survive? As a waiter promising a delicious steak and a dinner that makes you wait 2 days, instead you just bring out a salad instead of with a Jolly Rancher to confiscate. Do you have a name? Lynette, what about you? Do you have a name? Stark, what are you going to do? I can do anything. Then where are you going? Anywhere. Let's go together. And it's like, these two were clearly not too strong to be around anybody else after they split up. So it's like, what do you mean you were too fucking lonely? I don't get it, man. It's just like, yeah, just gives a shit. Like with Bleach, I just like, why should I ever give a fuck? I forgot, was Rukia's whole substitute Reaper thing that major of a violation to get executed? I mean, I guess it was because Central 46 deemed it so. Because Central 46 just deemed it so. Well, Aizen deemed it so. But it's like, no, yeah, Aizen just manipulated it. He's been in the wild. He was the one who basically said, yeah, no, we're going to kill Rukia Kuchiki. Sure, you could say, I guess he overheard Aizen and realized he was tricked. I don't know, man. Maki's not that basic. She fit into the theme of the story, how the higher-ups of the clan are the villains. Yeah. If she realized revenge was not the right path or changing... Yeah, but you don't have to... See, that's the thing. See, that's the... Fuck that. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. People are always bringing up the shit about, like, oh, well, what if revenge wasn't the right thing? Listen, I just read a story about how revenge wasn't the right thing to fucking do. That shit was ass. I'm tired of seeing people say that, like, revenge isn't the right thing to do. Now, morally speaking, you don't have to get revenge for every little bit, but I like the fact that Maki said, no, you guys are part of the problem. My clan is full of a bunch of pieces of shit that continuously go out of their way to either accept the status quo, where they simply allow anyone who has decent jujutsu, cursed sorcery, or techniques or whatever, treat anyone who doesn't like absolute ass and dog shit. She said, no, fuck this. The system has to fucking crumble. And you know what she did? She took it down. You know what Gojo did? He took it down. It goes to show that past It's not about her, like, it's not about some bullshit whimsical rule of, oh, hey, revenge is a bad thing. There's not perpetrated anymore or any of that crap. She basically just said, the old way of doing things is bad. The old way of doing things is sometimes terrible. Just because it's old doesn't mean that it fucking is good. Just because it worked up until now doesn't mean it should still continuously be perpetuated. The Zenin clan is a prime example of everything that's wrong in old Jujutsu society. Gojo killed the higher-ups of Jujutsu society, and they basically had to restructure the entire system as a whole right afterwards, right after defeating Sukuna. And Maki basically got rid of one of the major clans because they were just fuck. I forgot the word now. They were just the natural result of only caring about those who are worth anything in the Jujutsu world. Like, her and her sister didn't have to be treated like absolute garbage and didn't have to be, like, essentially looked as a piece of ass and meat by an Aoya, mind you, her cousin, simply because, oh, we were born as women with no real curse techniques and my sister's curse technique is highly inefficient. Like, that's just the case of it, man. Soul Society doesn't really change despite its many clear problems. FMA, I think that the whole killing for revenge is wrong thing best. That's actually a good no. See, here's the thing though. My Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood actually did a good example of that, I agree, right? With Maki, I'm not saying that she had to kill every member of the clan, but she more so just saw that, like, if I lead any one of you alive, you're just gonna continue to try and use these rules and try to use the way that our family has lived for a long time. No, I'm just gonna end this shit right now. I'm not saying that shit was inherently entirely justified, but what I'm saying is, hey, fuck it was something different. I'm tired of seeing people just go with the whole morality thing of like, oh, revenge is bad, let's not do it. No, fuck it. If you feel like genuinely speaking, these people are evil and you should fucking wipe them out, why not? Not in real life, though. Which isn't even consistent with the themes of the revenge. The dog guy shouldn't do it, but Riki kills the fear guy for revenge. But Rukia kills the fear guy for revenge, and that's fine. And not just the fear guy for revenge, Komamura also just completely becomes a hypocrite out of the own things he said. They were the corrupt system just by creating a terrible cycle of inequality individual. Simple, yeah. It is draining the blood out of my brain. Which outfit? People glazing Itachi for some shit, but hate Maki for it. Yeah. I mean, it was a little bit different. Like, Itachi did it for the sake of, like, his brother or whatever. Maki did it because fuck everybody else. They're all pieces of shit. But, to be fair, granted. Aizen felt lonely due to being too strong, but was super cautious of someone much stronger than him to the point he created a being to offset his powers. Yeah, right, Kubo. Lonely my ass. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's the way it has to be done, but it wouldn't be more interesting. See, that's where we disagree. That, to me, the whole idea here's where I feel like we disagree, and here's where I feel like there's an inherent contradiction. You say it would be more interesting if she didn't do it out of revenge, or if she didn't kill them and she realized the revenge was wrong. Bleach does that shit. Other series already do that shit. That's the basic response. Going out of your way to do things for revenge, or especially a character that is supposed to be considered one of the good guys, going out of their way to wipe out, quite literally, and consistently considered to be one of the good guys, them going out of their way to wipe out their clan because they were all pieces of shit, that is probably one of the more interesting plot lines, because you genuinely don't get to see that often, at least within shonen manga. At least within the ones that I've read, I don't usually get to see chances. Like, with Itachi, the reason was, again, Itachi had a whole, like, big plot twist reason for it, right? But there's no plot twist here. Maki is just doing it for the sake of doing it. That's what I like about it. That's what, to me, makes it so interesting. The simple fact that, no, fuck it, there's no reason or big morality or moral compass reason for it. There's no coup d'etat. There's no hidden meaning behind why he murdered his whole clan or why she murdered her clan. It's just, you guys are pieces of shit. You guys took my sister. I'm going to kill you. That's really just it. And you know what? She succeeded. I think you're missing the point. The revenge plot could have been more interesting if it was written in an interesting way, but it wasn't. No, it's the fact that here's the thing. Here's where we differ, and here's where we inherently just disagree. The fact that what would be a more interesting way that it could have been written? First of all, what could have been a more interesting way that it could have been written, right? Because if you're going to say it could have been written more interestingly, then at that point, I would like to hear an opinion as to how it could have been written more interestingly. I think the fact that they don't care about, I feel like that the fact that Kubo goes out of his way to say, there is no hidden meaning behind any of this. She's just wiping out her clan because they follow a very old and very outdated philosophy for how things should work. That to me is interesting enough because no other writer just has a character, one of their good guys, murder their entire family because they were pieces of shit. No, most writers don't do that shit. They always give some hidden meaning. With Maki, it was just, no, you guys were bad. That's what makes it interesting. It's sometimes the interest is in the simplicity of it. The fact that you're just doubling down and just saying, yeah, no, fuck it. There doesn't need to be any big reason for this. We're just doing it because she just fucking wanted to. That's interesting enough for me. That's what actually makes Kenjaku so interesting to me. Because it's not because, and every other series, like, let's talk about like Naruto for a second, right? With every one of Naruto's villains, beside like, technically Kaguya, every single one of the villains had a reason to do what they wanted to do. Orochimaru's reasoning for wanting to crush the Konoha and wanting to do all the shit that he wanted to do is because he wanted to originally gain immortality, and Konoha tried to stop him for it. He gained a vendetta against Konoha because they also didn't make him his Hokage. Sure, he has his reasonings for it. He's a wild motherfucker, not justifiable in the slightest bit, but he has his reasonings for it. With his reasonings for it, you can kind of figure out, or kind of just the fact that he just doesn't want to die. With someone like Zabuza, he's a product of his time. He's a product of his environment. He was essentially raised to kill every single one of the other students during his version of the graduation exams. He's essentially become a ninja for hire, and he's one of the few ninja swordsmen left. He's not that very big of an in-depth villain. He doesn't really have reasons for doing much other than the world is cruel. This is what I grew up with. This is what I'm doing. Pain did everything that he did because his family was murdered by leaf ninjas. He saw no other way in the world that could reach peace other than by using sheer brute force, and he wanted to gather all the tailed beasts in order to have so much military power that any country tries to act the fuck up or go into war, he's gonna blast them to kingdom come, right? There's reasonings behind that. With Aizen and Yubaba, there's no reasoning behind why the fuck they do their thing. With many of One Piece's villains, they're characters who have massive aspirations, but they all have their reasonings for doing it. Crocodile wanted to usurp Alabasta just for the poneglyph so he can find the ancient weapon so he can wipe out Whitebeard because Whitebeard crushed his dream. What's his face? Arlong did it because he's just a simply fucking racist filthy ass fishman. He hates humans. He views them to be weaker. He was treated like shit by other more powerful characters. You know, like even Kaido trying to like build up an army of pure smile users and everything. Like every single villain has a reason. But with Kenjaku, what makes it interesting is the simplicity of it. He has lived for 1,000 years. He has experienced every single experience that a human could possibly go through. He has been in both a woman's body and in a man's body. He's given birth. The guy is bored. Fuck it. If you found a way to essentially have perpetual immortality by just swapping bodies every time your newest body is gonna fucking go out, and nobody's been able to, find you, stop you, or do anything like that. Yeah, sure, I get it. Why not just end the world? Why not just see that? That's interesting. You get what I'm saying? I think what I like about JJK is that it doesn't try to like make a bigger deal out of the things that it tries to do. It's basically saying, here's the plot point, here's why we're doing it, that's it. And I'm fine with that. I just find that to be interesting. That's just my thing though. Like, sometimes you just don't need a bigger reasoning for anything. Sometimes the reasoning can be simple and that can be effective enough as long as it breaks away enough from the mold. Madara is kind of piece of shit. He doesn't just want peace, he wants to be the savior, yeah. Madara did want that. Dragon Bro's been working in for so long. Her revenge plot isn't complicated. Her clan is terrible. It's clearly shown and explored early on. The Uchiha's extermination has a lot of mystery on it. It's cleared up much later. Yeah, and that's fine. I think both examples are just fine of it. You don't really need a character to have like the biggest of reason to do some shit. Sometimes the only reason is they were pieces of shit. They treated me like shit my whole life. And you know what? And now I have the power to take them out. I don't know why I told you to do it. She did it. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I've already given you a way to make it more interesting. What did you say to make it more interesting? Let me see. What did you say? She doesn't have to have a redemption. She doesn't have to have a redemption arc. I think you're missing the point. The revenge plot could have been way more interesting. So you need to have a revenge plot. I'm not saying the revenge plot could have been good if it was more interesting. Where did you say that? Where was the reasoning you gave me? Maki would have been much better if she realized revenge wasn't for the right path. I've already told you this is not a good reason for me because I've already seen this plenty of times before. I want to see something different. You say that you've given me reasoning, but that's not a very interesting reason. If anything, that by your logic would be a basic approach, and that would by your logic be uninteresting because you're saying she should realize that revenge isn't the way of doing things. But guess what? Other series have already done it. It is a basic approach for things. That is inherently a basic approach. It's so sad that Sakura versus Big Mom is debatable. It's really not. It's really fucking not. Sakura does not stand a chance against Big Mom. Madara also never was one for peace. He was never a diplomat or willing to compromise unless it was Hashirama, which even then they had their issues. Madara only saw peace through total control. I'm fine with you liking it, but we both agree it's not good. But not bad. No, that's the thing. We're both agreeing that it's not good and not bad. Again, we can agree to disagree. That's not my issue. I'm just saying, you say that you gave me a reason for it before, but like, by your logic, the whole like basic things are boring is not interesting. You gave the reason that you gave me, at least of like, or like not the reason, but like the explanation that you gave me, Six, where like, you know, she could have probably figured out that like revenge wasn't the best way to go about things. That's already a plot line we've seen time and time again. That's inherently a basic plot line. If you're saying that you've given me a way that like they could have made Maki's thing a lot better, I'm just saying it has to be something other than that, because that is a basic as reason. And Yuta protected their underclassmen is so cute. What are your thoughts on Maki destroying her clan? Could have a bigger fallout or consequence. It's a pretty big deal to destroy one of the most powerful clans in Jutsu sorcerers. But what did it really like amount to, right? The only reason why the Zenin clan is even considered one of like the three major clans, because like their clan innately had very powerful curse techniques, and they had a very large clan by comparison. I mean, the Gojo clan is considered one of the most powerful clans too, but it's only Gojo. It's all about power. That's the thing about JJK. JJK in and of itself is just one massive power fantasy. The thing that makes the world go round isn't really diplomacy, it's fucking power. Sukuna kind of made a big deal about it himself at the start of the series, when he says, what's the point of having a system like that where you let weaklings tell you what's right and wrong, when you should have the power to do it for yourself, especially if you completely just overpower all of them. You know what I mean? Like, how do I put it? It's interesting because it's like, the Zenin clan really don't matter within the grand scheme of things. They're just a very notable family because, again, it's about numbers and it's about curse technique users. It's about cursed users, Jujutsu sorcerers. They have some of the largest numbers of Jujutsu sorcerers within a single clan. Most Jujutsu sorcerers, when you look at them outside, are either traces of descendants from members of other clans, or they're just people who naturally had cursed energy, right? So when you have an entire family of it, I'm just saying, if the fallout Maki destroying a clan should have been bigger consequences for her and her friends. I mean, not really, because what are the consequences? Who was gonna dish out those consequences? Think about it. Think about it for just a second. No, actually, just think about it for just a second, right? The Gojo clan is one of the most powerful clans in the entire Jujutsu society. Gojo's the only one there. He's not gonna punish Maki. The elders of the Jujutsu Society, I mean, who gives a shit about them? They don't have any powers. They're basically just a bunch of people who, again, just follow the status quo that was established hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, right? They were killed by Gojo. Where's the fallout gonna come from? Who's gonna look at Maki and say, yeah, no, we're gonna fuck you up? Like, who the fuck is gonna punish Maki? Gojo killed the higher-ups in Jujutsu Society. The Zenin clan, one of the major clans with one of the most amounts of sorcerers, already got wiped out. Who the fuck is going to put her in check? Why should there be a fallout? The fallout would be if, like, let's say, the government, the Japanese government, for whatever reason, found out that an entire clan was killed by one of their members. And even then, it's like, they have nothing to do with this. The government didn't even really know about Jujutsu Society until Kenjaku kind of put them on blast. There's no consequence that needs to... People are thinking, oh, but what about all the consequences? What consequences there need to be? Who the fuck is going to punish her? This is one of the things I said, like, why does Central 46 matter? Who gives a shit about Central 46? They literally got offed, and they have no power here. The ones that were setting up the Sogyoku were the Shinigami. The ones that have the power to wipe out the Soul Society or protect it are the Shinigami. Central 46 is meaningless. Rukia getting punished for giving her powers to a Soul Reaper, and being executed for it. Listen, I can get maybe imprisoning her, but the fact that she was gonna get executed for it. Who the fuck is actually, like, if for whatever reason the 13 Court Guard Squad says, yeah, no, we're not gonna let Rukia get killed because Byakuya Kuchiki told us not to. Yeah, nobody's gonna fucking stop them. I feel like people are constantly thinking about, like, what about the consequences? What the consequences? What are the actual consequences? Why is Kakashi versus Marco debatable? How does he hurt him? Since when is Sakura star level? What kind of fucked scaling do you have to make up to make Sakura star level? Is there a Gunnar manga with logic? I don't know. Toki Sensei manga? That's good and all, but click on the sure. Yeah, good clarifying point. Yeah, like it really doesn't take a lot. Like here's the thing, it really doesn't take a lot. Like when you understand the context. Yeah, all right, I'm not. Yeah, we're not watching this right now. Like listen, it's not so much of a matter of like people just not getting it. It's fine. Like, but I feel like more often than not, people really feel like there are going to be consequences with like certain series and stuff like that. But it's like. Not really. I mean, what are the consequences for Luffy really punching a celestial dragon? Like, it's because there is an entire government who is going to come after Luffy because of it. But if the government is already killed by Gojo and the, you know, and the clan is already, and one of the biggest clans is already wiped out by Maki, who gives a shit? Like, who's gonna, like, what random jujutsu sorcerer is gonna show up out of nowhere and be like, yo, Maki, you killed your clan. Like, we gotta take you to jail. Like, why do they give a fuck? Who are they to fucking tell Maki that? What's up, Six? Because she punched someone hard who is star level. Be my guess. Really, when we start pushing Naruto characters to such a scale, it becomes so pointless. Yeah. If you were Oda, would you write? What would you write? Continuing on whose agenda would break or upscale? If I were Oda, I would glaze the fuck out of Mihawk and make him. What was your comment? Yeah. I can check it out right now, actually. I can check it out. I was during one of the videos, I was actually reading through some comments. There was actually some stuff that I did want to like look up at. But first of all, let me stretch. I would definitely upscale the Mihawk agenda. Fuck it, why not? I would make Roger look so crazy, and I would make the fucking admirals look so fucking weak by comparison. Like, I would just straight up write, of course, we need all three of us plus the entire force of a Marine to take on a single admiral. I mean, I was disagreeing with it being well written, so we can agree it's not good, it's not bad, it's not really any reason to argue. No, yeah, there's no reason to argue, Six. Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah, that's fine. No, we're good, Six. We're good. Who's going to stop Goku and Dragon Ball Z and Earth or the regular universe? No one really has to count. No one really, unless to count the gods of destruction and the angels. Yeah, and even then, like let's say Goku goes into a store. Like, let's say for whatever reason, Goku goes in and kills the Prime Minister of Dragon Ball. Who's actually going to check him? His friends? They don't give a shit. Goku, why'd you do that? Goku, how could you kill him? Because he was reinforcing fucked up stereotypes about a group of people, and I don't know, they were gonna like put in some people that were coming in here to our planet on indentured camps. I kind of just felt like it. It's like, oh, well then, all right then, Goku, but don't do it again. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's like, nobody gives a shit. When nobody can check you, when nobody can check you, what's the point of like ever being checked? When did the Admirals do a Yonko sky split feat? Stay on that side? Yeah, the Admirals never did a sky split feat. Correct. Yeah, they never did a Yonko sky split feat. 100%. I agree. Who would you want to end the Celestial Dragons? Blackbeard, Luffy? Obviously, probably like Dragon. Probably Dragon and Blackbeard, and then like Luffy, he just needs to take out Emu. Luffy's issue isn't necessarily with the Celestial Dragons, it would just be with Emu. Naruto characters have no durability. They can destroy mountains for the most power, but you have no... I mean, they do have some durability feats, but it's not, like, ever impressive enough, because, like, they usually never tank attacks, and every time that they do, it's usually covered by, like, a chakra cloak. Luffy gonna see Dragon starving the Celestial Dragon soon and beat his ass to become the hero of the Celestials. Don't do that, man. Don't put that energy out there. No one can really stop Mori, Jin, and God of High School Universe. He's literally the strongest warrior in his own universe by the end of the story. Yeah.
Different conclusions. It means the writer did not properly establish a through line to interpret events. I think it differs in this situation, but nonetheless it points to the lack of evidence and lack of development to see Nobara's inclusion in the final arc in conclusion to her character. If you've watched any of my popular videos, you know I'm a guy who values logic and things generally making sense. Of course, story...
What about Nobara surviving doesn't make sense? It was propped up. You were misdirected. And then the execution probably fell flat on its face, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, it was fine. Naruto characters only have durability when they actively reinforce themselves before an attack. They still can't defend their organs though. Yeah.
Have airtight logic, but a lot of stories rank pretty high for me because they're able to work coherently. I'm going to explain to you this plot point, and you let me know if it makes any sense at all.
Okay.
The Jujutsu school set up their Sukuna finger in preparation for Nobara to wake up, despite the fact that it would realistically be a null and void plan. Why?
Why?
Because she has been in a coma since October 31st, and the current events take place December 24th.
Yeah, so less than 2 months.
Meaning, this plan was an arbitrary measure just in case the impossible happened.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with a plan like that? They literally even fucking said, if Gojo Sensei dies, we need to have an extra plan just in case he dies. And then you know what they did? They literally set up a plan just in case both Yuta and Gojo got taken out. They would put Yuta's brain inside Gojo's body using Kenjaku's technique. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Guess what? On some Ichigo shit, a miracle happened twice. Not only did she wake up in the perfect time to hit Sukuna's soul.
Not really. She woke up about an hour ago. 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. Not real. I mean,
hit Sukuna right after he decided to drop Hollow Wicker Basket and fry his brain just to refresh his CT. So
yeah, timing was good. What about it? Like, oh, how convenient. She woke up at the perfect time. Yeah, okay. And?
Domain and win
it's a clutch moment. What do you want me to tell you?
Thereby canceling him opening his domain and allowing Yuji Shirt to hit his soul and give Yuji the opportunity to win the fight. What we have here is the most contrived shit ever. Gege Akutami wants you to believe that this plan they created could reasonably happen despite Nobara being asleep for almost 2 months straight. Then he wants you to believe that despite her not even being awake for an hour, she could hit Sukuna's soul in the most perfectest timing ever to cancel out his domain. With no exaggeration, that shit does not work. This is
why doesn't it work? A bit contrived, I will give you that. Not contrived. Not contrived. A bit ideal of a situation, I will 100% grant you that, but why does it not work? I mean, Uryu showing up out of nowhere when the world is about to end and just shooting an arrow, yeah, that just came out of nowhere. I mean, yeah, sometimes miracles, quote-unquote, happen, right? Black Zetsu coming in at a perfect fucking time when they were going to give Naruto their chakra just for him to steal the chakra out of nowhere in the perfect time possible, yeah, crazy.
Contrived things ever. I really don't think someone could create something more contrived on accident, meaning I think Akutami wanted it to happen this way, which would make sense because of the gloves. I think Akutami wanted to create a parallel with the Mahito thing to hit home with the theme of connection or whatever, but ended up making one of the most jarring plot developments ever that sent every reader into mass psychosis.
Why? Not really.
Transition, did you like it? Did you listen? The mic is probably different and hopefully the audio isn't conversation. And we're gonna give top 10. Let's say a top 10. So let's go to the quotes. JJK fans forcing themselves to think this moment is hype. I also kind of like this Chris guy. He I think he liked one of my
I don't care about this.
Like, the most, yeah, probably.
Imagine Sakura got her shit blown smooth off in the pain arc, and then this is literally the moment she comes back out of nowhere. That's exactly what happened in Nobara and JJK. So tired of people wanting to force her comeback as a well-written just because they favor her.
Probably think, like, I'd probably say it's not that bad. Like, I mean, I wouldn't, because, okay, when you say things like this, I definitely think you're going too far. Like, because Nobara did have a chance of surviving. The point isn't about her surviving or not, even though she did have a good chance of surviving narratively. I definitely think you're trying too hard over here. And if you think the comeback is well written, like I said, there's small thematic tidbits to make someone believe that. So the justification is there. If this happened in Naruto, like the way this dude's talking about, there is no real themes being pushed there. It's just a very corny panel. Like, at least this panel right here, it's pretty corny, but it's not the worst shit ever. This is this right here is corny. Like, the panel of, like...
Yeah, alright. I'm over it. Mihawk, most narcissistic person on TikTok, responded to me.
So this...
I'll watch that later. Liked videos. No, wait, we gotta go here. There we go. Alright. I think I'm done, actually. I think I'm done with, like, watching shit. I'm gonna read some... We're gonna read some verses. Yeah, we're just gonna read some verses. Morch, dumb, bleach glazing. I do think that's an interesting idea, Thor's hammer. I really do think that's an interesting idea. Like, just having ex-Shinigami show back up, trying to take them down and everything, just trying to, like, coup d'etat the Soul Society, telling them that, like, listen, we're not even trying to, like, destroy, had more backstory than Nobara's return. Not really. Not in the slightest bit. As a matter of fact, Nobara legitimately has more panels for her return than the Arrow shit. Like, if we're talking panels that aren't just, like, reused for the sake of... Like, if we're talking about, like, panels that aren't, like, reused for the sake of, like, giving the user that flashback moment... Yeah, it definitely has more panels to it. Still crazy Randy is in your watch list. Don't worry about Randy! It was a ghost! It was ectoplasm. Fuck wrong with you? You never had a ghost spill their ectoplasm all over you? Shit. Couldn't be me. Let me stop. You walk right up. You wanted us to listen. Yeah, what a funny little guy. We aren't here to fight. Alright. Caster spell while they were distracted and calm the Titans with magic therapy. Mind calming magic can relax the target and ease one's tension. This one would mitigate the worst of the violent impulses. But of course, we're not asking for salvation without proper payment. Our village has an abundance of food and resources. What's more, we've got magic, medical knowledge, and even science. We've gathered all of these kinds of items that you may never have seen before. We can offer it all to you that you can be of use to you. However, killing us would mean losing all sorts of benefits. Shigeru, salesman, the disastrous metropolis. That'd be a huge disadvantage for both our parties. It would be wise to avoid such terrible loss, especially when you consider the future development of the Titan clan as a whole. Negotiations are my specialty. Before disaster struck, I worked at a major firm responsible for all important business discussions. My skills of persuasion are much more advanced, prime for negotiations like this. We do not by any means wish for much in return. All we ask is that you spare our lives. We're afraid of the world's changes. We don't have the power to survive on unfamiliar land. Hence, we agree to voluntarily place ourselves in the mercy of you great Titans and serve your labor police. We'll slave away for your benefits as a means of a cohabitation between humanity and Poom. So what you trying to say? Ew, tastes gross. Please, we're not your enemies. No, never our enemies. You're our feed, our toys that don't. No, garbage. Bragonite. Ooh. Hurry up and cast that magic thing. That'll calm them down. Yeah, it's time. You use magic therapy. I've already been casting magic therapy at its highest possible level for now. It should be strong enough to put even large demons to sleep, and they're already relaxed, but they're still being violent, which means that violence just comes naturally to them. Did you say something to us, toys? We're dead. They'll kill us. We have value. Alive. Us use humanity, and our lives will become even more productive and rich. Don't give up. Our words will reach them. They can hold a conversation. They're nothing like the kaiju. Please make the sensible choice. Just listen to what we can offer you and don't... Oh, damn, he got crushed. Why are you tagging me in this? I'm not in this conversation. Tag 6. Don't tag me. I don't give a shit about what you guys have to say right now. You get it right. You get it right. That talking to savages is pointless. Deploying cosmic ring. Okay. Prepare for combat. You primitive monkeys haven't even seen space. I'll show you how advanced beings fight. Wait! Oh, what's that? He's flying. Output safe. Operating limit. Lock on. Cosmic laser fire. It burns. What is this thing? Great, it worked. They're nothing more than barbarians. You primitive cultures. No match for our advanced technology. Now you understand. Down. Now then, understand. Then stand down. What do we do? What do we do? Do I step forward and fight? There's no way to win them over negotiations anymore. Is this versus? It is versus. There's no way to win them over with negotiations anymore. We need to abandon the mission, throw away our lives, and fight. Even if I doubt we can damage the Titans much. If they've kept 3 of us alive, that means they're still interested in us. We might still have a chance. If I can give them a little entertainment. Bragonite, what do you mean by entertainment? I don't know how effective this will be, but whatever happens, just keep quiet and watch. I'm leaving the rest to you. Oh, this tiny one looks more familiar. A red super supplement made from ground-up Titan hearts. By risking a huge strain on the body, we can use them to obtain a major... The user can obtain a major boost to their physical abilities for a short period of time. The humans of the Titan's Crown discovered them back when we were backed into a corner, and it's only to be used as a last resort. Holy shit, the dude bulked up. Holy shit, he bulked up. What the fuck? Come at me, you towering giants. You can play with me next. And then they come after them. He dashes in. Boom! Oh shit, he actually knocked one back. Bungaga Dondo? Alright, we going unga bunga in this bitch. Have you watched Mob Psycho? I don't care for it. It has the One Punch Man art style. Gets slapped down. Okay. He's actually fighting against the Titans? Duh. He's not. Ooh, he got crushed. They're just toying with him. Ooh, no, man. Oh, this is crazy. Ooh, he's getting torn to shreds. That was fun. You. Are there more of these tiny durable ones in your nest? They're more violent than demons. I can't no more. Chin up, Priam. We're moving forward with the mission. Pfft, it's hard, not food. You, how far until your nest? Just a little more. Please remain calm. According to the glass map, the Neo-Human territory is just up ahead. That's where the Neo-Humans live? Oh, that? Yeah, that's it. So many tiny ones. Never seen intact nest, all shiny. Take it all, destroy it, kill it, big boxes, annoying, break everything, bye-bye. Ram, use feather boots! Gliding magic feather boots! Oh, they got the fuck away. They're escaping, after them. Kill, break. Are you ready, Riam? Yes. Adorning magic decorations. Oh, shit, they changed fits. Neo-Humans, Neo-Terra. Alright. Me prepping for Mereoleona's... Alright, Mereoleona's snoo. Yeah, you got problems. Alright. Yeah. Dude, Mob Psycho probably the best anime adaptation of all. I don't care for it. It's fine. I'm glad to miss out on it. I don't care for the art style. I don't care for the way he looks like an egg-shaped fuck. I don't like the bull haircut. You're psychic. That's all there is to it for me. I'm not gonna give Mob Psycho a look at. Where did they go? Don't know. Can't tell them apart. We did it. We using the information Haiti told us. I was able to cast adorning magic so we could blend in. So we're safe yet. We're in the middle of another dangerous enemy's territory. These are Neo-Humans, just like they said. They're like dolls with pretty faces and bodies. Although they may look like us humans, they're still a natural enemy. Our disguises are working, I think, except none of them did anything until the Titans show up. Do they have any emotions? I can't understand what they might be thinking. What a pain. Let's just break everything here. Please just destroy each other. Okay. Neo-Humans versus Titans. Ooh. I imagine. I'm just not going to give it a chance. I don't know. I've seen some clips. I've actually seen some clips of Mob, especially when like he loses a shit against a dude in a building. I just don't care for it. Again, art style just does not do it for me. The animation can be as amazing as it can be. The art style, I just do not want to see another main protagonist. Bro looked up MP100's MCs and declared it trash, but Yuji can run the ones. Itadori is peak. Type shit! Nah, see, you got it right, Michael. You got it right. 100%. Guys, can we get some W's for Michael out here? My boy Michael. It's one of my bros in real life. Wonderful human being all around. Love this dude with all my heart. One of my bros, one of my brothers. Let's get some W Michaels for showing up to chat, for joining us, please. Breaking everything, kill everyone. Everything here belongs to us. They really just have Blackbeard's laugh. They're relentless. It would be a disaster if they made it to our base. Only... God, they're really just going crazy. If you can get Ron to watch Killer Bean. He's not going to get me to watch Killer Bean. I'm not watching that dog shit. No one even seems to care that the Titans are here. They all look like they're non-combatant civilians too. Don't tell me they aren't one of the natural enemies. What if they're just another species trying to live their normal lives? Then that would mean we've needlessly involved the innocent. It would be unforgivable if any innocent species lose their lives due to our mistake. This isn't fun. If I crush one of you, will I be able to hear you scream? That kid, watch out! Ching. What? Oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. He's eating a lollipop. He's rolling and slurping on the lollipop. He turns it into a big needle-like thing. Oh no, he just took it out. He took the lollipop out. That wasn't his tongue. Wait, 1 second. It's not dog water? Alright. You know what, guys? Can we get Michael Quintana Eats Beans, please? Can we get some Michael Eats Beans type shit? Because he really just told me to watch Killer Bean. I'm not doing that shit. And I guess that little fucking prick just destroyed his arm? Oh, they're all just going for them. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, they're just stabbing them. Holy shit. They just brought a single one down by stabbing it. What did they just... Enemies! 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 Oh, they're pounding. They're pounding now. Oh, wait, they can bulk up even more? Holy shit. Kill the enemies? Kill them all? Okay. Oh, they're killing each other? The mission's a success? Nah, not Eon eats beans. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? Just for saying that, here's a 1 minute timeout. How about that? Just for saying that. Just for that. I'll stop reading verses right now if you tell me I eat beans, Bob. Please don't do that. I like verses. Rhea, we need to get out of here. We need to get to somewhere isolated first. Then we can begin the incantation of flight for flight mat. Oh, she got put down. Inferior paleo humans such as yourselves, did you think we didn't notice? We can smell your scent and how putrid a scent it is. The rancid stink of paleo humans has been lingering in the air. It must have been your ploy to bring those giants with you. How sickening your intelligence or lack thereof is laughable. It disgusts me to even look at you. So you knew who we were, and you still let us roam free in your own town. But it looks like the giants are about to wipe out a good number of neo-humans. Are you not going to help? There's no need to panic when mere rabid dogs have strayed into our garden. There's already an appropriate number of us handling the situation. Nothing will disturb our daily lives, nothing, you understand? So many of your people have died already. Shouldn't you be concerned if it's only a matter of time? It's not a matter of appropriate numbers anymore, huh? That's the least of your concerns. When we have entertainment that we prioritize, Eon eats a bunch of bushts. That's crazy. This manga's pure power fantasy, and it knows it. That's what I'm saying. Eon loves eating beans. Alright. Do I really have to time out my own fucking moderators? That's crazy. At least you haven't turned on me, Drake. At least you haven't turned on me. We find a joy in the despair of the paleo-humans, allowing them to believe that their plan has succeeded, letting their hope grow only to take everything away. In an instant, that hope flips into utter despair. Listening closely, paleo-humans. After we're done with you, we'll come after your family, your friends, and we promise we shall kill each and every last one of you. Come, paleo-humans, show us the ugly features twisted in fear and despair. Ever since the Titans crushed Corbo, I'd already given up on surviving this mission. In this moment, what I feel is not fear, but pure rage. Rage against myself for not being able to protect the others, for having run away that first time, and the rage of all humanity who have been abused after all this time. I'm sorry, Hollow, Kayla, everyone. Whatever happens next is due to my own selfish desire. Kira, can you lend me your power? Holy shit, do you think you can resist us? What an odd paleo-human. He must be from another world. Capture and torture him. We must find some interesting information. It looks like he's crying. Would rather turn around and run. Not that we'd let you go, of course. This skill was originally meant to be used to slay the 19th Demon Lord Niudo. I've been running for long enough for everything and everyone. Let them manga, let them fight at manga, pure peak type shit. I said killer being, and never again. Please don't see it. Thank you. Drake's based. Drake's based as fuck for that. He said he saw that dog shit ass movie, and then he said, "Yeah, no, you don't have to watch it. That movie's terrible." Here's the thing, Drake. See, you and I don't eat beans. We're not here trying to propagate the wrong kind of message for our viewers and our subscribers. Six and Bob eats so many fucking beans that they have no choice but to say that Killer Bean is good. Otherwise, their bean overlords will absolutely strike them down with the fury of 10 gods. And I'm not someone who's going to allow myself to be even remotely pushed into such an ideology. Rather reread Bleach 4 more times or eat a can of beans. Fuck, that's actually a tough one. Read Uma Musume and tell us how far each horse girl gets in One Piece. Well, it's clearly not a manga. There's no way there's a fucking Uma Musume. Fuck. Alright. Horse girls. They inherit the names of the and souls of horses from another world. They possess a pair of ears, a tail, and impressive leg strength, walking on the path of destiny, which sometimes is tragic and sometimes wonderful. They are very mystical beings. The destiny of horse girls in this world is yet to be known. There really just is a series about girls with tails and fucking ears, dude. There's no fucking way, dude. I gotta just say something. I'm gonna spoil this for myself. It's fine. I'm gonna spoil this for everybody else. You're gonna go to chapter 151. I don't know who the fuck this is. The number one favorite in a league of her own. It's the gray monster Oguri Cap. This is really a fucking manga, dude. This is really a fucking manga. I'm in actual tears. Is bro about to fold immediately? Fuck no. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it is about, like, animal mix girls that just doesn't really do it for me. I think, like, the farthest I could probably go is, like, a cat girl or some shit. But, like, I don't know. Not gonna lie, it's way better than Bleach. I believe it. I believe anything is better than Bleach. I believe Mob Psycho 100 and One Punch Man have better stories than fucking Bleach. In honor of the flower, I swear to fulfill my duty with everything I have. Please trust me and wait for me. I'm the one who's not going to allow any of you to escape. Fairy Union Kira. Alright. Golden Storm! They don't give a shit, dude. They don't give a flying fuck, dude. Oh, shit. He just covered the entirety of a city. What is this? A storm of light? I'm being dragged in! Oh, shit. Fairy Union? Holy shit, he looks kind of cool. By merging with a fairy which has powers that far surpass a human, for a limited time, one can manifest explosive, unique abilities. Did that weak one create this storm? It's annoying. Crush him and stop it. This is a hero's ultimate skill meant to be used for their final fight. Okay, but is it doing any damage? He has full control over the wild light storm. He's creating a space that'll give him an advantage over us. I've never seen anything like this. How intriguing. Children? Oh shit, the children the children headbutted this dude. That's crazy. Ooh. He continuously makes the storm, even if struggling is pointless, even if my body's torn to shreds. Humanity's revolution has already begun. God, I got so much more respect for this dude. This shit is actually kind of peak. This shit is actually kind of fucking peak, I'm not gonna lie. Man, the Neo-Humans have the power of not giving a shit. That's what I'm saying. What's up, Mr. Dens? Is everything taken care of? Okay. It ended. Is everything taken care of? Yes, it's been resolved. The sacrifices were within allowable limits. This won't be a problem. What was that flash of light from the sky? The attack from the paleo-human was outside of expected parameters, but it looked like as if they meant to damage the whole city. However, it didn't turn out to be as serious as they might have hoped. What about the giants? Are they biological weapons made by the paleo-humans? I do not believe the paleo-humans are capable of that. They must be new species brought about due to the world's changes. We've already confirmed that there are many other new species like these giants. They're all our enemies then. You're mistaken. They're nothing more than our new toys. Look, there's one still moving. Oh, shit. A parasite fucking came out. Interesting. Another new species. Yeah, another new species. Yet another novel toy. Holy fuck. It's called Uma Musume. What manga are you reading? Damn, the fight choreography looks insane. It's not Uma Musume. It's called Versus. It's only gonna get crazier from here. I believe it. It's called Versus. Don't listen to him. It's not Uma Musume. This is not a series about horse girls. Stupid. Kira! What the fuck is this creature? Calm down. Take a deep breath, Pane. Then tell me what happened, Pane. Pane. What is Ario's support fairy saying? The plan, it worked. They led the Titans to the Neo-Human city, and the Titans were wiped out, Pane. We did it! We're saved! We're saved! It was reckless, and yet humanity still has a chance. Yeah, we can still fight. We managed to survive for now, Pane. What happened to Ario and his team? Corbo Shucks, Shigeru, Jupit, Braginte... those 5 lost their lives while negotiating with the Giants, and Riam died at the hands of the Neo-Humans. Impossible. Even the elite fighter like Jupit, Braginte, I see. Best character in the series, by the way. He was up against Titans. He was ready to lay down his life. Lastly, the 19th hero against humanity was confined in their paleo-human prison. And Ario said, don't come for me, Pane. Wait, Hollow. You'll be fine. These neo-humans remind me of the androids from DBZ with that they were stripped of, well, everything. Yeah, 100%. Yes. Okay, you'll be fine. Hollow might be a loose cannon, but even he will respect his friend's wishes. Just give him space. Ario, hey, listen. Daddy told me that we might have to move somewhere else again, but I don't think that's happening anymore. So let's play. Okay. Oh, this is so cute! All the kids playing together and doing the thing, and they're just trying to live their lives with their little soccer ball, just having fun. Oh, man! Oh, what the fuck is this face? This is what Ario and the team sacrificed themselves to protect. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no worries. Does that hurt? This ain't nothing. I'm a hero. I'm strong. Really? Yeah, really. See, I can spin my arm around and... Ooh! Oh, that makes sense. All right. Thank you, Ario. I need to be strong, too. There you are. I finally found you. Hero Hallow. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're probably gonna get crushed by kaijus. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, this shit is crazy. I definitely recommend it, Michael. Like, I think I sent it to the chat. I think I would definitely recommend it, dude. Oh, they have red hair. Cool. It's funny how the series gives a sense of stakes considering the lives of humans and innocents at such risks. Yeah, no, because if any of these groups find these guys, they're gonna be fucking killed. I'm a big fan of One's mangas, so I'm for sure checking out Versus. Yeah, I think it's a good series. I've generally been surprised by it. Okay, Mr. Hero, where are you going? I'm gonna go find more evacuees. I have bandages. If you bring back any more people who are hurt, I can help. Thanks, kids. If you want to help, then can you guys do something for me? Find a man with long hair called Zybe and tell him the demon man is here. Oh, man. Dude. Yeah, no, dude. Hollow showing up to fight Kiva? Fucking hell, man. This man said I'm showing up alone. Fuck it. With a broken sword, missing one arm? Damn. Alright. How commendable, Hero Hallow, for coming here. Oh, hello, 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 hello. For coming to face me alone. Oh, it's on site type shit. You're the demon army leader. What about... You're the demon army leader. What about you? Did you come alone? You're after me, aren't you? Let's fight it out here, one-on-one. If I win, you have to promise to never touch this base again. Hello. You still have spirit, though. That's all you have. Hello. Very well, I promise, after all. You have no chance whatsoever. Hello. You dared to make a mockery of me by setting those metal bugs upon me. I will ensure you pay thoroughly with every fiber of your being. Hello. Dude, I love smiling friends. I was itching for a fight. Let's do it! By the way, can you guys tell I'm trying to do, like, Trunks, like future Trunks? Can you guys kind of tell that? I don't know if it's, like, going well through enough with the mic. Alright. Ching! Clang! Ching, 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 ching. The shine of this blade. Hello. It's different. Much more unstable than before. As if the light was being forced out of the blade in a desperate bid to conceal his fear of us demons. Hello. Ching! Whip! Ooh, thrust! Ooh. What? How is this possible? Hello? He was meant to be nothing more than the outlet of my stress. He wasn't supposed to put up any kind of a fight. Hello? Burst! You know your place! You're nothing more than a lowly human. Hello? Oh, shit. He slished his arms together. Holy shit. Shing, 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 shing. Ooh, kick. Broken leg. Grrr. What the fuck? Hello? Shing Doom. Oh, what the fuck? In his last battle, Hollow had been defeated by the Demon Lord Yachi, losing his entire party and his arm in the process. He was panicking from being surrounded by both unknown robot assailants and the demon army.
it was impossible for him to concentrate on the battle. But now, he's filled with the sorrow of losing his closest friend, Arlo, and the neo-humans, as well as seething anger from having a brief moment of peace. Ario sacrificed himself for threatened by the demon army, and helplessness and regret, these strong, overpowering emotions took over Hollow's body, suppressing all deeper thought. And Hollow devoted everything he had to the battle in front of him. So, this is it. The hero Hollow's true power. Hello. I see you managed to survive this fight against Lord Yachi. Come, my starving minions. I shall grant you my permission. Hello. Come feast on the hero's flesh. Hello. Okay, sorry. I've been watching too much Smiling Friends, so I'm saying hello after everything. I knew this was happening. Do you understand your orders? Leave nothing but his torso and head. We have much to ask the hero Hollow about the fusion of the worlds. Keep him alive for further torturing. Humans are fragile once broken. Anyone who eats too much and kills him would be severely punished. Ario. If only Ario and I had gone together to stop the Titans. If we could have combined our powers, then maybe, just maybe, no one would have needlessly been sacrificed. If only I was a more reliable hero. Let's do this! I'll cut down each and every last one of you demons! Okay, sorry, my voice is gonna break. I already feel like fucking up. Launch the tear gas grenade! Release them all! Oh shit, they're blasting. How? I can't do a female voice, so, hello, are you alright? High level Inferno magic barrier, volcano wall. Don't let the demons get any closer to our base. Alright, I'm not gonna do any more voices. My voice started to fuck up, and I need it for tomorrow. Okay, kick. You're going to reach a state of beyond Super Saiyan. That's what I'm saying, man. Appreciate you guys noticing it. Pakia. Damn. Ooh, Pakia might be him. He just smashed that dude's head, no issue. What the hell's this? Ah, shit. What's with you? Huh? Shrimp, the Ario guy was one of yours, wasn't he? He lost Brigante too, you know. And they lost people too. Show them what Sorcerion mages are made of. Don't let Riam's sacrifice go to waste. We'll finish with Corbo and Shock started. Don't falter. You can fight it out as hard as you want, but don't you dare go throwing your life away. That's the act of betrayal to all those who died. A swarm of uninvited riffraff have come crawling out. Goodness, how irritating. Hello. Leave the hero alive, but kill the rest. You're right. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't forgive myself for being so useless. You ain't the only one, you dumbass. Yeah. Get lost! Oh, that's cool. That's cool as fuck. Jesus, that's cool as fuck. Are the other combatants capable human warriors? It matters not. They won't be able to change the outcome of this battle. This is as far as the humans go. Oh, no, they're, like, actually just straight up surrounded. Fuck. I've asked Kayla's troop and Gyuta's mage team to back Hollow up. Gyuta has more mana than even me. What's more, I can trust Kayla's ability to make split-second decisions. Why isn't the muscle mommy in combat? Actually, don't put her in combat. She's a she must be protected. She must be protected by all means. Yes, she can step on me for any other one asking. That idiot Pakia also went storming out when he heard the enemy coming. Each world has sent every last one of their fighters out already. We've pretty much deployed our maximum fighting force to stop the demons. Fire, take this. Flame Serpent. Heat magic. I could tell from sensing their mana the base has been surrounded. We're trapped like rats. We could try leading them to the Neo-Humans again, but I don't see how. We can't pray. I know that. After all, after they've sacrificed their lives to make our plan successful. According to the reports, it mentions that there is a weapon stationed in a space
In space, we can get more details on this weapon. What's space? I love her. It belongs to the member of the Celestia, doesn't it? Thear? Look at this Mr. Fantastic fuck-ass wannabe-ass. With his big-ass pompadour. Do you know what an artificial satellite is? Generations before our own, our ancestors launched unmanned satellite artilleries into space. We can connect it from the surface of our planet and fire lasers at very specific coordinates. In the past, we had hundreds, but now there are only 26 left. As in space, but our technology is out of this world, literally. Oh, your technology is out of this world, literally. It's strong enough to reduce a person to ash with pinpoint accuracy, but that's it. It doesn't have the power to turn the tables on our current battle. There are just too many enemies. There is no reason to not use the weapon we have on hand. There are other reasons why you're hesitating. We have a record of Jupiter using the satellite before he died. He followed the rules and launched the cosmic lasers against the Titans, but it failed. He ultimately was killed. Rules. It's usually set as a safety output maximum to purposely decrease the output levels. If you don't follow the rules, then there's a high chance it'll be detected. If the satellite is found, then not only will the satellite coordinates be leaked, but our valuable weapon attacked, but they might even come. Who are they? Simone, you asked what space is earlier, didn't you? I envy you for not knowing. Space is a hell that stretches on for an eternity. Once we leave this planet, there's nowhere to hide. No matter how far you go, you can't escape their territory. There is no bigger threat than them. We cannot allow them to find us. We cannot allow them. We'll all be killed by the Madalines. Who cares if that thing's just a tiny laser or whatever? Just shoot the damn thing. We just gotta follow the rules, and those Madeleines or whatever won't find us, right? It's not that simple. Even if we follow the rules, that doesn't eliminate the risk of being found. But I agree. When Jupiter was surrounded by the Titans, he must have felt the same way. A drop of water cannot put out a fire, but we have to try. A brave decision. Thank you. Now that I expect maximum output from your weapon. Are you going senile, old man? Maximum output will also maximize the risks of being found. Oh, but we need them to find us. Yeah. Let's send out an invitation to join the party. Are you all right there? Commander Kayla, we're running out of beams. Shit. There's just too many of them. Okay. Hello, what are we supposed to do now? Okay. Ooh, ooh, the laser beam just fired. It's coming from above, but I don't sense any mana. Is this another new enemy? Is this another pointless attempt to resist? Silence. The raining light stopped. What was that? Was that twinkling rain meant to humanity's final secret weapon? Don't make me laugh. Naturally, we demons are a whole different level than lowly humans. What's that now? What is that? We lost another satellite, and are they here? They just arrived. There's no turning back now. I'm sure they'll put a fight against the demon army. Put up a fight. This is no mere fight, I assure you. They're far more of a threat than some demons. Every living thing in this entire area is about to be obliterated. Jesus. Oh, come on. Don't tell me they look like this. The scaling really is insane, actually. Aliens are not to be played with, just so you know. Oh, I believe it. Though, yeah, the art style is really nice. I like this art style. The Madeleines, Aliens, Celestia. I'll give it until the end of this battle because I do want to step out. Alright. Let's see. He tries to swing. Shit. Oh my god. Oh my cojones. Jesus Christ. I'm in actual tears. Damn. Hello, I was distracted with more strange creatures came out of nowhere, but even your ambush only amounts to this much. Your strikes have become much lighter compared to earlier. Defending against that army must have exhausted you. My body hit its limits, yeah, no shit. You were incredibly strong for a human, hello, though you stood no chance against our demon lord. Yeah. Holy shit. Hero Hollow, you've done well struggling along for so long, but it's over now! Shut up! Enough of your incessant babbling! I don't know who you are, where you came from, but things were just getting good. Stay out of it! Alright. No, this thing looks upsetty spaghetti. Bro is not having kids. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. God damn. So then, what are your plans now after summoning the Magdalens? I'm warning you, we don't have any means of defeating them in our world. Well, the Demon King's army is gonna have to hustle to buy us some time so we can figure it out. Damn it, I should have known you were gonna wing it. We had no other choice. If we didn't do anything, the Demon King's army would have crushed us like ants. If defeat is inevitable, then let's turn the tables and drag our enemy down with us. You call this a military strategy in your world? We don't have the luxury to pick and choose our approach. In order for humanity, the weakest of the food chain, to survive, we have to pick any options that'll give us even a glimmer of hope. This battle is it's in its own way. We'll have the demon army and the aliens finish their bout first, or we'll find a solution to escape certain death. Think, with what little time we've got. Are those aliens from Celestia? Aliens? First they were the metal scrap dolls, and now aliens? What is this farce? Anyone who stands against us is fated to crumble before our great Demon King. That being said, I won't make the same mistake as before when I fought those scrap dolls. I am no fool. Release! I won't let my guard down. I'll end this with one decisive blow! Evil Mars roar! Holy shit, that's a big blast. Just to be safe, I've eliminated the unknown intruders first. Now then, next is... Huh? Where's the hero? Oh, Pacquiao fucking ran. Pacquiao fucking dipped. Why doesn't every village just go for the balls? They'd be stunned for like 30 seconds. Easy win. See, that's what I'm talking about. Wait! Wait! We can't protect them if we're running away for the fort? Forget about them, you dumbass. The bastard's after you, ain't he? Then we gotta get you away from the base and draw his attention elsewhere. Oh, right. You're pretty smart, huh? After all, you still want to run away? You're not getting anywhere, you bumbling buffoon. Hello? What's up, Memento? Ooh, blast. Ooh, from the back? But he was able to survive it well enough, I guess. Finally. Burst! Ooh, what the... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. He hit him so hard his fucking toes completely spread wide open. Jesus Christ. He's... Oh my god, look at him. He's just spatting. Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ. He just blasted him through a fucking building. Well... That's some shit Sukuna could do, I'm just saying. Sukuna could probably do that. But anyway, Sukuna upscale, by the way. Sukuna upscale. What? What was that meteor? An enemy attack? Oh! Alright. Well, clearly the aliens are not meant to be fucked. That's the leader of the demon army. Hey, short stack. What have you done with our master? You think you could take us all on? Okay, they, alright. What is it? That small childlike creature. The eyes, a thin light is coming out of its eyes, and in an instant it cuts through the giant horde of enemies. Oh, these things are light speed. Oh, this thing is light speed then. Holy fuck. Don't be scared. Bro got negative, that's what I'm saying. Don't be scared. We're up against one measly shrimp Russian and we'll bring it down with our numbers. What the fuck happened? Now do you understand our warning? The Madeleines, those aliens, they stand above the rest of the strongest natural enemy in all the world. It's impossible to predict where they'll attack from using observation alone. Their technology and intelligence are far beyond what Earthlings can achieve. It only took a single Madeleine to annihilate our whole interstellar space fleet. Holy fuck! Holy fuck, dude! Like, those are just explosions! By the way, Sukuna upscale. Holy shit, and you morons opened the doors and invited this horrifying monster right inside. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, that's fucking terrifying, dude. Like, oh, that's crazy. That's actually insane. This feeling, I felt this when I was facing Demon Lord Yachi. Can you understand me? It talked. I've identified the frequency. This is almost identical to the Earthling's spoken language. We have questions for you. We shall allow a small group to survive if you can answer our questions. We're not playing your games. Who cares if they can talk? Kill... Oh, I thought that was... Oh, this is just his body exploding outwardly. What are these hideous creatures? I didn't think this planet had designs like these. It matters not. Our first priority is to pinpoint what occurred on this planet. What else? This must be another Earthling ploy with their last pathetic attempt to resist. Listen up, you pieces of trash. Tell us where you came from. It's over, demons, humans. We're all nothing more than garbage to them. This is where our destiny ends. You're wrong. It's still too early to give up. Just yet. I told you the aliens are not to be played with. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna lie, these little fuckers from Versus might unironically solo the Naruto verse. They might unironically solo Naruto. Holy shit. Might be even One Piece. Holy shit. Maybe not because of speed. Depends on their actually light. Well, yeah, no, they said light, so yeah. The base is being destroyed. Humanity's final fortress. We need help. Can you can't start praying? This place ain't earthquake resistant, is it? Pakia, that idiot, I don't know if he's still alive. Caribou victims, there's no savior, not in our world, not in someone else's world. Yeah, I thought he might have had for a second, but now, this is our reality. Holy shit. Even the humans of another world have no resistance, as much as I thought. Oh, they're probably gonna use the fucking... I mean, people are just casually dodging lasers, which are light speed. I guess. Who the fuck is casually dodging light speed? Saying light is enough and actual speed wasn't given. Yeah. Akira, no, I'm willing to believe it, because this series, I'm willing to believe it. Let me stop. At least drink some water, Pane. You're Pane exhausted from using Fairy Union. I'm sure Ario's still alive, Pane. You just got to keep your strength up so you can welcome him back when he gets back, Pane. That's right, Pane. It's our job as support fairies to lend some courage to our heroes too, Pane. Oh, right. One of the characters with our world give me a nice little treat. It's called chocolate, Pane. You should eat it then, and it'll melt. But it's still good. Give it a lick. That's so funny. This scent smells like danger. Hollow! Oh. Really just straight up died. Looking back in all my 250 years, I've never once found myself in a difficult situation. I was born into a high-class demon clan, got recognized by Demon Lord Yachi, and was promoted to the proud ranks of a combat leader. I found and raided human villages. The rare few humans who resisted were crushed with ease, and after Demon King's intelligence division got hold of their information regarding the hero raising project, upon their orders, I visited any suspicious location and annihilated every last human. Everything went smoothly. They were so pathetic and weak, and it almost felt boring. I wish that one day I might have found an enemy whom I could truly pit myself against, except what I found was instead a hero, robots, and aliens, thread after thread, just as I was wondering if it was ever going to end. This happened. My conscience is fading. Is this how I meet my end? In such an abrupt way? Zybe, what are you doing? Demons are really something else. Just inject a bit of mana into them and they'll start regenerating all on their own. You're helping that demon who's at death's door recover? He's going to kill all of us when he wakes up. Right, I need you to wake up now. I've got limited mana too. I've got limited mana, you know. What? Wait. This isn't that spell. Alright, I did it. Ooh. Zybe. Phew. Kiva, calm down. He's moving again. So, that's a demon. What astounding vitality. Puny human, you dare disrespect me? Hey now, I'm not the one you need to kill. Think about it. You don't want to waste all this energy you just recovered, right? What are fleas planning now? Though it matters not, I can erase all of you whenever I want. It can wait until I've dealt with those irritating aliens. It worked! I get it now. We humans are so weak they don't even consider us enemies. You took his priorities into consideration and were certain he'd direct his anger at them. Isn't that right? I knew we could count on you, Zybe. It was a gamble for me too. Holy shit. Zybe's the GOAT. Zybe's like the best character here, bro. He's actually the fucking GOAT. Bro got his back blown out once and is having his whole life flash before his eyes. I don't know about his back. I think he got his whole chest blown out. No Black Blade, therefore Mihawk upskills. Type shit. That's enough, Galua. We can't kill them all without asking them what happened to this planet first. I was just following normal procedures to start a discussion with these beings. They need to be taught the hierarchy in the simplest terms first. Sure, but it's gotten so quiet. Then let's proceed. Then let's pose the question once again. What happened on this planet? Speak. Do you understand what that means? Yes? Use your words. We don't know either. The humans did it. It's them. It's going after Hollow. Damn monsters. Eat this. Oh, they got blown the fuck up. Don't waste any more of my time. Our mini-ships have their targets locked on every human in the building. Only those who answer us will be allowed to live. Don't fall for it. They're not going to let any of us live. Shit, Pacquiao, we can't fight them head on. Wait for my signal. Our base is in shambles. Every demons are pretty much all out of commission, and we still have to stand our ground. We need to shield the others. Did you really need to bring out this mini-ships? Uki, you've done nothing but complain. No! Oh. You got me good earlier, so I won't grant you a painless death. Who's this? I don't want to waste any energy recognizing one useless amoeba from the next, though I can say I'm fond of the nasty attitude of yours. Pew! Okay. Beast King's Roar? What? Light? He nullified the pew pew pew. Oh, that's literally what it's called. Pew pew pew. Cool. My mana is fully recovered, but my powers alone won't be enough to take one of these things down, in which case, the Demon's Flute. By blowing this flute, releases the user's mana as sound waves, creating a signal that can call forth the demons from far or wide. Okay. My goodness. To think they would come when combat leader Kiva would be blow the flute for help, kill enemy. Kiva, you've grown weak. Shinso, be cook. Oppo. There are 3 combat leaders from Demon King's armies. You've arrived quickly, too quickly. We weren't answering your demon flute signal. Your Lord Yachi sent us to ensure your safety, Kiva. Lord Yachi? Does he think I'm not strong enough to handle a lowly hero? Idiot, that's not it. Lord Yachi's far more interested in those things. So many of these unknown blobs came out of nowhere. No one would give 2 hoots if they were just fighting humans. Therefore, there are more of them. How tiresome. You leave me no choice. Okay. They'll understand they have no hope as soon enough. You're gonna regret the day you placed your grubby paws on the demon army. Alright. Unending Shredder Claw. Okay. They're attacking. Swoop, miss. It's shooting a laser from its fingers. Okay, cool. They're dodging. One of them turned into a rock. Tries to slam him down. And then they all blasted at the same time. Quartet of Deadly Evil? Alright, shit, I mean, fuck it, right? They're just trying to fuck him up. I'd say it's decently written. Is this well written, or is it just a power fantasy with no substance? Well, I wouldn't say there's no substance. It's kind of like an apocalyptic event where, like, what happens when multiple different versions of humanity all have different natural enemies that they have no hope to even remotely stop, so they have to essentially try to have them all fight each other. I think that's a lot of substance. I think the substance is just right there, and you don't need to put anything together. You don't need to really like pinpoint or put anything together. It's just right there in front of you. The base is gone. It's gonna get blown to pieces. Hey, think we went too far? Blah. Oh, it knows melee too. The firepower was not terrible, but the impact was far too soft. You lower life forms will never match up to our strength. There's nothing more than defective organisms. Oh, you're nothing more than defective organisms. It gives quite a sense of like the end of times dread, considering, yeah, no, you're not even worth our time to analyze. Now be gone, zap zap. How dull. The organisms that emerge from the planet's anomaly are still so weak. Okay. Keep it up, everyone. Keep mourning your mana straight into the demons. Their natural recovery can't keep up. Squeeze out every last drop of mana. The demons can't lose, or else we'll be dead meat. Mana is being sent from the human base. I welcome it. Now we can recover as much as we want. When did they tame all the humans? It's merely a ploy meant for their survival. Ignore them. We've got bigger problems to deal with, namely the enemy before us. Zybe, I get that we're lending our mana to the demons so we can fight their battles for us, but what happens? We'll be caught like rats in a maze. When the demons surround the base, even if the demons went against the aliens, we're still dead. We'll have to turn our last resort. In the event we fail to stop the Titans, prepared an emergency escape inside our own base. We'll activate the grand teleportation magic circle and flee this place at once. Before this battle between the demons and the humans is all over, it's pointless. Alright. I am going to give it to the end of chapter 13, and then I'm going to step out. Magic circles will connect to one another across the distance to teleport objects between locations. The teleportation is impossible outside of magical circle space. Depending on the target circle's environment, sometimes the teleportation can fail or maybe become unusable. The Grand Teleportation Circle is one of the master class spells that can move a massive capacity to any location that the caster concentrates on, and is also Zybe's last resort. However, there are risks. Are we activating the Grand Magic Teleportation? Yeah, I'll start the incantation. You guys concentrate on sharing your mana to the demons. Once the battle's over, they'll turn on us next, so we need to draw out their battle and activate the Grand Magic Teleportation Circle before they're done and get everyone out of here. Wait, Zybe, you've mentioned this as a last resort when the Titans almost invaded us, but you said it was risky. That's why we never used it, right? Yeah, that's right. Unlike a normal magical circle, the Grand Magic Teleportation can bring us anywhere within the caster chooses, but the world or worlds are in total chaos. We can't rely on the maps we have. We have no idea what environment we might be teleporting into. We could pop up in the nest of our enemies, or end up in an extreme environment humans cannot survive in, or worse, target might end up changed. The target location might have changed so much we'll drop to our deaths. And we have non-combatants and injureds with us as well. It's illogical to take such a risk. What's more, many of us escaped from those environments to begin with. That's how we ended up here. If your worst case scenario is being completely annihilated, then that is even more reason to avoid abandoning the fortress. That's why we never even considered escaping when the Titans are coming. I know, but just look around us. The fortress is about to fall. Everyone, it doesn't matter where, as long as it is a little bit safer than here. Tell me any place you know that we can bring everyone to. Not in Titan's Crown. There isn't a single spot where humans can live safely. All of the villages in our towns in the world were swallowed up by nature. We confirm that there aren't any functional anti-machine bases anymore in Celestia. I'm sure I don't have an explanation of what it's like now. Well, I might know of a place where the humans are corrupt and actually, never mind. Damn it! Of course, it'd be a luck to not finding where that's... Wait, old man, what did you say? It's an abandoned church of lawless made into their base. They may be humans, but they are lawless. They're armed and dangerous. If they see you, they might not kill you right away, but they'll sure wish they had. They capture you and turn you into slaves. They're like, bruh, if we have to deal between like lawless fuckers and the giant explosions and magical shit being thrown around, I think... Reading the chat no more, shaking my head. It's got you hooked. Yeah, it's got me hooked. That's 100 times better than here! Oh, type shit. Type fucking shit. Thank you for telling us, old man. Point us exact location on this combined map. Zybe, take everyone in the fortress and bring us to the church. We'll make our next headquarters in the land of the lawless. Huh. To think there are worlds where our natural enemies are other humans, I'd like to call that a beach resort compared to our world. Keep your wits about you here. We should follow the safety of our own beam guns before we warp. I'm starting the incantation for the Grand Magical Teleportation Circle. Step away. Shit, I've sent too much mana to the demons. I don't have enough magic left. Will it be enough to activate a masterclass spell? Here. It's World's Essence. Drink it. It'll give you strength. The World Essence, an extract of the World Tree from Yggdrasil that its people have refined. Drinking this section will grant the user a massive boost to their life energy. Oh, my body's overflowing with mana. It's an incredibly precious item. That is our one and only bottle. This is perfect. I should have no problem activating the spell now. Yuta, can you hear me? We're going to use the Grand Magic Teleportation Circle to teleport everyone in the fortress. When the timing's right, bring Hollow and the others back into the fortress. Got it, but can you activate it on your own? The circle doesn't just need an abundance of mana. Its construction is also difficult. That's why only Captain classmates just like you and I can do it. I don't have much mana left, but I can still try to help. No, you concentrate on Hollow. I'll manage on my own. Zoop. Okay. You cur evil Maw's roar. Oh, he just flipped it over. Oh, shit. Ultimate Mana Wall Soul Shell. Oh, no. He got blasted away. Oh, God. Zybe, did you do that? That was amazing. I thought we were dead. How long can you keep up the energy barrier? Up about 10 seconds at most. I have bad news. The magic wall just now used up all my mana. I won't be able to activate the magic teleportation circle. Ah, shit. Life clashing against life. Ah, how beautiful. Pane, 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 why are you here? You'll get caught in the blast if you get away. I smell something super, super, super dangerous. It's really bad. What do you mean? What else can be worse? Watch out! What's wrong? Out of juice already? Galu, well, that's enough. This is nothing more than a waste of energy. It's time. Your time is better spent elsewhere. That's true. Wait. The fight's not over yet. What do you mean? Oh, that's weird. Ew, that's gross. The whole time you lowly creatures were attempting to fight against us? What supremely ignorant and foolish organisms you are. Command sent decimate the land. Oh. You like eating chicken raw? Why? Who the fuck asks a question like that? What kind of a fuck ass question is that? Oh man. That's way too big. The ship is here. It's all over for us. How are we supposed to beat that? We need to inform Lord Yachi that maybe, just maybe, we can force that. Maybe a force that can rival the Great Demon King may have appeared. Guns ready. Fire. Jesus Christ. Yo. See, this is a good utilization of this. This is a good utilization of this. Oh, shit. The smell, the most dangerous smell yet has just arrived, Pane Pane. Mega Kaiju, the disastrous metropolis. Yo. Motherfuckers just got wiped out by Godzilla. What the fuck? Alright, we're leaving it there. We're leaving it there. Guys, thank you all so much for joining. We had a good stream. Had a good time. Had a wonderful chat with you guys. I'm going to leave it there. I will be live tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow early in the afternoon. I'll be spending the afternoon with you guys. I'll probably end stream sometime like around 6 p.m. tomorrow. For anybody that might not have somebody to spend Thanksgiving with, I'd be more than welcome to. I'm not gonna forget the Nemu short. When I make all the other shorts, I'll make the Nemu one. Don't worry about it. Sadly, we'll be away for Thanksgiving. It's all right, man. I'm gonna do an early stream just for everybody that would like to sit around with me and just like hang out. If anybody doesn't have anybody to spend Thanksgiving with, you can at least spend it like the early afternoon with me. I'll be heading out in the later evening though, but that's fine. Eon loves beans. All right, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely wild. Let me just time you out for 24 hours. 6. Have a good one. I hope everybody has a good rest of their holiday. If you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you guys have a good Thursday. I hope you guys just have a good rest of your evenings. Please take care of yourselves, guys, and I will catch you all later. And if you do celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you guys have a good time and have a good meal, man. Peace out. Enjoy beans. All right. I'll put you on timeout for 10 seconds. I should probably... Can I remove the timeout? I think 24 hours might be a lot. I think 24 hours might actually have been a lot. I'm going to uni. Damn. Eating beans at uni is crazy. That's crazy. Have a good one, guys. No, I don't want to join. Thank you. Bye.